Good morning, everyone. We're on the record. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Code Section 2576 of the Open Meetings Act, I am welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. This hearing is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies during the public emergency. Pursuant to this guidance, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABRA's website and on the district central meeting calendar. The notice includes the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or concerns to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically pursuant to Mayor's Order 2021-096. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Ms. Rafi Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, present.
Ms. Jenny Henson.
Jenny Hansen, present.
The board has 5 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. I believe that Mr. Grandis, board member Grandis will join. I'm sorry, Mr. Grandis has now joined us. Edward Grandis.
Good morning, I'm Edward Grandis, present.
The board has 6 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of this hearing is understood by everyone. There are 5 cases on this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all camera and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature or email simone.andrews2@dc.gov. Our first order of business today, the protest hearing status, case number 21 PRO 00068, the Seton, license number 118515. This case has been canceled. The board approved the settlement agreement. See board order number 2021-529. The next case on our calendar is case number 21 PRO 00067, Elements DC, license number 11877. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Sure. Mr. Chair, this is for Elements DC?
Yes, the first case. Yeah, the first case is Elements DC, yes.
Okay, stand by.
Thank you.
Commissioner Harris, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Rasilla, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Chair, we have a few call-ins. I just need to verify the phone numbers.
Sure.
Stand by. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Good morning. I would like, let's start with the parties that identify themselves for the record. Mr. Rusilla, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please, and your affiliation with this case?
Sure. My name is Brian Rusilla, last name Racilla, and I'm the representative for the group of 5+, 5 or more, for both the Elements and Alchemist cases.
Okay, and Ms. Harris?
Hi, this is Commissioner Sable Harris. That's S-A-B as in boy, E-L-H-A-R-R-I-S. And I'm here for ANC 1B.
All right, Ms. Andrew, who's the licensee in this case? Do you know the name of the licensee that you have been operating with? I don't have that information from me. So who is the person that the group of 5 and ANC has been negotiating with?
We have been talking with Mr. Eli Hurwitz, who is the attorney representing Elements and the Alchemist, and the owner is Austin Hogg.
Now, if there is a representative representing the Elements, can you please identify yourself in the chat?
Mr. Chair, I do see Austin Hagg has notified me that he belongs to this case. I'm going to go ahead and elevate his rights.
Thank you. If there's anyone else, if you're here for the Elements, can you please identify yourself in the chat?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. And can you please?
Yes, sir. My attorney Eli is trying to get on. He's having some technical difficulties.
All right. All
But
right, so
I'm here on speaker, sir, if that's okay.
no, that is fine, sir. So can you spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Austin Haig, A-U-S-T-I-N, and then Haig, H-A-A-G.
And who are you, sir?
I am the owner of Elements as well as Alchemist.
Okay, this hearing is on Elements, so we're just talking about Elements at the moment.
Yes, sir.
And so you're saying that your attorney is having some technical difficulties?
Yes, sir. Can you hear him?
I can hear you. I'm just saying I'm waiting for your attorney.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. There is another person that acknowledged themselves, Mr. Elwin Ferris. I'm going to go ahead. Yeah.
Who is your attorney, Mr. Haig?
Eli Hurd.
Can you, if he's unable to participate by video, if it's a call-in, can you put are you able to place his telephone number in the chat? And so therefore, if Miss.
Yes, sir. I'll do that right now.
Yes.
Hey,
so,
Eli, I'm going to put your number in the chat.
And so then then we'll elevate his rights.
Yes, sir. I'm giving him the number right now.
All right. And who is Mr. Ferris? Mr. Ferris, can you please spell and state your name for the record and identify yourself, please?
Yes, Elwin Ferris on behalf of the Shaw DuPont Citizens Alliance. The name is spelled E-L-W-Y-N, last name F-E-R-R-I-S.
And where you, sir? You're from where? What organization?
I'm representing the Shaw DuPont Citizens Alliance.
So this renewal is being protested by the ANC, the Group of 5 or More, and the Shaw DuPont Citizens Alliance. Is that correct?
Yes, it's correct for SDCA, yes.
Yes, you're one of the protesters. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Anderson, I'm not able to put the phone number into the chat. It's not letting me enter it. Am I
Hold on 1 minute, please. Hold on. Ms. Andrews, how can Mr. all right. So, Mr. You're Miss Andrews. Can you assist Mr. Hagan how to put the? I don't want to put the number because this is on the World Wide Web. So I'm trying to figure out how can he provide you with the number.
Mr. Hag, if there is a Q&A feature, you can use that. The chat feature, if you just enter the phone number and press your enter, it'll send once you're done.
I see that for some reason I have it here in the chat and I'm clicking enter, but it's not going into the chat. It's just
Okay. I will provide my email address to you. Stand by and you can email it to me.
If Mr. Haig, if we are having some issues with your attorney, do you want to proceed without him or
yes.
do you want to wait? All right, so you're saying we can proceed without him if he's unable to get on? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
All right, so I'll give him another minute. Are you able to communicate with him?
I am, yes, sir.
So I'll give you another minute. It's 10:46, so I'll give it to 10:47. If he's not on, then we're gonna move on because this is just a status call. So this is not.
Understood, sir. But feel free to move on. I'll just update him afterwards.
I'm sorry, what's his name again, please?
Eli Hurwitz. Eli, so E-L-Y, and then Hurwitz, Hurwitz.
I see Mr. Hurwitz has joined. I'm going to go ahead and make him a panelist.
All right, thank you. Mr. Hurwitz, you can unmute your phone, please, sir. Mr. Hurwitz, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please? I can hear you, sir. Can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship
Yes, hi.
to this case?
My name's Eli Hurwitz. I'm on the phone here. I'm the attorney for the Elements and the Alchemist.
This case is on the Elements, sir. Can you spell your name for the record, please, sir?
Yes, Elyhurwitz.
Thank you, Mr. Hurwitz. All right. Good morning, everyone. As I stated before, this is a protest hearing status. And so let me start with you, Mr. Hurwitz. Are there any preliminary matters you need to bring to the attention of the board? Again, this is not substantive. This is just preliminary. Do you have any preliminary issues that you want to make us aware of? Mr. Hurwitz. Mr. Hurwitz. Mr. Hurwitz. Mr. Haig.
Yes, sir.
I am asking your attorney, and so I'll ask you, are there any preliminary issues you want to bring to the attention of the board?
I believe we have received a settlement agreement draft.
Okay, so
I'm
so you're
sorry to
saying,
interrupt, Mr. Chair. Mr. Hurwitz, I am going to unmute you. You have to stop hitting mute.
Okay,
Okay, go
thank you.
ahead. Mm-hmm.
all right, Mr. Hurwitz.
Yes, sir.
Since you're Mr. Hague's representative, the question I'm asking, are there any preliminary matters you want to bring to the attention of the board, and not substantive, just preliminary?
No, there are not, sir.
I think that Mr. Hague was saying something about a settlement agreement. I guess
It's just that
go ahead, sir.
we have been in the process of trying to negotiate a voluntary settlement agreement with the ANC and the community, but we have not been able to get a draft of the document from them yet.
All right. Okay, that's fine. All right, so let me ask Ms. Commissioner Harris, any preliminary issues you want to bring to the attention of the board?
No, we are in the process of working through the draft and should have something over to Mr. Hague and Mr. Hurwitz soon.
And what about Mr. Rosella? Any preliminary matters you want to bring to the board?
Nothing beyond what's already been stated by the other participants.
And Mr. Ferris? Mr. Ferris?
Yes, I'm sorry, Chairman Donovan. I understand. We don't have any issues at this time.
All right. Now, okay, so this matter has been protested by the ANC, the Group of Five or More, and the DuPont Shaw Citizens Association. I just want to inform Mr. Rosilla that if a settlement agreement is, I'm just saying this procedurally, if a settlement agreement is reached between the ANC and the applicant, if you're not a part of it, then unfortunately your protest will fall. And just as a matter of law, just wanted to say that if you are not a part of it. If Mr. Ferris, however, is not a part of that settlement agreement, then we'll move forward with a hearing. If Mr. Ferris's organization is not a part of the settlement agreement, it's just that's how the law states. So the board cannot force the licensee to sign a settlement to make a group a part of a settlement agreement. So just as an FYI. Okay. All right. Since there are no procedural matters that should be brought to the attention of the board, this matter is scheduled for, if the matter is not settled, this matter will be scheduled for a protest hearing on November 17th, 2021 at 1:30 p.m. The board supports settlement agreements. Yeah, the board supports settlement agreements. We prefer if the parties settle the matter, because if the matter is settled, then at least we all know that this is your community and you have come to an agreement that is that's satisfactory to both the community and the licensee. If the board has to make a decision, then one side or the other is going to be happy and the other side is going to be upset. But if we have to make a decision, we will make it. But just want to let you know that we do, however, support having these matters settled if the parties can settle it. All right. So now that we've scheduled this matter for a protest hearing, there are a few things that I would like to instruct you about, because the board's practice under the public emergency has changed. As you know, the board's hearings are conducted virtually, so it is more important than ever that protest hearings are focused and addresses only those issues that are being protested. Following this hearing, you receive an email from our General Counsel's office that will include a copy of the protest information form and a copy of an exhibit form, as well as specific instructions for the hearing. You're required to complete and submit the protest information form, PIP, and exhibit form at least 7 days before the date of the hearing. If we do not receive a copy of your forms 7 days before the hearing, your application or your protest may be subject to dismissal. These documents not only need to be submitted to abra.legal.dc.gov, but to the opposing party as well. Please know that these documents greatly assist the board in narrowing the protest issues, facilitating the process, and keeping the parties on point during the hearing. Also, each side is limited to no more than 5 witnesses, and you will only have 60 minutes to present your case. This includes all direct and cross-examination of witnesses. The board does not intend to hear testimony on matters that are not relevant to those issues that are being protested, nor will the board tolerate repetitive testimony. Are there any questions by anyone? Hearing none, we thank you greatly for cooperation. If you have any questions leading up to the hearing, please do not hesitate to contact our legal office, and they will provide you whatever assistance that you require to walk you through the process. Thank you for your participation here today. The board supports settlements. If this matter cannot be settled, we will then see you for this protest hearing on November 17th, 2021 at 1:30 p.m. Well, thank you very much for your participation today. And if there are parties who are not a part of the other case, you can leave this call. And it's my understanding that some of the parties are the same for the following case. If it's the same parties, then you can state, but then I will call. So, all right. So let me call the next case in our calendar is case number 21 PRO 00066, The Alchemist, license number 118276. And I am not sure if there is anyone else. Are all the parties for this case, are we missing any party for this case, the Alchemist? Is someone supposed to be here who's not currently here? All right, so we'll start off with the attorney for the licensee.
Yes.
Can you
Good
please
afternoon again.
I'm sorry, sir. Please spell and state your name
Yeah.
for the record, please.
Yes, this is Eli Hurwitz, attorney for the applicant. It's spelled ELYHURWITZ.
Good morning, Mr. Hurwitz. Can we have the licensee please spell and state his name for the record, please?
Yes, sir. The name is Austin Haig. That's AUSTIN HAAG.
What's your position? What's your relationship to this case, sir?
Owner.
All right, thank you. Let's have the ANC.
This is Commissioner Sable Harris, S-A-B as in boy, E-L, Harris, and I am representing ANC 1B.
And the representative for the group of 5 or more.
Good morning. This is Brian Racilla, B-R-I-A-N. Last name Racilla, R-A-C-I-L-L-A.
And who do you represent, sir?
Representing the group of 5 or more protesters.
All right, thank you. Mr. Ferris?
Yes, representing the Shaw DuPont Citizens Alliance, this is Elwyn Ferris, ELWYN-FERRIS.
Good morning, Mr. Ferris. Good morning, everyone. You know, I just want to let everyone know that one of the reasons why I asked you to spell your names, and also I asked you to state your relationship to this case, it's everything. We have a court reporter, so everything has been transcribed. So therefore, once the transcription comes out, then if one reads it, then your name is spelled correctly, and once it's read, folks are easily identifiable. So that's one of the reasons why I go through this exercise, just to make sure that we have a clear record of who's participating. So if you think like, well, you know my name, you know who I am, it's because it's a separate case and it's going to be a separate transcript once this case is over. Okay, thank you. All right, so are there any preliminary matters that needs to be brought to the attention of the board? We can start with you, Mr. Hurwitz.
No, sir. Just generally speaking, we're trying to negotiate a voluntary agreement with the ANC and the community, and we look forward to receiving the proposed draft of that agreement as soon as possible so that we can proceed.
Thank you very much, Ms. Harris.
No, nothing further than we have a draft and we will be sending that soon.
Thank you, Mr. Rosella.
Nothing beyond what's already been said in the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ferris.
Yes, no, we are on board with the other parties and we have nothing further at this point.
All right, thank you. All right, then this matter then is scheduled for a protest hearing for November 17th at 1:30 p.m. I think that I I the agency believes that since it's the same, all the parties are the same, so those protest hearings are scheduled for the same time. But I'm hoping that based on what's stated, it appears that this matter will be settled. If it's not settled, we're going to have a very long afternoon on November 17th, 2021. But I'm fine with that. The board is fine with that because we're public servants and we're here to serve the public. So we will do whatever needs to be done. Since I just read the instructions for the protest hearing, do the parties wish for me to review the instructions again? What needs to be done prior to the hearing?
I'm okay with your previous description, sir.
Thank you. Everyone fine with that?
SDCA as well.
Well, thank you, everyone. Again, if you have any questions and concern, please reach out to our legal office and we will provide you with whatever assistance, if any, that either side requires to make this as smooth a process as possible. I want to again thank you for your participation today. Good luck with your discussions and negotiations. I hope the matter is settled, but if the matter is not settled, we will see you on November 17th, 2021 at 1:30 p.m. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Thank you.
All right. All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 21 PRO 00065, license number 118304. Ms. Andrews, can you elevate the rights of the parties in this case? And it's a significant amount of individuals, I was told.
Mr. Anderson, can you say the establishment name for me?
Butter Me Up.
Thank you.
Butter Me Up is this case. If there's anyone who's on the call for Butter Me Up, please identify yourself through the chat so you can be elevated, so your rights can be elevated.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I need to take away the rights for the parties in the previous case. Could you stand by?
Yes.
Right. Mr. Bianco, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Dwight Barbour, your rights have been elevated. Miss Elizabeth Bazilla, your rights have been elevated. Oh. Mr. Ferris, your rights have been elevated. Mr. or Miss Ray, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Cal Mahal, your rights have been elevated. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, are there anyone else who, if there are any other parties for this case, if please identify yourself through the chat so your rights will be elevated. All right, good morning, everyone. Let's start with the attorney representing the establishment. Mr. Bianco, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Sure. My name is Richard Bianco. Last name is spelled Bianco.
Who is the licensee for this case, Mr. Bianco? Is that person on the line?
He's not. He won't be appearing today.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's start then with the I'm sorry, hold on 1 minute.
Mr. Chair, we do have a call in that was notified through the chat. I think it's Miss Julian Sands, 206. I'm going to unmute your line, Miss Julian.
All right.
Mr. Julian, can you announce yourself,
Yes.
please? Can you hear me?
Yes, hi. My name is Mr. Julian Sands, Sannes.
Thank you.
And who are you, sir?
I'm a budding property owner, protestant. I'm a co-owner of apartment 104 at 1413 T Street Northwest with Joanne Kent, who's in transit from overseas from Berlin right now, so won't be able to attend.
No, I'm sorry. So you're saying that, so you are?
I'm a budding property owner at 1413 T Street.
All right, just hold on 1 minute. Mr. Sands, were you provided standing at the roll call? Oh, yes, I'm sorry, I apologize. Sorry, I see your name on this list. It's an extensive list. I just want to make sure that I have all the parties. All right, so we have Mr. Julian Sands. He's an abutting property owner. Let's have, who represents the ANC?
This is Kyle Mulhall, and I am a commissioner for ANC 2B.
Can you spell your name, sir?
First name is Kyle, K-Y-L-E. The last name is Mulhall, M-U-L-H-A-L-L.
And you're from ANC where, sir?
2B.
Thank you. Mr. Ferris, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, on behalf of SDCA, Elwin Ferris, ELWYN-FERRIS.
Thank you, Mr. Ferris. Do we have someone from the DCCA?
Yes, good morning. I'm Kenley Ray. My name is spelled K-E-N as in Nancy, L-E-E. Last name is Ray, R-A-Y.
Thank you, Ms. Ray. All right. Do we have someone who's representing the group of 45 individuals? of 43 individuals? Who's representing the group of 43 individuals?
Actually, Chair Anderson, there are two of us. This is once again Elwin Ferris. Should I spell it again?
No, that's fine, sir. And so, Mr. Ferris, is there another representative from the group of 43 or more?
Yes, Mr. Barber is the other designated representative.
So, Mr. Barber, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
So this is Dwight Barber. It is spelled D-W-I-G-H-T. Last name is Barber, B-A-R-B-O-U-R.
So, Mr. Barber, so you're also the designated representative for the group of 43, and are you also an abutting property owner, sir?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
And so can you also state your name again for the record and state that you are you're also an abutting property owner, please?
Absolutely. I'm an abutting property owner at 1413 T Street. My name is Dwight Barber, spelled D-W-I-G-H-T. Last name is Barber, B-A-R-B-O-U-R.
All right, fine. Now, do we have Miss Bazella? Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
My name is Elizabeth Bazilla, E-L-I-Z-A-B-E-T-H. Bazilla, B as in boy, E-Z-I-L-L-A, and I am an abutting property owner.
All right, Mr. Barber, do you also represent another group, sir?
I do. I have represented Mr. Sains in the past, as well as Joanne Kent.
Okay, all right, fine, thank you. All right, and let me see, I believe, hold on. All right, those are all the parties in the case. Have I missed anyone? I believe that's all the parties that are in the case. Sorry. All right. Are there any preliminary matters that needs to be brought to the attention of the board? We'll start with you, Mr. Bianco.
No.
And going through let me see, as far as the ANC is concerned, are there any preliminary matters that needs to be brought to the attention of the board?
Mr. Chair, I understand that the Shaw DuPont Citizen Association might be asking if the parties would all agree to request that the board give us more time to negotiate. I'm very optimistic that we'll reach agreement. I'm a little disappointed we haven't made more progress to date. And we're a little concerned that we may not have enough time if we're coming to a protest hearing in 4 weeks. But I'll defer to Mr. Ferris to explain more about that. It's his proposal, but the ANC would agree to that if the other parties were going to agree.
Well, I think the only thing I'll say, this is a new license, and by statute, we have to issue a decision by date certain. If the applicant agrees to, if the applicant is certain that there is going to be a settlement agreement, and if the applicant agrees to a postponement, the board would not stand in the way of a postponement. However, if the applicant does not agree, because again, this is a license, a new license, the board would be disinclined to provide an extension. The hearing is scheduled for November 3rd at 1:30 p.m. But if all parties, including the licensee, if they feel strong that they're about to sign a settlement agreement, and if all parties come with a joint motion and request that the board extend the timeline, the board would look at that favorably. But the board, I'll just say that the board would not look at an extension favorable, because if the licensee is not in favor, because it's an application for a new license. And the reason why I'm stating that there's a specific timeline for us to issue the decision And since this is a new business, they're not in business. So we'd be preventing them from operating. If this was for a renewal of a new license, I'm sorry, renewal of a license, then the board would be inclined, even if all both parties are not in agreement, good cause, the board would be inclined to consider that. So I just want to put that out on the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand that. I'll defer to Mr. Ferris if he would like to explain a little bit more about the thought behind that. And we did understand that we'd have to have agreement among all the parties. So thank you for that, Mr. Chairman.
As I said before, the parties can decide to, all the abutting property owners have their individual standing. So if there is an agreement between the ANC and the licensee, then the groups will fall. So the group of 43 individuals, that would fall. But all the other, we would still move forward with a hearing because all the other groups, they have individual standing. So, and all the abutting property owners have individual standing. And that's one of the reasons why I asked all the parties to state what their specific positions are, because depending on what happens, if, say, for example, if the abutting property owner doesn't agree with a joint settlement, we're moving forward. If the SDCA doesn't agree or PCA doesn't agree, so it helps if all the parties hopefully could agree to and come to an agreement, and of course the board will look favorably on that. And I said before, Mr. Bianco, on behalf of the licensee, if he agrees if he agrees to a joint continuance, the board would consider that favorably.
Chairman Anderson?
Who's speaking, please?
This is Elwin Ferris speaking.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I guess, given what you have said, I mean, we did have, we thought, substantive reasons for requesting a continuance. One of them being that we yet haven't had a single meeting with the applicant. We've had no meetings and no response from the applicant to our request for a meeting. And that we have several other reasons why we have wanted to request a continuance. But given what you have said, wouldn't the first order of business then be to simply find out from Mr. Bianco if he's open to a continuance to give us more time to negotiate, to see if he would be amenable to that, and then we can go from there?
Well, one of the things that I'll say, Mr. Ferris, I mean, I'm not going to discuss that here. So offline, the parties can contact Mr. Bianco and make a determination if this is what's going to occur. But so my job is, I'm not going to put Mr. Bianco on the spot here to say, do you want to issue, are you going to agree to a continuance? So once this case is over, the parties can continue, they can talk. And if the parties agree to, the parties can jointly file a motion to the board requesting a continuance. Again, as I stated, the other side can also, even if Mr. Bianco does not agree to it, the other side can request a continuance. But all I'm stating, the board is, because it's a new license, the board has a specific deadline when we have to issue a decision. So if we're going to grant a continuance, we have to make sure that we comply with our timeline. So I'm not saying that we're not going to grant it. It's just that factually we have a specific timeline that a decision must be issued. And so we cannot violate our own timeline unless the applicant agrees to us extending that timeline. That's all I'm stating. Okay.
If you would indulge me for one more minute, Chairman Anderson, in regards to the timeline, the average timeline that you're speaking about, SDCA has received multiple placard notices over the recent months, and we have noticed a vast difference in the amount of time that's given to negotiate with each of these applicants. We have timelines that have provided more than 10 months between the roll call and the protest hearing, some 9 months, and we find that Butter Me Up was only allotted 7 months between the roll call hearing and the protest hearing. And that's a substantially condensed amount of time relative to a number of other applications we've received, as I mentioned, that had as much as 10 months. I'm sorry, 10 weeks. I'm sorry, 10 weeks. I meant weeks, not months. So that's what the problem has been. There's just, we haven't had anywhere near the amount of time that we've had like for Elements and Alchemist. And the other applications we voted not to take any action on, but yet there was a 9-week time frame. But with Butter Me Up, we've only had 7 weeks.
And that's why I stated, because this is an application for a new license, it is a shorter timeline. That's why. So the previous establishments that I know you were with, the previous 2 hearings that we just had this morning that you were party to, these were renewal applications. So therefore, giving you more time to negotiate, continuing the case, the licensee is not impacted because they are operating. So they are, while this case is continued, they are operating. But in this particular case, remember, the licensee is not operating. And so therefore, the licensee would have to agree to a continuance because, as I stated, we have a specific timeline when we have to issue a decision, and we can only extend that timeline if the licensee agrees to extend that timeline. If not, we have to, by law, we have to move forward with the timeline that was established for a new license. So that's why, that's the difference. The other establishments, as I stated before, were renewals.
Yeah, I do appreciate that, Chairman Anderson, but the Alchemist and the Elements are new applications, just as Butter Me Up. They weren't renewals. And the other 2 that we received for District Alley and for Salazar, those are brand new applications as well, for which they had 10 weeks, more than 10 weeks.
Well,
So,
I stand corrected. The 2 cases were applicants were to renew. Well, I'm sorry, renew for a new license. Off the top of my head, I don't know the deadlines. I don't know the timelines that you just stated, but as stated, we have to issue a decision. We have to issue a decision within a specific timeline for up. The reason why you had a different, a longer period of time is because those 2 establishments, they were posted much earlier than this other establishment. And if people see me looking at my phone, I'll explain this to you. Normally, when we operate in person, we have the legal office, the legal staff is sitting behind me. So I can always look to and whatever information I don't have, someone from the legal office is providing me that information. But because these hearings are now virtual, I have to be, when questions are posed, I have to be looking at my phone so I can get an answer from the agency. So I just wanted people to know that's why you always see me looking down, because I don't know all the answers. I'm here at home, as we all are at home. I don't know all the answers. I have some limited information in front of me, so I always have to look around to make sure that when questions are being asked, that the agency is providing me the answer, so I can provide you with an answer that's appropriate to your question if I don't know that. Okay, but I just want to state that to all the parties. But in your response, so I stand corrected. Yes, the other 2 establishments were also new licenses. However, they were posted prior to this establishment, and so that's one of the reasons they have more time. But as I stated before, I know Mr. Bianca is not. He is an attorney who's been practicing this area law for several years. I know he's not a potted plant, and so although he has not said much here today, but as I stated before, I am not going to ask him on the record whether or not he's going to agree to a continuance. That's something that the parties offline can discuss and agree to. But I just want to state that, because it's a new license, there is a specific timeline that the board has to issue a decision. Anything if you want to say, Mr. Ferris, I'm gonna give Mr. Bianco an opportunity to speak if he so desire. Nothing? All right. Anything else, any other procedural matters that the other sides want to bring to the attention? And then I'll have Mr. Bianco, he'll have the last word on this discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would, this is the first I'm hearing of anything about a continuance. So I will say this in response to that being raised for the first time. We did have a mediation in this case just last week. I like the progress that we made. We're not there yet. I've had a written proposal to the protestants for a number of weeks. They're looking at it. I understand there's a lot of them. They will respond in due course, I'm sure, based on where we are at the time they respond. If we're close, I very well may agree to a continuance. I'm just not in a position at this point to be able to say yes, no. So I'm going to go with maybe for right now.
Good. So at least we're now on the same page. The licensee has spoken, so at least now the protestants, they are aware that the licensee is open to the possibility, depending where they are in their negotiation. And as stated, this board supports settlement agreements. So if the parties jointly make a joint motion to the board to state, we are going to settle this matter, so continue this case, the board will look favorable on that, because we support. We will do whatever that we need to do to support parties reaching settlement agreements. Not that we don't want to make this decision, but at the end of the day, especially since we have abutting property owners, they have to live with this establishment next to them. So we're hoping that if this matter can be settled, that the parties can agree to terms that at the end of the day, everyone is happy. And that's why we support settlement agreements.
Thank you, Chairman Anderson. I would like to just state
Yes,
for the record.
hold on, Mr. Ferris, and to all the parties, because this has been, we have a court reporter. Each time you speak, please identify yourself. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Ferris.
Thank you very much. This is Will Ferris on behalf of SDCA. I do want to just say for the record, I misunderstood. I may have misunderstood what Mr. Bianco said, but I just wanted to say for the record, SDCA has not been in receipt of any draft agreement to this date. So that has been a little problematic for us to try to negotiate when we don't have a draft agreement. So I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
All right, well,
This is
I'm sorry, who's speaking, please?
Elizabeth Bazilla. I have not seen a proposal yet either, and I abut the property.
All right, Mr. Bianco, he's aware of all the parties. And so, Mr. Barber, you want to make a statement?
I have not received anything either.
All right.
As a budding property owner, this is Dwight Barber.
Okay, thank you. Well, Mr. Bianco, based on his representation, he will ensure that if there is some agreement, some proposal out there, that all parties will have access to it, because he knows who the parties are. So I have confidence that Mr. Bianco will provide, if there is a draft proposal, that and Mr. Bianco is aware that in order for this matter to be settled, that all the abutting property owners have to agree. So he's aware that if this matter is not going to a hearing, he has to satisfy each and every abutting property owner. He has to satisfy the SDCA. He has to satisfy the DCCA, and he has to satisfy the ANC, because because all of those parties have individual standing. If all of those parties are not satisfied, we are going to a protest hearing. So he's aware. So if there's any inkling that there's a settlement agreement or any type of proposal, I have confidence that he will make sure that all parties have it. And if for us not to move forward, all parties would have to agree. Okay? Any other questions, concerns? As I stated before, this matter is scheduled for protest hearing on November, I'm sorry. This matter is scheduled for protest hearing on November 3rd at 1:30 p.m. Is everyone everyone's aware of that? Is that correct? And the instructions, then let me read the instructions. So now that we've scheduled this case, so let me read the instructions of this case. So for a protest hearing, now that we've scheduled this matter for a protest hearing, there are a few things that I would like to instruct you about because the board's practice under the public emergency has changed. As you know, the board's hearings are conducted virtually, so it's more important than ever that protest hearings are focused and addresses only those issues that have been protested. Following this hearing, you will receive an email from the General Counsel's office that will include a copy of the protest information form, a copy of the exhibit form, as well as specific instructions for the hearing. You are required to complete and submit the protest information form, PIP, and exhibit form at least 7 days before the date of the hearing. If we do not receive a copy of your form 7 days before the hearing, your application or your protest may be subject to dismissal. These documents not only need to be submitted to our legal, but to the opposing parties as well. Please know that these documents greatly assist the board in narrowing the protest issues, facilitating the process, and keeping the parties on point during the hearing. Each side is limited to no more than 5 witnesses, and you will only have 60 minutes to present your case. I know that there are a lot of protestants in this case. So each side would have, if each side wanted to move forward to present their case, each side would have an hour and each side would have 5 witnesses. But I would hope that there are issues that are general to each side. So I'm hoping that if we were to go to a protest hearing, that the parties would maybe find some way where we can limit, so we do not have 7 different, so we do not have one, I'm sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, yeah, I was correct. 7 different cases going on. That means that each side would have 7 hours for presentation. So I'm hoping that if this matter goes to a protest hearing, that the folks that there, I would hope that I can't force you to do that, but I would hope that maybe there can be a designated representative that represents, that if there are common issues, that represents the side rather than have 7 different cases being presented. But I can only suggest that. I can't tell you that you must do that, because as an abutting property owner, each side has its individual standing to move forward to the hearing. But I said before, if we're moving forward with the hearing, I would hope that the parties will be able to come to some agreement how they wish to present the case. Any questions? All right, hearing none. We thank you greatly for your cooperation. If you have any questions at any time leading up to the hearing, please do not hesitate to contact our legal office, and they will provide you whatever assistance that can be provided. I wish you success in your negotiations, and I have every confidence in mind that if there is a draft settlement agreement, that Mr. Bianca will share it with everyone. So I'll leave it at that. Have a great day, and thank you very much for your participation today. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. The next case in our calendar is a protest hearing, case number 21 PRO 0000030, Capitol View Market, license number 76250. Ms. Andrews, can you elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Sure, stand by. Mr. or Ms. Mengesha, your rights have been elevated. Mr. Holmes, your rights have been elevated. Investigator Murray, your rights have been elevated. That's all, Mr. Chair. Oh, so we have someone, Mr. Vince Van. I'm going to elevate your right. Mr. Van, do you belong to this case?
Yes, I am a 7CO3 commissioner.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. Holmes, I hope you're not driving, sir.
Yes, I am.
Can you please pull over? I do not want to be responsible for anything that's going on. So can you please, I know that this is going to be short procedure, but can you please pull over and so we can participate in this hearing, sir?
I'm 1 minute away. I'm about to pull over.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. All right. I would like, for this case, I would like the parties to introduce themselves for the record, and let's start with the licensee. Who's the licensee? Mr. Mengesha?
Mr. Chair, it's Mr. Mengesha. I've unmuted his line.
Mr. Mengesha? Mr. Mengesha? Mr. Mengesha? Mr. Mengesha, please, can you identify yourself for the record? Ms. Andrews, do you know, I see that he's on my screen. Do you have any idea, is his line on, are you able to unmute his line if it's not?
I have unmuted, his microphone is open. He hasn't communicated to me that he's had any technical difficulties. Not sure what is happening on his end.
Mr. Mengesha? All right, Mr. Holmes. Mr. Holmes.
How you doing, Mr. Anderson? I could speak for. Okay.
Yeah, all right. Okay, Mr. Van. That's Mr.
Yeah.
Van.
Yeah.
State your name for the record, please.
Commissioner Vince Van 7C03.
All right, so who wants to speak? You or Mr. I see now Mr. Holmes. Do you want to speak or Mr. Holmes want to speak? Who wants to speak?
I see Mr. Holmes. I'll speak. It's fine. So
go ahead, Mr. Van.
Just wanted to inform everyone, under the leadership of our Chairman Holmes, the 7C, we were able to come up with a settlement agreement that was sent out early this morning to everyone, including Amber as well, between 7C and Capital View Markets.
All right, and that it's my understanding. So you're saying that the settlement agreement was provided to the agency this morning, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. I see that it appears that Mr. Mengesha is having some technical difficulties. although this is a protest hearing, but it's my understanding that through our legal office that we are in receipt of a signed settlement agreement. So because we're in receipt of the signed settlement agreement, I'm going to make a motion that we cancel this case because the settlement agreement has been provided to the board for its consideration.
Ms. Crockett seconds.
All right. All those in favor are, I'm sorry, Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. I just want a record to reflect that the owner, I'll spell his first name, Fikremariam. The last name is Mengesha. He's on my screen, but for whatever reason, he's not saying anything. We have the Abra investigator. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, ma'am?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Chanel Murray. I'm an investigator for the Alcohol Board.
Spell your name, please.
SHANELLMURRAY.
Thank you, Ms. Murray. Mr. Holmes, you never, can you please spell and state your name for the record if you're still there, sir? And it's Antawan. The last name is Holmes. He is it's my understanding, is the chair. Mr. Van, he's the chairman of what organization?
ANC7C.
He's the chairman of ANC7C. So therefore, we will cancel this hearing because a settlement agreement was provided to the board this morning for its consideration. So I will cancel the hearing. Thank you for appearing this morning and have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. That's the end of our morning calendar. So what I will, since the end of our morning calendar, since I have some time, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go through the calendar for Thursday, October 17th, 2021. The first case on our calendar for Thursday, October 17th, 2021, it's case number 21 PRO00043, Joe Kaplan Liquors, license number 60351. This case is continued to November 4th, 2021 at 10 a.m. at the request of the applicant with their consent of the, protestant. The second case that's on our calendar for Thursday, October 7th, 2021 is a protest hearing, case number 21 PRO00053, Food 7 Store, license number 108479. This case has been canceled due to the approval of a settlement agreement. See board order number 2021-516. Let's now do our legal agenda. The first case in our legal agenda is a review of a settlement agreement dated September 26, 2021 between Advisory Commission 6A and The Corner Store, license number 118839. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett and Mr. Grandis second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter is a review of a settlement agreement dated July 13th, 2021 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6B and Kaju Ramen Bar, license number 118566. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter on our number 3 on our legal agenda is a review of a request to intervene in matters before the board concerning Champion Kitchen. The request has been made. Champion Kitchen is license number 103055. The request is made by I believe it's from the Shepherd Park Citizens Association. I believe that's who made the request. And I make a motion that we deny, pursuant to our established policies. This is a show cause hearing regarding Champion Kitchen. This Citizens Association is not a party to this case, so therefore I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter in our number 4 on our legal agenda is a review of an offer in compromise in North hearing. This is regarding Bouille Monger Restaurant license number 102904. And the offer in compromises. The charge is charge 1, failure to comply with mayor's order and board's emergency rulemaking, statutory authority 23 DCMR section 810.2. The fine is a fine of $1,000 payable within 120 days, or its license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. I therefore make a motion that the board approves this offer in compromise. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter, number 5 on our legal agenda, a review of a request to extend payment deadline in case number 20 CMP 00017, which is board order number 2021-257. This is Madrid Restaurant, license number 60806. I make a motion that the board grant a 60-day extension to the licensee to pay the fine. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I disagree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-1 with Mr. Grandis in disagreement. And I would like to make the licensee aware that the board is granting an extension because of his request that because of the COVID-19, his business has been impacted significantly. However, the board will not grant any further extension of this fine. All right. The next request, number 6 on our legal agenda, is a review of the Metropolitan Department's reimbursable detailed subsidy program hours of eligibility, notice of fourth emergency, and proposed rulemaking. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our licensing agenda. The first matter on the licensing agenda is a review application for safekeeping of license. This is for City Tap House, license number 106537. I make a motion to approve this request for March 31st, 2022. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter on our number 2 on our licensing agenda is a review request to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Sangria Cafe, license number 090781. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2022. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett, I disagree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-1 with Ms. Crockett in disagreement. The next matter, number 3 on our agenda, license agenda, is review request to extend safekeeping of license. This is Rhino Investments LLC, license number 099467. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis can second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter, number 4 on our licensing agenda, is a review request to extend safekeeping of license. This is Rodman's Discount Spirits, license number 108215. I make a motion that we have a fact-finding hearing. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter is review request to extend safekeeping of license. This is Le Grand Restaurant, license number 109012. I make a motion that we refer this matter back to licensing. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next request, number 6 on our legal license agenda, is a review request to extend safekeeping of license due to recently submitted and approved transfer. This is for Raw Irish Pub, license number 092168. I make a motion that we approve this request. That we approve this request through March 31st, 2022. Is there a second?
Ed
Crockett,
Grandis.
seconds.
Ms. Crockett and Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 7 on our licensing agenda, the review request to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Cacha Chicos Restaurant, license number 095465. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2022. Is there a second?
Crockett, seconds.
Ms. Crockett and Mr. Grandis have seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next request, number 8 on our license agenda, is a review request to extend safekeeping of license. This is St. Arnold's Muscle Bar, Cleveland Park, license number 088441. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2022. Is there a second?
Crockett, seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 9 on our licensing agenda is a review request to extend safekeeping of license. This is Seduxo Management, Seduxo Management Inc., license number 094323. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2022. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 10 on the license agenda is a review request to extend safety on license. This is for to be determined, formerly Kyle LLC, license number 117182. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2022. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett and Mr. Grandis have seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 11 on our licensing agenda is a review request to extend safekeeping of license. This is for to be determined, formerly JG 2325 18th Street LLC, license number 116507. I make a motion that we approve this request through March 31st, 2022. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 12 on the license agenda is a review application for a class change from retailer B to retailer A liquor store. This is for Hillview Market, license number 119160. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 13 on our licensing agenda is a review application for a change of hours to change alcohol beverage sales hours. The request has been made by Davis Market, license number 060094. The new hours for service and for sale and service of alcohol will be Sunday through Saturday from 6 a.m. to 1 a.m., which is the time that the law provides for this type of establishment. That I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 14 on our licensing agenda is a review agricultural floor plan for a new Class B full-service grocery store. This is for Union Kitchen, license number 118692. I make a motion that this be placard. This is there a second.
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 15 on our agenda is a review application for a new CX multi-purpose facility. This is from Alamo Draft House Cinema, license number 119584. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett is second. The motion will now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 16 on our agenda is a review application to add the carry out and delivery endorsement to the license. This is for Copacabana, license number 117305. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett, a second. The motion will now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 17, review request to remove the carry out and delivery endorsements from the license. This is for Eats Place, license number 092701. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis, a second.
Mr. Grandis, a second. The motion will now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 18, review request to remove carryout and delivery endorsement from the license. This is Donna Yu, license number 115150. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis for second.
Mr. Grandis, a second. The motion will now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Mr. Grandis. I'm sorry, Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 19, review application for transfer of location for DC Finest to 6500 Chilham Place Northwest. DC Finest Cannabis Cultivation Center, license number 117367. This is just an FYI to the board. Number 20 on our license agenda is a review request to expand the size of the premises via a construction project at the license address. This is Fido Cultivation, license number 117374. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Grandis says second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. On the motion, Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis agrees.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our supplemental license agenda. The first matter of supplemental license agenda is a review application for stipulated license with letter of ANC support. This is for Union Kitchen, license number 118691. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2 on our supplemental license agenda is a review application for stipulated license with letter of ANC support to operate a new ABC establishment. This is Union Kitchen, license number 118692. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3 on our supplemental license agenda is a review architectural floor plans for new Class B full service grocery store license. This is for Foxtrot license number 119161. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 4 on a supplemental license agenda is a review request for an off-site storage permit endorsement to store unopened alcoholic beverage inventory off-site at 2625 Ewart Street Northeast, Unit A. So this is from Justin's House of Bourbon, license number 116888. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Crockett, second.
Ms. Crockett, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our cancellation agenda. The ABC Board will cancel the following license for the reasons outlined below. The first establishment is Wicked Bloom Social Club, license number 099450. The licensee requests cancellation. The second establishment is Wicked Bloom Caterer, license number 103208. The licensee requests cancellation. I make a motion that ABC Board cancels the license on our cancellation agenda as requested by the licensee. Is there a second?
Yes, Ed Grandis.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. All right. We now are at the board's temporary license and one day substantial change docket. On this docket, there are 20 licensees, 20 requests. I'm going to read all 20 requests. I'll give the name, the type of license that was requested, the event and the license number, and at the end of the at the end of the list, I'll make a motion that ABC Board grants this request. So the first request is a request from Imo Aseki Otu. It's spelled IMOH, the first name. The last name is EKASI-OTU. This is a one-day license class F. This is for wedding on November 5th, 2021. The license number is 119494 and it's 100 attendees. The second request, a request made by Lana W. Mahmoud. This is a one-day license class F. This is for a live event performance on October 7th, 2021 and October 8th, 2022. 350 individuals. The license number is 119649. Number 3, another request from Lana W. Mahmoud. It's a one-day license class F. This is the event Capital Turnaround. This is October 16th, 2021. 350 individuals. The license number is 119650. Number 4, another request from Lana W. Mahmoud. It's a one-day license class F. Live comedy this is October 17th and October 18th, 2021. 800 attendees. License number is 119651. Number 5, another request from Lana W. Mahmoud. It's a one-day license class F. It's a concert live music performance. This is on October 21st, 2021. 350 attendees. License number is 119652. Number 6 is another request from Lana W. Mahmoud. It's a one-day license class F live comedy, October 29th, 2021. License number is 119653. This is for 800 attendees. Number 7, a request from Tisha A. Sinclair. This is a one-day license class F birthday party on October 31st. I'm sorry, on October 30th, 2021. 75 attendees. License number is 119654. Number 8 on the list is a request from Theodore J. Hadji Michael. It's a one-day license class G. This is for a wedding on October 9th, 2021. The license number is 119601, 120 attendees. Number 9, a request from Daniel E. Kramer, a one-day license class G. This is a wine tasting event. This is October 16th, 2021. The license number is 119617 there for 500 attendees. Number 10 on the list is a request from Stefan K. Alexander, a one-day license class G, birthday party with DJ entertainment. This is on October 8th, 2021. The license number is 119643. This is 100 attendees. Number 11 on the list is a request from Jesse B. Roush. It's a one-day license class G. This is for Metro Bar. This is on October 20th, 2021. The license number is 119644, 150 attendees. Number 12 on the list, a request from Jesse B. Rouse. It's a one-day license class G, hosting neighborhood event as introduction to the community. This is on October 28th, October 29th, October 30th, and October 31st, 2021. The license number is 119645 with 120 attendees. Number 13 on the list, another request from Jesse B. Rouse. It's a one-day license class G, hosting neighborhood event and as introduction to the community. This is on November 11th, so November 12th, November 13th, November 14th, 2021. 150 attendees. The license number is 119646. Number 14, another request from Jesse B. Rouse, a one-day license class G, hosting neighborhood event as an introduction to the community. The date of the event is November 18th, November 19th, November 20th, November 21st, 2021. The license number is 119647, 150 attendees. The number 15 on the list is another request from Jesse B. Roush, a one-day license class G, hosting a neighborhood event as an introduction to the community. This is for November 26th, November 27th, November 28th, 2021. All of these events are outside, and the license number is 119648 with 150 attendees. Number 16 is a request from Kathy Stewart, a one-day license class G, annual gala. This is on October 16th, 2021. 250 attendees. License number is 119658. Number 17, the request from Foster G. Geddes, a one-day license class G, fundraising event for the nonprofit organization. This is a date change. It was previously approved on September 22nd, and also requested a class change from a class F to a class G. So the new date is October 19th, 2021. The license number is 119664 with 40 attendees. Number 18 on the list is a request from Modern Liquors. It's a one-day substantial change. So one-day substantial change, use off premises for DC Wine Festival at Union Market Dock 5. This is on October 16th. The license number for Modern Liquors is 084387. The substantial change licenses is 21 SC 00827. Number 19 on the list is a request from Good Bar Crawls. It's a pub crawl by Good Bar Crawls. This is for November 13th, 2021. On 950 participants, the license number It's 112754 and its substantial change license number is 21SC 00799. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board grants these requests. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett, second.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our licensing administrative docket. There are 14 licensees on our licensing administrative docket. I will read the name of the applicant. I will read the name, the type of establishment they are, and I will read the changes that's been requested. And at the end of the list, I will ask that the ABC Board approve the changes. So the first request, a request made by Install Caterers. Their license number is 102371. Of course, they're a caterer. This is a corporate name change application. The new name is Lamha, Lamaha Hospitality LLC. The next request, a request made number 2, is a request from Cash Bar Cafe, license number 74333. They are Retailer C Restaurant. It's a trade name change application. The new name is Newish Restaurant and 280 Restaurant. Number 3 on the list is a request from Sign of the Whale, license number 116058. They are Retailer C Tavern. This is for a request for entertainment endorsement application, adding dance and cover charge. Number 4 on the list is a request from Capital Yacht Club, license number 00132. Their Retailer CX Club. This is a change of officer application to add Matthew R. Colip as Commodore. Number 5 on the list, a request from Prathers on the Alley, license number 108886. They're a Retailer C Restaurant. Class change application from a CR to a CT. Next request, a request from Ellie, license number 103087. They're Retailer C Tavern. This is a letter to request to expand the adjacent property at 3219 Mount Pleasant Street Northwest and adding additional 62 seats and increasing total load from 98 to 148. Number 7 on the list is a request from Paradise SV LLC. For Pizzeria Paradiso, license number 109295. They are a Retailer C Restaurant. This is an ownership change application. Number 8 on the list, a request from Weezer Pizza Express, license number 118570. They're a Retailer C Restaurant. It's a new ABC license application. Number 9 on the list, a request from Hotel Washington, license number 119246. They're a Retailer C Hotel Transfer with Sale application. Number 10 on the list, a request from Courtyard Washington, Capitol Hill Navy Yard, license number 118660. They are Retailer B 25%, new ABC license application. Number 11 on the list, a request from Peace Market. They are Retailer B. This is a new, their license number is 118856. They are Retailer B, new ABC license application. Number 12 is a request from R&L Bubbles, license number 118815. They are Retailer B Internet. This is a new ABC license application. Number 13 on the list, a request from Slipstream, license number 118577. They are Retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. And number 14 on the list, a request from Pajur Ramen Bar, license number 118566. Their Retailer C Tavern. This is for a new ABC license application. And therefore make a motion that ABC Board grants the requests that were just read in the record. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett, seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson. I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We are at the end of our morning business. I would like to thank the public and our board members for their active participation in our morning agenda. The board will now be in recess until our 1:30 afternoon hearing. I now direct all board members to return to executive session for further development. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. We're back in the record. All right. Before we call our first case this afternoon, I want to continue. This morning I did, prior to going on our lunch break this morning, I did the board's temporary 1-day and license substantial change docket. There were 19 cases on that docket. There are 19 cases on that docket. However, there was an additional case on the docket that I need to add. And the number 20 on the board's temporary and 1-day substantial change docket, it's a request from Helen L. Cubane. This is for 1-day license class F. This is for wedding on October 17th, 2021. The license number is 119689, and it is 90 attendees. So therefore, I make a motion that the ABC board grants this event, grant the license for this event. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett, I second the motion. I'll make a roll call. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Ed Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson agrees. The matter passed 6-0. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC board. And as I need to just make some clarifications or clear the record for the public who are joining us for the first time this afternoon. As you hear, there are 6 board members. They all identified themselves earlier. I'm Donovan Anderson, I'm chairman of the board. The board has 6 members, so therefore we have a quorum this afternoon. Before we get underway with the hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of this hearings is understood by everyone. There are 2 cases on our calendar, but there's actually just one actual case. And if you're once the case is called, I will ask our IT specialist to elevate the rights of each party in the case. And a party in the case is that I will have the representative, I'll have the licensee, and I'll have the protestants. They will identify to me who the parties are. If the representative for the licensee and the representative for the protestants, if they do not inform me that anyone is not, if they do not identify specifically who the parties are or who they intend to call in this case, your rights will not be elevated. So therefore, your rights will not be elevated for you to participate. You will just be a member of the general public. So this is not the ABC board making this determination. It is the representative of the licensee and the representative of the protestants. They're the ones who are informing us who are the parties in this case. And once they have informed us, I will ask our IT specialist to elevate that person's right. Now, if you have any questions or you require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature or email simone.andrews@dc.gov. Now let's turn to our afternoon calendar. The first case in our afternoon calendar is case number 21 PRO 00060, his and hers, license number 118224. This hearing was withdrawn. See board order number 2021-493. The next case in our calendar, it's case number, hold on a minute. Yes, I am correct. The next case in our calendar is case number 21, PRO 00056, to be determined, license number 118143. This case has been continued to October 21st, 2021 at 1:30 p.m. at the request of the ANC with the consent of the applicant. The next case on our calendar is case number 21 PRO 00040, Sylvia's Liquor, license number 104 104-606. This is an application to renew the license. Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee, and I'm sorry, you have a Korean interpreter, the licensee's representative. There are two licensees. The protestant, which is ANC, which is the ANC 5D, and it's my understanding that the protestant, and yes, so the two attorneys for the protestant and also the ANC 5D representative. Those are the folks and also along with the investigator. Please elevate those rights. Once the licensee and the protestants are online, they will let me know who their witnesses are, and then I will direct you to elevate those additional rights.
Sure, stand by. Ms. Johannes, your rights have been elevated. Ms. Moore, your rights have been elevated. And I do see Investigator Dantzler online, but I'm unable to elevate her rights. Investigator Dantzler, I need you to sign out and sign back in. And once you sign back in, I'll immediately elevate your rights, okay? Mr. or Ms. Na, your rights have been elevated. Ms. Kim, your rights have been elevated.
And you should find the attorneys for
Oh, Ms. Gibbs, your rights have been elevated.
there's another attorney. I forget his name at the moment.
Okay, let me look at my
Ms. Gibbs, who's your colleague?
Ronald Dixon.
Okay.
Mr. Dixon.
Mr. Dixon, your rights have been elevated. That's all, Mr. Chair, for now.
Thank you. Did we find the investigator?
Yes, she was logged in. She was on time, but I could not elevate her rights, so I just instructed her to log out and log back in.
No, I know that. So I was just asking, has she logged back in?
Not yet.
All right. Miss Kim,
Yes.
can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or I'm sorry. Do you swear or affirm that you will faithfully interpret these proceedings from English to Korean and from Korean to English to the best of your abilities?
I do.
All right, Miss Kim, it's my understanding of the procedural matter that you had stated that you had a timeline at 4:30, ma'am.
Yes, I apologize for the misunderstanding. I was booked I was scheduled only through 4:30 today. So unfortunately, I would have to leave at 4:30 for another meeting.
All right, well, ma'am, hopefully that you have cleared this with your supervisor, with your company, because we're having this hearing today, and this hearing cannot move forward without an interpreter. So I do not want it. I'm not going to end the hearing at 4:30 because the interpreter has to leave at 4:30. So I would hope that if you need to, I know that if you need to inform your company, so they will have another person in place at 4:30 because that has to occur. But I think that the agency is trying to work on that at the same time too.
Could I send an email to my company right now?
You can do what you need to do, ma'am, but I'm just saying that the licensee has requested an interpreter, and so the only way we can move forward past 4:30 without an interpreter is if the licensee states that they do not require one. And is that the position of your client, Ms. Johannes?
Yes, it is.
All right.
Oh, I could not. Okay. Ms. Johannes, what was your reply?
She said that her client needs interpretation service past 4:30, ma'am.
I think they, okay, let me send an email to my company so that they can work on finding another person then.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Let me know when you're done sending the email so I can have everyone introduce themselves for the record.
Yes, thank you.
Are you ready, ma'am?
Yes, I just sent an email. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just waiting when you send the email, then we'll start. So I'm just waiting for you to let me know when you're ready.
Yes, I am ready.
All right, thank you. Ms. Dance, all right. All right. So I would like the parties to, all right, and also, ma'am, what I would like you to do is once the hearing starts, I need you to interpret everything that's stated for all the parties. So I will also remind everyone that this matter is being interpreted. So therefore, in your statements, I would like you to give short statements so the interpreter is able to translate, and so we can continue. I know it's going to take out some more time because of the interpretation, but I just want to make sure that everyone is aware of that in the statements that are being made. All right, so.
예, 그러면은 저희가 시작을 하도록 할 거고요. 그리고 통역사께서는 지금부터 전부 다 통역해 주시기를 바라시고요. 그리고 저희가 통역사를 쓰기 때문에 여러분들께서도 말씀하실 때는 되도록이면은 짧게 잘라서 말씀을 해 주시고요. 그렇게 해야 통역사가 통역을 다 할 수가 있고 그리고 저희가 통역사를 쓰기 때문에 시간이 평소보다 조금 더 걸릴 예정입니다.
All right, Miss Johannes, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
요하네스 씨, 그러면은 기록을 위해서 이름과 철자를 말씀해 주십시오.
Yes, good afternoon. Sidon Johannes on behalf of the licensees, and that is SIDON YOHANNES.
네, 제 이름은 시던 요하네스이고요. 저는 피허가자를 대리를 하고 있고 철자는 SIDON YOHANNES입니다.
And I would like the licensees to spell and state their name for the record, please.
그리고 허가 소유자께서도 성함을 말씀을 해 주시고요. 그리고 철자를 말씀을 해 주세요.
Hi, my name is Nam Young Jung. Spelling is NAMYOUNGNJOUNG.
My name is Haejung-na, HYEJUNGNA.
And just for the record, can you both state what your relationship is to this case?
그러면은 두 분 다 기록을 위해서 이 사건에 어떤 관계가 있는지 말씀을 해 주시겠습니까?
예, 저는 이 가게 오너입니다.
I am the owner of this store.
저는 가게에 세크레터리로 등록이 되어 있고 오너의 와이프입니다.
And I am the owner's wife and also enrolled as a secretary.
All right, thank you. Miss Gibbs.
Miss Gibbs.
Good afternoon, Madison Gibbs, co-counsel for ANC 5D. Madison MADISON, Gibbs GIBBS.
네, 저는 ANC5D의 공동 대리인이고요. 매드슨은 MADDISON, 깁스는 GIBBS입니다.
Mr. Dixon.
딕슨 씨?
Good afternoon, Chairman Anderson, members of the board and parties. This is Ronald Dixon, RONALD DIXON, co-counsel with Ms. Madison Gibbs for the protestant. That's ANC 5D, and we're ready to make representations when the board is ready. Thank you.
예, 안녕하십니까 여러분 모두. 제 이름은 로널드 딕슨이고요. 로널드는 RONALD 딕슨 DIXON이고 매디슨 깁스 씨와 같이 여기 지금 항의자 쪽을 공동 대리를 하고 있고 5D가 되겠습니다. 그래서 오늘 심리가 시작되면은 저희는 대리를 할 준비가 되었습니다.
Ms. Moore, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship?
미스 모어스께서는 이름을 말씀해 주시고 그리고 이 사건에 어떤 관계가 있는지 말씀을 해 주십시오.
My name is Commissioner Sadell Moore. I'm the chairperson of ANC 5D. My name is spelled SYDELLEMOORE.
안녕하십니까. 저는 시델 모어이고요. SYDELLEMOORE이고 ANC 5D의 체어맨으로 일하고 있습니다. 그리고 커미셔너입니다.
Ms. Dantzler, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
댄슬 씨 말씀해 주세요.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Felicia Dantzler.
F like Frank, ELICIA, D like David, AN, T like time, Z like zebra, LER, lead investigator.
네, 안녕하십니까. 제 이름은 펠리시아 댄슬러이고 FELICIADANTZLER이고 저는 선임 수사관입니다.
All right. All right. Are there any preliminary matters that needs to be brought to the attention of the board?
그러면은 저희가 시작하기 전에 예비적으로 이야기를 해야 될 사안이 있습니까?
Ronald Dixon for the protestant, Mr. Anderson and board members. Just to complete the record, the board allowed the parties to meet and try to negotiate this matter short of a full-blown protest hearing. And I can report to the court today, and I can be confirmed by Ms. Johannes that we were not able to resolve this matter short of a hearing.
예, 로널드 딕슨 프로테스탄트 대리인인데요. 앤더슨 님과 그리고 보드 멤버에게 말씀을 드리는데 저희가 같이 만나서 협상을 하라는 그런 명령을 받았는데요. 요하네스 씨가 확인을 하겠지만은 저희가 완전히 풀로 전개된 그런 미팅을 한 것은 아니지만은 저희가 만나서 협상을 한 결과 이 사건을 해결을 할 수가 없었다고 보고드리는 바입니다.
Go ahead, Ms. Giannis.
That's correct, and the licensee has no other preliminary matters to bring forward at this time.
예, 요하네스 씨 말씀하세요. 맞습니다. 지금 이 시점에서 피허가자께서는 예비적인 사안이 전혀 없습니다.
Mr. Dixon and Ms. Gibbs, I need to get some clarification on how is it that you plan to do your representation? Tell me who's going to do what in this case?
예, 딕슨 씨 그리고 깁스 씨 좀 분명하게 말씀해 주실 것이 오늘 어떤 식으로 대리를 하실 생각이신가요? 그러니까 어떤 사람이 뭘 하실 생각이신가요?
If the board please, this is Ronald Dixon again. We plan to proceed with 5 witnesses, all of whom will be short, sweet.
No, that's not the question I'm asking you.
Oh,
how are you and Ms. Gibbs going to present the case? Who's going to do what?
I'm sorry. I will make preliminary openings and closings to the board. Ms. Gibbs and I will share the presentation of witnesses' direct testimony and share the cross-examination of witnesses from the other side.
No, it has to be, I'm not going to have 2 attorneys cross-examining a witness. So you have to decide that I don't have a problem that different attorneys can cross-examine or make direct examination of a witness, but it has to be 1 attorney per witness. Is that understood?
예, 그러면은 두 분께서 어떤 식으로 하실지 진행을 하실지 말씀해 주시오. 그래서 딕슨 씨께서 말씀하셨습니다. 제가 일단은 예비적인 사안 이야기를 하고요. 그리고 모두 진술하고 최종 진술은 제가 맡고요. 그리고 깁슨 씨와 제가 그 실제로 그 논변을 전개할 때 공동으로 할 텐데 증인을 직접 신문하고 그리고 반대 신문을 저쪽 당사자의 증인을 반대 신문할 것입니다. 그렇게 했을 때 앤더슨 씨가 말씀하셨습니다. 두 사람이 두 변호사가 반대 신문을 함께 하는 것을 저는 허용하지 않겠습니다. 한 증인당 한 변호사가 하는 것을 허용합니다.
All right, and before we start, I just want to let the parties know that preliminary, the interpreter had informed us that she had to leave at 4:30. We're working behind the scenes to find another interpreter to take over from her at 4:30. And if we're unable to find one, then we will end the hearing at 4:30 and reconvene for another day if we're unable to find an interpreter to continue the hearing past 4:30 today.
예, 그러면은 저희가 시작하기 전에 예비적인 그 사안으로 통역 문제에 대해서 이야기를 하도록 하겠습니다. 저희 아까 그 통역사께서 4시 반에 떠나셔야 된다고 말씀하셨는데 지금 다른 교체 4시 반 이후에 교체할 분을 찾고 있는데 만약에 저희가 찾지를 못하면은 오늘 심리를 4시 반에 종료를 하고 그 나머지는 다음 날로 정해서 계속하는 걸로 하겠습니다.
And this is for Ms. Kim. What time is your hard stop, ma'am?
4:30.
So you can be online until 4:30, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So I want, just in case I get into it, I need everyone to alert me at 4:25 if this hearing goes that far, that it's 4:25. So therefore we can have a transition. Okay.
그래서 여러분 모두 통역사가 4시 반에 끝을 내야 되니까 4시 25분이 되면은 제가 끝나려고 하지 않으면은 심리를 끝내도록 저에게 좀 메시지를 주시기 바랍니다.
All right. And I'm also trying to see if I can expedite this hearing. So I'm trying to find out from the Protestants. Is the Protestant, are they asking us to renew the license with condition, or is the Protestant asking us not to renew the license?
그러면 저도 오늘 이 심리를 빨리 진행을 하기 위해서 노력을 하겠습니다. 먼저 그 항의자 같은 경우에는 지금 이 리커스토어가 그 라이선스를 어떤 조건부로 리뉴를 하는 거를 신청하시는 겁니까? 아니면은 리뉴 자체를 반대하시는 겁니까?
This is Mr. Dixon for the Protestants. Board members, we are asking the board to deny the renewal of the application. This matter was before this board in 2018. The same exact issues, they were not resolved. And based upon the impact upon the community and the direction of the ANC board, we're going to ask the board, after hearing all of the evidence, to deny the renewal of the application.
예, 제가 프로테스탄트 대리인인 딕슨인데요. 저희는 리뉴얼 자체를 거부를 하는 것을 신청합니다. 왜냐하면은 똑같은 사안이 똑같은 사안으로 똑같은 사건이 2018년에 보드에서 심리를 했는데 그때도 문제가 해결되지 않았습니다.
All right. Okay, this is how the protest here, and then we'll move forward. The board, the applicant will have their opening statement. They'll have 5 minutes. The protestant will have 5 minutes to do an opening statement. The board will call its witness. The board members will ask questions of the board witness. Once the board has asked questions of its witness, then the applicant can ask questions of the witness, and then the protestant will have an opportunity to ask questions of the board's witness.
예, 그러면은 이렇게 하도록 하겠습니다. 보드 쪽에서 일단은 모두 진술을 5분간 하고요. 그리고 그 항의자 쪽에서 5분을 하고요. 그리고 나서 보드 쪽에서 그쪽 증인을 부르고 나서 심리를 하고요. 그리고 나서 항의자 쪽에서 그 보드 증인에게 질문을 하는 걸로 하겠습니다.
Once the board has presented its case, then the applicant will have an opportunity to call its first witness.
보드 쪽에서 이제 증언이 끝나면은 이제 신청자 쪽에서 첫 번째 증인부터 부르기 시작하시면 됩니다.
And I want to remind each side that you have 1 hour to present your case, and you cannot call more than 5 witnesses.
그리고 다시 한번 상기시켜 드리는데 한쪽에서는 최대 1시간만 의견을 개진할 수가 있고요. 그리고 최대한 5명의 증인을 부를 수가 있습니다.
And I'll remind all sides that please spend most of your time on direct examination rather than cross-examination.
그리고 다시 한번 여러분 당사자에게 상기를 시켜드리는데 되도록이면은 직접 신문에 집중을 하시고 반대 신문에는 너무 많이 시간을 할애하지 마십시오.
And it appears that this hearing is going to be it appears that this hearing will end at 4:30 today, and I will try to find some additional. I'll propose some dates to the parties when we will continue the hearing. So I will see where we are at once we get close to 4:30, and then I will find an appropriate time to end the presentation for the day, and then we will continue another day because I am not sure if we'll be able to find another interpreter starting at 4:30 today.
오늘 저희가 4시 반에 다른 통역사를 찾을 수 있을지 모르기 때문에 저희가 만약에 여의치 않은 경우에는 저희가 4시 반경에 돼가지고 심리를 마무리 짓는 방식으로 해가지고 다음번 일정을 정하도록 하겠습니다. 하지만은 이거는 아직은 제가 정확히 모르는 일입니다.
Alright, so what I will do is that as we get close to 4:30, I will look for maybe after 4 o'clock, I will look for an appropriate break when we will break. So we might not go all the way till 4:30, but I will look to see an appropriate time that we can break for the day.
그래서 한 4시 정도 지나고 나면은 저희가 브레이크를 가질 거거든요. 그래서 그때 돼가지고 이제 어떤 식으로 오늘 심리를 어느 선에서 이제 오늘 심리를 그만둘지를 결정할 텐데 어쩌면은 5시 반까지 가지 않을 수도 있습니다.
Alright, so
Chairman Anderson, if I may, I don't want to take up time, but if I can get 5 minutes to talk to my clients, I would appreciate that just regarding what's happening with the translator and if I can make another representation to the board.
all right, so that's fine, Ms. Kim. We're just we'll be off the record for 5 minutes, and I'll just ask everyone to remain here. We'll be off the record for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
예, 잠깐 5분간 저희가 일단 기록을 비공식으로 진행하겠습니다.
All right, Ms. Yohanes, it's 2:25. We need to get this ball on. Let's show on the road.
Okay. Can I, if I may?
Where's let me see, where is that? I haven't seen the, yes, go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. So in terms of moving forward, I propose that we're fine with the interpreter leaving at 4:30 and continuing the hearing, so long as one of our witnesses, the owner, Nam Young Jung, gets his testimony put on the record first. He's the one who needs the translator. So if that occurs, we're fine moving forward so that we can have this hearing happen today in full. Otherwise, we feel prejudiced that we're going to be putting on some information and some of the testimony and having it continued so that the other side can basically put on their evidence and present their case.
We can't hear you, ma'am.
제가 제기하고 싶은 것은 통역사가 4시 반에 떠나는 것은 괜찮습니다. 하지만은 그 조건이 남영정님께서 주인이신데 그분께서 통역이 필요하니까 그분이 증인으로서 먼저 일단 증언을 하게 되면은 괜찮을 것 같습니다. 그렇지 않으면은 저희는 그 나머지 부분을 다른 날로 연기를 해서 하는 것을 원하는데 왜냐하면은 상대방 쪽에서 그 프레젠테이션 할 때 통역이 없이는 어떤 편견이 들어갈 수 있기 때문이라고 생각하기 때문입니다.
Ms. Kim, I would like you to ask Mr. Na. I need him to express, he needs to express to the forum that he is willing for this hearing to move forward without an interpreter after 4:30, as long as he gets an opportunity to testify prior to the interpreter leaving.
예, 그러면은 그 남영정님에게 여쭤볼 텐데요. 그 선생님께서 지금 변호사님께서 먼저 말씀하신 대로 먼저 증언을 하시고 그리고 4시 반 먼저 증언을 하게 되는 경우에는 통역사가 4시 반에 떠나도 그 후에 통역사 없이 이 심리를 계속 진행하는 것에 대해서 괜찮으신가요?
네, 괜찮습니다.
Yes, that is fine.
What is fine?
그러니까 정확히 어떤 게 괜찮은 거죠?
I need him to tell me what is fine.
예, 선생님이 다시 한번 어떤 것이 괜찮은지 좀 말씀을 해주세요.
하는 거 괜찮다.
Tell him that he's on mute.
지금 선생님 소리가 안 들려요. 뮤트로 돼 있거든요.
제가 먼저 증인하는 거 괜찮습니다.
It is okay for me to testify first.
And as long as he testifies first, once the interpreter leaves at 4:30, we can move forward. Is that correct?
예, 그러면은 선생님께서 제일 먼저 증언을 하시고 그리고 4시 반에 통역사가 떠나고 저희는 통역사 없이 그대로 진행하는 거 괜찮습니까?
네, 괜찮습니다.
Yes, that is fine.
All right, thank you. Ms. Yohanes, approximately how long you believe that his testimony will last?
Your Honor, I'm sorry, Mr. Anderson, if I may interrupt just one moment.
Yes, Mr. Dixon.
Could the board elevate Ms. Moore? She was knocked off for some reason.
Ms. Andrews, can you elevate the rest of Ms. Moore, please?
Oh, sure. Stand by.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Moore, your rights have been elevated. Could you do me a favor and please lower your hand? Thanks.
Yes, Ms. Yohanes. I was just asking approximately how long you believe that his testimony would last.
예, 요하네스 씨, 그러면은 지금 그 증인께서 증언하시는데 한 시간이 어느 정도 걸릴 거라고 생각하세요?
I would estimate that direct would be about 30 to 45 minutes, 30 minutes for direct.
예, 제 생각에는 직접 신문이 30에서 45분, 30분요.
All right, that's fine. I forget, but I forget that your case goes first. I will make sure that's so. All right, thank you.
예, 알겠습니다.
For the record, Mr. Anderson and the board and parties,
Yes,
the protestant has no objection to the board proceeding in that fashion. However, we would note for the record, as the board has always adhered to, the licensee has a right to a fair hearing, not a perfect hearing, and we have no objection to us proceeding in that manner.
예,
Thank you, Mr. Dixon.
기록을 위해서 제가 말씀드리겠는데 저희 그 항의자 쪽에서는 이런 식으로 심리를 진행하는 것에서는 이의가 없고요. 그리고 그 피허가자께서는 완벽한 심리는 아니지만은 공정한 심리를 하실 수 있는 권리가 있습니다. 그리고 저희는 거기에 대해서 이의를 제기하지 않습니다.
All right, so each side has 5 minutes to open its case, and we'll start with the applicant.
예, 그러면은 각 당사자께서 5분 동안 모두 진술을 하실 수가 있습니다. 그리고 나서 증언을 하도록 하겠습니다.
So I'm going to stop so the interpreter can interpret. Correct. So we're here today on a renewal application for a retailer's Class A license for Sylvia Liquors. Sylvia Liquors is located at 1818 Benning Road Northeast. And today you'll hear testimony from the owners of the establishment.
예, 저희가 오늘 이 심리를 하는 것은 그 실비아 리코스에서 클래스 A 그 허가를 리뉴얼 갱신을 신청을 했기 때문이고요. 실비아스 리코 스토어는 1818 베닝 로드 노스 이스트에 있고 여러분께서는 나중에 조금 있다가 이 주인들의 증언을 듣게 되십니다.
You'll hear testimony from nearby residents and patrons, and you'll also hear testimony from business owners. The evidence will show that the owners have been good members of the community since they started operating. They've done everything they can as a business owner to prevent loitering, to work with the community and with MPD.
예, 여러분께서는 그 거주자들과 그 가게 손님 그리고 그 비즈니스의 오너분들의 증언을 들으실 건데요. 여러분들은 그 증언을 들으시면은 이분들께서 그 커뮤니티의 훌륭한 일원이시고 그리고 이분들이 최선을 다해서 사람들이 그 주의를 배회하는 것을 막고 그리고 그 커뮤니티를 위해서 협조를 하고 그리고 MPD에도 협조를 했다는 것을 알게 되실 것입니다.
Throughout this hearing, you'll hear references to loitering and crimes in the neighborhood, loitering being the biggest issue that the protestant has raised. But the evidence will show that there is nothing that links Sylvia Liquors to the loitering or to the crimes, and that Sylvia Liquors has no negative impact on peace, order, and quiet in the neighborhood.
예, 여러분께서는 오늘 심리에서 사람들이 어정거리는 것과 그 범죄에 대해서 이야기를 드릴 텐데 특히 사람들이 그 주의를 배회하는 것 같은 경우에는 프로테스탄트 쪽에서 가장 큰 문제로 삼는 것이지만은 증거가 보여주는 것이 실비아스 리커가 어떤 사람들이 어정거리는 것과 그리고 범죄가 생기는 것에 대해서 전혀 어떤 원인 제공을 하지 않았다는 것을 알게 되십니다. 그리고 여러분께서는 실비아스 리커 스토어가 어떤 그 지역의 평화를 유지하고 조용하게 사는데 어떤 부정적인 영향을 끼치지 않았다는 것을 아시게 될 것입니다.
I'm going to read from a letter written by Commander Commander of the 5th District, William Fitzgerald, who I believe articulates this very well.
제가 윌리엄 피츠제럴드 커맨더 씨가 쓰신 그 편지를 제가 읽어드릴 텐데요. 그분이 지금 이 상황을 잘 설명을 한다고 생각하는 바입니다.
Objection, Mr. Anderson. Best evidence is the witness itself. I object for the record.
I don't know what she said. She's doing her opening, so maybe she's.
This is open.
I'm going to overrule the objection at this juncture because this is opening and I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
예,
With your honor.
딕슨 씨께서 그 편지를 읽는 것에 반대를 하셨습니다. 그 이유는 가장 최고의 증거는 증인 자체이기 때문입니다. 그리고 앤더슨께서는 정확히 무슨 일이 일어나는지 지금 모르겠다고 말씀하셨습니다.
The 1800 block of Benning Road Northeast, as well as other surrounding areas in the neighborhood, have been the scene of several violent offenses to include homicides, as well as narcotic sales, public drug usage, public consumption of alcohol, single sale of cigarettes, in addition to other misdemeanor offenses and quality of life issues.
지금 1818 베닝 로드 블럭 같은 경우에는 그동안 계속 여러 난폭한 범죄의 장소가 되었는데 그게 포함되는 것이 살인 사건, 그리고 마약 판매, 술, 음주, 그리고 담배를 팔고 그리고 다른 여러 범죄를 포함하고 있습니다.
All of these issues were present prior to my arrival and have been an issue for decades now. It would be easy for me and the police department to blame these issues and violent crime in the area on a single or several businesses in the area. That would be very wrong for me to do. The long-standing issues in the neighborhood are easily recognizable as systemic that will only be solved through a strong intervention of government services combined with accountability for offenders and others that contribute to it.
지금 그렇지만은 지금 이런 모든 사안들이 제가 여기에 도착하기 전에도 있었던 문제이고요. 그래서 경찰이나 아니면 문제를 해결하는 측면에서는 가게 한 군데나 몇 군데를 집중을 해가지고 그 사람들 책임으로 몰아붙이는 것이 쉬운 해결책이 될 수는 있지만은 이것은 아주 잘못된 방법입니다. 누구든지 지금 이 문제가 체계적이고 그리고 오랫동안 지속적으로 있어왔던 문제라는 것을 알고 있고요. 그래서 가장 좋은 해결점은 정부가 강력하게 개입을 하고 그리고 범법자들이 범법자들의 책임을 확실히 하는 것이라고 생각됩니다.
And I read that to say that the issues raised by protestant are community issues and issues that regarding loitering, regarding crime on Benning Road, and issues that Sylvia Liquors wants to work with the community on, wants to work with the ANC on in order to better the neighborhood. And Sylvia Liquors is not to blame for these issues. And this hearing is not about what's happening on Benning Road. Generally, it's about Sylvia Liquors, their specific establishment, and whether or not they negatively impact peace, order, and quiet in the neighborhood.
예, 프로테스턴스가 제기하는 그 사안 같은 경우에는 그 커뮤니티에서 일어나는 문제이고 그리고 베닝로드에서 일어나는 범죄에 관한 것인데요. 하지만은 그리고 사실 그 문제는 그 실비아스 리커도 해결하고 싶은 문제이기도 합니다. 저희는 그 문제에 대해서 실비아스 그 리커 스토어가 책임이 질책을 해서는 안 된다고 생각합니다. 그리고 오늘 이 심리 같은 경우에는 베닝 로드에 어떤 일어나고 있는 어떤 전반적인 문제에 가는 것이 아니라 실비아스 리코의 어떤 구체적인 어떤 그 가게로서 이 평화나 아니면은 조용히 해야 되는 그런 문제에 대해서 부정적인 영향을 끼치는가 그 여부를 가리는 일입니다.
So in conclusion, I just ask that the board keep this in mind. At the end of this hearing, I will request that the board renew the liquor license application for Sylvia Liquors.
예, 그래서 제가 오늘 심리가 끝날 즈음에 제가 보드 멤버 분들에게 실비아스 리커가 신청한 리커 그 갱신 허가 갱신을 허가를 해주실 것을 신청할 예정입니다.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Dixie, you have 5 minutes to do your opening, please.
예, 딕슨 씨 그러면은 5분 동안 해주세요.
If I may, Mr. Anderson and board, first of all, we would object strenuously to the letter being submitted into evidence written by the commander.
Mr. Dixon, it wasn't submitting evidence. She's giving her opening and she's making a statement. She's making a general statement and just said, oh, the commander said this, and it wasn't necessarily attributable to Sylvia. It was just a general statement. So I'm going to object. I'm going to overrule the objection. This is her opening, sir. I do not allow opening and closing. I'm not going to allow folks to object during someone's opening and closing unless, anyway, we're dealing with two attorneys, unless they're just doing something that everyone knows is incorrect. And in my view, she did not violate the rules.
예, 그러면은 딕슨 씨께서 말씀을 하셨습니다. 제가 시작하기 전에 저희는 그 커맨드 분이 쓰신 그 편지를 증거로 채택하는 것에 대해서 이의를 제기합니다. 그랬을 때 앤더슨 씨가 말씀하셨습니다. 딕슨 씨, 그것은 증거가 아니라 지금은 모두 진술이기 때문에 그분이 어떤 편지를 성명으로서 어떤 읽은 것뿐입니다. 그래서 선생님께서 이의를 제기하신 것에 대해서는 이의를 기각하도록 하겠습니다. Before we, Mr. Dixon, just 1 second, please. Mr. Anderson, I just got an email from.
I'm aware. We don't have to talk about that. I'm aware. Thank you. All right.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Anderson, was the interpreter finished?
Yes.
Yes, he was done. Yes.
Just for the record, Mr. Anderson, the board, I respectfully disagree with your ruling. With reference to our opening, we're going to reserve the right to make an opening at the beginning of our evidence, and we're ready to go forward with the witnesses of the board and witnesses of the licensee.
All right, thank you.
기록을 위해서 앤더슨 씨와 그리고 보드 멤버분에게 말씀드리는 바, 지금 하신 그 판결에 대해서 저희 쪽에서는 동의하지 않습니다. 어쨌든 저희는 모두 진술을 그 나중에 그 증인이 이야기를 할 때가 되었을 때 다시 그때 시작을 하도록 하겠습니다. 그래서 일단은 그 보드 쪽에서 증인과 그리고 피허가 중에서 증인을 불러주십시오.
All right, thank you. All right, the board will call its first witness, Ms. Felicia Densler.
예, 그러면은 보드 쪽에서 첫 번째 증인을 불러주십시오. 펠리시아 댄서 씨.
Ms. Densler, can you raise your right hand, please?
오른손을 들어주세요, 댄서 씨.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
기하께서는 진실을 오직 진실만을 말씀하실 것을 맹세하거나 확약하시나요?
Yes.
네.
Ms. Densler, can you provide us where are you currently employed?
댄서 씨, 지금 일하시는 곳이 어디시죠?
The Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration.
알코올 음료 규제 기관입니다.
How long have you been employed by the agency?
그러면은 그 기관에서 얼마나 오랫동안 일을 하셨나요?
More than 14 years.
14년 이상이요?
And what's your role at the agency, ma'am?
그러면은 그 에이전시에서 선생님 직책이 뭐였나요?
Lead investigator.
선임 수사관이었고요.
Can you please explain your duties and responsibilities?
그러면은 하시는 직책과 일에 대해서 말씀해 주세요.
I enforce the alcohol regulations.
저는 알코올 규정을 집행을 하고요.
And conduct regulatory inspections.
그리고 규정적인 어떤 검사를 실시를 하고요.
Of alcohol establishments.
그러니까 알코올을 파는 그 가게에서요.
Are you familiar with this Sylvia's Liquor?
그러면 실비아스 리커를 잘 아시나요? 그렇습니다.
Yes.
예.
And can you please tell us how you become familiar with this establishment, ma'am?
그러면은 선생님께서 어떻게 이 가게를 잘 아는지 말씀해 주시겠어요?
I was assigned the protest investigation.
제가 그 프로테스트 쪽에서 제기한 그 수사에 참여를 했습니다.
Did there come a time that you wrote a case report for this case?
그러면은 선생님께서 이 사건에 대해서 케이스 보고서를 쓰신 적이 있으십니까?
Yes.
네.
Do you have this case report with you?
그러면 지금 그 케이스 리포트 갖고 계신가요?
Yes.
네.
Ms. Andrews, can you allow Ms. Dancer to share her screen with the board, please?
그러면은 그 앤드루스 씨 그 지금 그 스크린 쉐어를 할 수 있도록 해주십시오.
Sure, stand by.
예, 잠깐 기다리세요.
Okay, Investigator Dancer, you may now share your screen.
예, 댄스 씨 이제 문서를 공유를 하세요.
Ms. Dancer, is this a copy of your report that's on our screen?
Yes.
그러면은 지금 이게 그 선생님 보고서의 사본이 지금 화면에 뜬 건가요? 네, 그렇습니다.
And
Yes.
and who's protested the renewal?
지금 이 리뉴얼에서 프로테스트가 누구예요?
ANC 5D, like David.
ANC5 데이비드 하이트 D입니다.
Were you able to speak to the agency representative?
그러면은 그 에이전시 그 대리인과 이야기할 기회가 있었습니까?
No.
아니요.
And why were you unable to speak to the ANC representative?
그러면은 그 ANC 대리인과 왜 이야기를 할 수가 없었습니까?
I emailed Mr. Dixon on 2 occasions to which there was no response.
제가 딕슨 씨에게 이메일을 2차례 보냈는데 2번 다 답장이 없었습니다.
And do you remember specifically when you emailed the representative?
그러면은 대체로 언제 이메일을 보내셨는지 기억하세요?
Yes.
네.
So can you share with us when you contacted the representative?
그러면은 언제 보냈는지 그 정보가 들어있는 그 자료를 좀 올려주세요.
Yes, I'm looking.
예, 잠깐만요. 보고 있는데.
I'm looking for my exhibits. Don't see them.
제가 그 증거물을 보고 있는데 지금 아직은 안 보이고 있습니다.
All right, well, let's move on, and later on, if you run across it, you can let us know. So let me ask you a question. What other establishments are in the vicinity of this establishment?
그러면은 일단은 이 문제는 넘어가기로 하고 나중에 이야기하기로 하고요. 그러면은 이 가게 주변에 어떤 게 있습니까?
There are 5 ABC establishments
5개의 ABC 가게가 있는데요.
within 1,200 feet of Sylvia's Liquors.
그러니까 실비아스 리커에서 12피트 반경이에요.
And within amongst the 5 establishments, are there any other? What type of license does Sylvia has?
그러면은 그 실비아스 가게가 어떤 유형의 라이선스를 가지고 있습니까?
Class A, like Adam.
아담 할 때 A하는 클래스 A요.
And are there any other Class A establishments in the vicinity?
그러면 그 근처에 다른 클래스 A 가게가 있나요?
Yes, sir.
네.
And do you know how far this other Class A is located from Sylvia's Liquor?
그러면은 그 클래스 A가 실비아에서 한 어느 정도 떨어져 있는지 아세요?
Yes. Let
네.
me bring up the
잠깐만요.
establishments' names.
제가 그 이름을 잠깐 보여드리겠습니다.
On page 3 of my report,
지금 제 리포트의 3페이지를 보시면
number 3 Food 7 store is located on
But
the
is that an A or B, Miss? I asked you about A establishments, ma'am.
1A establishment.
예, 한 개가 있습니다. 한 개.
And how far is, do you know how approximately how far this other A establishment to Sylvia's Liquor?
그러면은 지금 이 A, 그 클래스 A 그 가게가 대충 한 어느 정도 떨어져 있는지 아세요?
Approximately 2 blocks.
한 2블락 정도 떨어져 있습니다.
All right, now, did you have an opportunity to monitor this establishment?
그러면은
Yes, sir.
비아께서 이 가게를 모니터링 하셨어요? 네.
And approximately how many times was this establishment monitored?
그러면은 대충 몇 번 이 가게가 모니터링을 당했습니까?
Approximately 18 times.
대충 18번이요.
And so what did you observe during the 18 times? Or generally, overall, what did you observe during the 18 times you monitored this establishment?
그러면은 선생님께서 18번의 모니터링을 하면서 대충 어떤 것을 관찰하셨어요?
I observed some loitering in front of Sylvia's Liquors.
제가 그 실비아스 리커스 앞에 사람들이 어정되는 것을 보았고요.
Most of the loitering was at a neighboring establishment.
그런데 대부분의 어정거리는 사람들은 그 옆에 있는 그 건물에서였고요.
That establishment is called Kitty City Daycare Center.
그 가게 이름은 키리 시티 데이케어 센터였고요.
Which is located next door to Sylvia's Liquors, which is the center is located at 1816 Benny Road Northeast.
그리고 그 가게는 실비아스 리그 바로 옆에 있는데 주소는 1816 베닝 로드입니다.
That's all you observed during the period, ma'am?
그러면은 선생님께서 관찰한 게 그게 전부인가요? 그 기간에?
No.
아니요.
So
I also
go ahead.
I also observed some of Sylvia Liquor's double parking, and then they would take a quick dash inside of the establishment.
그리고 또 제가 본 게 더블 파킹을 실비아스 그 가게 앞에서 하고 재빨리 가게로 들어가는 것을 보았습니다.
I also noticed that some of Sylvia's Liquor's patrons would leave the establishment and engage in conversations with the loiterers next door at the daycare center.
그리고 또 제가 이제 관찰한 것이 그 실비아스 가게 손님 일부가 가게에서 나와가지고 그 옆집에 있는 데이케어에서 어정거리고 있는 사람들하고 이야기하는 것을 보았습니다.
The loiterers could be as few as 2, and then the loitering can swell up to 15 or more.
그 어정거리는 사람들은 한 2명 정도 최소한 있다가 15명까지 불기도 했습니다.
Mr. Anderson, I think it would be.
I'm going to go there, Ms. Dantzler.
Okay.
Do you have any exhibits that can document your visit? Your visits?
그러면은 그 선생님께서 방문하신 거를 문서화한 어떤 그 선생님 증거물이 있습니까?
I do.
예.
Can I ask the host to stop my allowing to share so that I can bring up the
Well, all you have to do is close your screen, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
예, 그러면은 일단 스크린을 닫고요. 그리고 다음 문건을 올려주세요.
Just a brief indulgence.
예, 잠깐만 기다려 주세요.
May I have rights restored, please?
Ms. Dancer, you still have the rights.
Thank you.
Are you there, Ms. Dantzler?
Yes, sir.
Tell me what you're doing, ma'am. Are you trying to bring your exhibits up?
Yes, sir. Okay. Trying to rotate this photograph. I can't seem to rotate it.
Well, we're not able to see anything, so I just want to let you know that.
Okay. Are you able to see my screen now?
I see a blank screen. What are you looking at, an exhibit that's attached to your report?
Yes, sir.
So what exhibit are you showing us?
I am trying to get to exhibit 6A.
지금 제가 보여드리고 하는 거는 증거물 6의 A입니다.
Are you still seeing a blank screen?
Yes, I'm seeing a blank screen.
Brief indulgence.
잠깐 기다려 주세요.
Mr. Anderson, can I ask the host to ensure that I have the sharing, because I am clicking sharing and view my screen and nothing is coming up on your end, but I see it on my end.
We don't see, do you not have your exhibits attached to your case report?
The exhibits are in the case report in 3 separate folders.
No, the case report that I have a case report, and at the end of the case report, I have exhibits. Do you not have that same exact copy?
No, sir, I do not.
지금 그 케이스 리포트를 제가 가지고 있는데 거기 마지막에 보면은 그 증거물이 첨부가 돼
Oh,
있거든요.
see, this is a
그러면은
report.
거기에 지금 똑같은 그 문건에 사본이 들어 있습니까? 라고 앤더슨
That's
씨가
what I'm saying.
여쭤봤을
They
때
have it on 3 different reports.
Do you not have access to the G drive, ma'am?
Mr. Anderson, I do.
But
My
I'm accessing the reports for the G drive. So I am accessing the G drive. And so I'm looking at the report and all the report is, your report is in the G drive and all the exhibits are attached to the report in the G drive.
I am saying that, yes, sir, I am pulling the report from the G drive. The report is for the exhibits, because of its volume, are in 3 separate folders. And so I have the
I hear what you're saying, Ms. Densler. I'm saying I'm accessing the G drive and I have one document and everything is attached to that document in that drive. So I have one document that has your case report and I just go through the pages and your exhibits are there. So it's not 3 separate documents. At least the G drive that I have access to, it's one document. But are you able to share whatever document that you have with us on the screen?
I'm going back to the G drive, Mr. Anderson, to see if I can locate the document that you have. I'm in the G drive and I'm still looking for the document as you see it. Just a brief indulgence again. Thank you.
지금 댄젤러스께서 그 G 드라이브로 들어가가지고 문건을 지금 이분께서 가지고 있는 거는 3개로 나누어진 문건인데 하나로 되어 있는 문건을 지금 이렇게 끌어낼 수가 있는지를 보고 계시니까 잠깐만 좀 기다려 주세요.
Are you there, Ms. Densler? We have a time constraint because we have a time constraint with our interpreter and I need this hearing to be moving forward.
댄슬 씨 지금 온라인상으로 있습니까? 저희가 지금 시간이 좀 한계가 있습니다. 왜냐하면은 통역이 있기 때문에.
What was your question, Mr. Anderson?
Have you located the document, ma'am? Because we need to move forward.
I'm understanding it. I'm getting help right now.
What exhibit are you looking at, Miss? What exhibit are you looking at, ma'am?
지금 보고 계신 증거물이
Okay.
몇 번입니까?
Thank you for your indulgence.
예, 인내심에 감사드립니다.
So I want to take everyone to the exhibits to show you the front of the establishment.
제가 여러분 모두에게 그 가게의 앞부분을 보여드리고 싶었습니다.
Okay.
And what exhibit is this?
지금 이게 몇 번이죠?
This is the front of the establishment.
What exhibit is this now?
The exhibit number is 6.
6번입니다.
And as you can see, I'm sorry, I can't seem to rotate it.
제가 로테이션이 잘 안 되는데 여러분이 보시면 아시겠지만요.
Sylvia's Liquors right here in the middle. To the right is Sky Nails, which is a defunct establishment. And behind the tree, hold on 1 second, there we go. Behind the tree is Kitty Daycare Center.
지금 그 실비아스 가게가 중간에 있고 오른쪽에 있는 게 스카이 네일인데 가게가 지금 하지는 않고요. 그리고 나무 뒤에 있는 게 키리 데이 센터이고요. 데이케어이고요.
So I'm moving to exhibit 6 like A Adam.
지금 제가 6의 A로 지금 가고 있는데 그 증거물.
Kitty Daycare Center is in this area right here.
지금 키리 데이케어 센터가 지금 바로 여기에 있습니다.
This is the area where the predominant number of loiterers are seen.
그러니까 여기가 주로 그 어정거리는 사람들이 있는 곳이고요.
Or what about, do you have access to exhibit 19 on the report?
그러면은 그 보고서에 증거물 19번 접속할 수 있으세요?
Brief indulgence.
잠깐만 기다려 주세요.
Yes, I just need to find those photographs.
예, 제가 잠깐 찾아보겠습니다.
Exhibit 19.
Yes, this is exhibit 19 that I actually took. This is the example of some of the loiterers that you will see that is standing out or loitering around in front of Kitty Daycare Center.
예, 지금 이게 증거물 19번인데 이 사진은 제가 직접 찍은 거고요. 그러니까 이게 지금 사람들이 지금 키리 데이케어 센터 앞에서 어정거리는 모습을 보여주고 있습니다. 그 한 예입니다.
What about, do you have access to exhibit 15, 16, 17, 18? Can you explain those to us, please?
그러면은 지금 증거물 15, 16, 17, 18번도 지금 접속할 수 있으세요? 그게 어떤 건지 설명해 보시겠어요?
Sir, this is exhibit 15, and
이게
this
지금
is when I first started monitoring the establishment, which I believe was July the 23rd, during the nighttime hours.
예, 지금 이게 15번인데 이게 지금 처음으로 제가 모니터링을 하기 시작한 때인데요. 이게 제 생각에는 7월 23일이었고 밤 시간에 제가 하고 있었습니다. 그 작업을.
And can you tell us what it is that we're looking at, ma'am?
지금 저희가 보고 있는 게 뭔가요?
These are part of the loitering group that was standing in front of Kitty Daycare Center, who had made their way in front of Sylvia's Liquors.
예, 지금 이 사람들이 그 키리 데이케어 센터 앞에서 서가지고 어정거리는 사람인데 그 사람들 일부가 그 실비어스 가게 앞쪽까지 이렇게 가고 있습니다.
What's the next exhibit do you have, ma'am?
This is
그러면
exhibit 16.
이게 16번이고요.
And what is
Show-
exhibit 16?
Exhibit 16 is showing loiterers in front of Sylvia's Liquors.
지금 16번 같은 경우에는 실비아스 리커스 앞에서 어정되는 사람들을 보여주고 있고요.
What's exhibit? What are we looking at now?
지금 이게 뭐죠?
This is exhibit 17. And it,
17번요.
shows loiterers in front of the Kitty Daycare Center as well as Sylvia's Liquors.
17번 같은 경우에는 그 실비아스 리커뿐만이 아니라 키리 데이케어 센터 앞에 어정거리는 사람들을 보여주고 있습니다.
Exhibit 18 is a continuum of the loitering in front of Kitty Daycare Center and Sylvia's Liquors.
18번 같은 경우에도 계속해가지고 그 어정거리는 사람들이 키리 데이케어 센터하고 실비아스 리커 앞에 있는 것입니다.
Have you had an opportunity to speak to anyone from Kitty's Daycare?
그러면은 키ds 데이케어 사람 중에 그 어느 누구와 이야기를 하신 적이 있나요?
Yes, sir.
네,
And what
그렇습니다.
what information were you able to gather from them?
그 이야기를 해가지고 어떤 정보를 취할 수가 있었습니까?
So I started monitoring the establishment, as I stated, on July the 23rd.
제가 아까 말씀드린 대로 7월 23일자부터 그 가게를 모니터링을 시작을 했는데요.
And so I then visit the establishment on August the 9th.
What establishment are you talking about, ma'am? I asked you about Kitty Daycare. So are you speaking about Kitty Daycare or are you speaking about Sylvia's Liquor?
지금
I'm sorry.
지금 8월 9일 날 방문을 하셨다고 그랬는데 그 가게라는 게 키리 데이어 케어 센터를 말하는 겁니까? 아니면은 실비아스를 말씀하시는 겁니까? 왜냐하면 제 질문은 키리 데이어 케어 센터에 대해서 여쭤본 것이었습니다.
Yes, I did speak with a representative from Kitty Daycare Center who did not want to be identified.
예, 제가 키리 데이어 케어 센터 사람하고 이야기를 했는데요. 그 사람은 자기의 이름이 알려지는 것을 바라지 않았습니다.
The representative shared that the business has existed since 2017 and
지금 그분이 말씀하시기를 그 가게가 2017년부터 열고 있었는데요.
cares for approximately 18 children between the ages of 1 and 5 years of age.
그리고 총 18명의 아이들을 돌보는데 나이는 1에서 5세까지고요.
Representative shared that The center has lost several children due to the loiterers.
그 대표자가 이야기를 하기를 그 센터에서 아이들을 그러니까 그 어정거리는 사람들로 인해서 몇 명의 아이들을 잃었다고 말을 했습니다.
Lost meaning that the children were withdrawn. The parents withdrew their child or children from enrollment.
여기서 저희가 그 사람들이 잃어버렸다는 말은 그 아이들이 거기서 더 이상 데이케어를 받지 않는다는 말인데 부모들이 거기서 데이케어에서 빼내갔기 때문입니다.
The representative stated in part because of the loiterers, they had to walk past and through.
그 대표자가 이야기하기를 그 이유의 일부가 그 어정거리는 사람들이 있기 때문에 그 사람들 옆에 지나쳐가지고 입구로 들어와야 된다고 했습니다.
Representative shared that during the last protest hearing for Sylvia's Liquors,
그리고 대표자가 이야기하기를 실비아스 리커스에 대해서 마지막 그 프로테스트를 하고 있다고 했습니다.
she believed that Sylvia's Liquors paid witnesses to speak on their behalf.
그리고 그쪽에서 그분이 말씀을 하시기를 실비아스 리커에서 그 사람들한테 유리한 말을 해달라고 증인에게 돈을 주었다고 했습니다.
I also would like to share that during my observations of the establishment, loiterers would urinate in front of a house that is located nearby.
그리고 또 여러분에게 같이 공유하고 싶은 사진이 제가 그 가게를 관찰했을 때 그 어정되는 사람들이 그 집 앞에서 소변을 누는 것을 보았습니다.
If you look at exhibit number 6, this home, I'm sorry.
지금 6번을 보시면은 여기 이제 집이 보이는데요.
The home with the high roof is where the loiterers would walk to urinate.
지금 이 지붕이 높은 건물 보이시죠? 여기로 지금 그 어정되는 사람들이 그 집으로 가가지고 그쪽으로 가가지고 소변을 합니다.
Once again, also while looking at exhibit number 6, where I'm pointing in this area where Kitty Daycare Center is, during a visit, I witnessed a scuffle erupt with two of the members from the group of loiterers.
그리고 지금 저희가 6번 사진을 보는 동안에 또 말씀을 드리고 싶은 게 제가 그 키리 데이케어 센터를 방문을 했을 때 그 이제 어정거리는 사람들 중 그 2명이 서로 실갱이를 하고 있는 것도 보았습니다.
And a couple of the loiterers assisted by breaking up the scuffle. And that scuffle.
그래서 어정되는 사람들 두세 사람이 그 두 사람이 이렇게 시비를 걸며 싸우는 것을 말리려고 했습니다.
Also during the visit, one of the investigators observed a grill that was placed in this area in front of the center, but it was not in use at the time.
그리고 제가 방문했을 때 그 수사관 중에 한 사람이 그 그레일 그거를 그 가운데에 이렇게 두려고 했던 것을 보았는데 그것이 지금은 사용되지 않고 있습니다.
As you can see, the Sylvia's Liquors does not have on-site parking.
지금 여러분이 보시면 아시겠지만은 그 실비아스 리커 같은 경우에는 지금 그 현장에 어떤 파킹 랏이 주차 공간이 있는 것이 아닙니다.
As you continue to view Exhibit 6, This green top to the right here is actually Food 7, which is a B establishment, which has on-site parking.
그리고 지금 이 사진에서 그 오른쪽으로 쭉 보시면은 지붕이 초록색이 된 가게가 보이는데요. 지금 이게 푸드 세븐인데 이 가게 같은 경우에는 B 클래스로 지금 그 현장에 주차 공간이 있습니다.
During my visits, the weather ranged from extremely hot to hot, but there were no rainy days.
제가 이곳을 방문했을 때는 그 날씨가 덥고 더운 것부터 시작해가지고 너무너무너무 더웠었는데 비는 전혀 오지 않았습니다.
And what I noticed is in front of, still looking at exhibit number 6, in front of Kitty Daycare Center, there is a large tree where the loiterers would use for shade. And if you, this is exhibit 6A, which shows a better view.
그리고 제가 또 본 바에 의하면은 지금 제가 이야기하는 거는 증거물 6번에 나와 있는데요. 그 키리 데이케어 센터 앞에 보면은 큰 나무가 있는데 거기 보면은 그 어정거리는 사람들이 거기를 그 나무 그늘에서 있었는데 6A 증거물을 보시면 더 이 그림이 더 잘 나와 있습니다.
Many of the loiterers use makeshift seats, or they would bring a chair with them to sit along this along the entrance to the daycare center.
그리고 그 어정거리는 사람들, 많은 사람들이 그냥 임시로 그 의자를 만들거나 아니면 의자를 들고 와가지고 지금 이 데이케어 센터 입구까지 이렇게 쭉 이렇게 앉아가지고 있습니다.
I do believe that this tree in exhibit 6A, as you can see, help shade the loiterers as well as could provide cover if there was light rain, which I believe is a big attraction to loiter in front of this establishment, in front of the daycare center.
제가 봤을 때는 지금 이 큰 나무가 6A에 나와 있는 증거물 6A에 나와 있는 이 나무가 그 어정거리는 사람들이 그늘을 주는데 그늘 역할을 하기도 했고요. 그리고 비가 좀 약하게 왔을 때는 좀 커버도 되고 그랬습니다. 그래서 제가 생각했을 때는 이 나무 때문에 그 키리 데이케어 센터로 사람들이 많이 모여드는 것 같았습니다.
Miss Nancy, but it's true that this tree is not in front of Sylvia's Liquors. Is that correct?
That is
댄젤러시. 그렇지만은 지금 이 나무가 실비아스 리커 가게 앞에 있지 않다는 게 맞지 않나요?
That is correct.
맞습니다.
Now, did you do a record search for call for service to this area?
I did.
And how many calls for services did you for what period of time and how many did you find?
그러면은 그 기간 어느 기간에 몇 차례의 전화를 받으셨나요?
Yes, I had a records check from January 1, 2020 through August 31st, 2021. And there were 152 calls for service.
Were there any IBR violations found during any of these calls for service?
그러면은 제가 그 2020년 1월 1일자부터 2021년 8월 31일까지 그 기간 동안의 기록을 살펴봤는데 그동안에 서비스 신청을 한 게 152차례의 전화 통화였습니다. 그러면은 그 전화 중에서 아보라 위반 사항이 있었습니까?
There were no calls for, none of the calls required ABRA's attention. However,
그 중에서 아보라가 신경을 써야 되는 전화는 하나도 없었습니다. 하지만
when I reviewed the calls for service,
제가 그 서비스 콜을 검토를 해보니
look at exhibits.
지금 이 증거물을 좀 봐주세요.
Exhibit number 20 has 9 pages, which is the call for service.
지금 증거물 20번을 보면은 9페이지로 되어 있는데 이게 전부 서비스 콜에 관한 기록인데요.
But what I'm trying to find out, Ms. Gensler, I know that there are 9 pages of the call for services. Were there any IBRA violations found in any of these call for services? That's what I'm trying to find out.
제가 지금 여쭤보고 싶은 거는 지금 이 9페이지가 서비스 콜이라는 건 알겠는데 그 중에서 하나라도 아보라 위반 사항이 있었는가 하는 것입니다.
I just can't say no, Mr. Anderson.
Well, it's the question I'm asking. Did ABRA, for any of these calls for services, did ABRA go there, do an investigation, and give them any violation? That's it. An easy question, yes or no.
그러면은 예 아니면은 no로 답변하도록 간단하게 질문드리겠습니다. 이 전화 중에서 한 번이라도 아보라 쪽에서 그 현장에 가가지고 수사를 한 뒤에 위반 딱지를 발행을 한 적이 있습니까?
That is a no.
아, 그렇게 여쭤본다면은 답변은 아니오입니다.
Alright, so just overall, I want to bring this to an end. So what is it that you were able to find as long as just generally, just if you want to give your overall, what were you able to find when you observed this property?
그러면은 지금 이제 이거를 이제 마무리해야 되니까 일반적으로 선생님께서 그 관찰을 하시면서 거기서 어떤 점을 발견하셨나요? 어떤 점을 관찰해서 알게 되셨어요?
Overall, I found that there were some loitering in front of Sylvia's Liquors.
제가 일반적으로 알게 된 점은 실비아스 가게 앞에 어느 정도의 서성거리는 사람들이 있었다는 점.
I also would like to state that the establishment, being Sylvia's Liquors, has a settlement agreement.
그리고 제가 또 말씀드리고 싶은 것은 그 실비아스 가게가 그 settlement 그 계약서를 가지고 있다는 것.
And parts of the settlement agreement requires that MPD.
그래서 그 합의 계약서의 일부 내용이 MPD가 연루가 되는데
has an agreement in the settlement that they will provide police officers to visit the establishment.
그래서 그 계약의 일부로서 MPD가 그 가게를 방문하게 할 수 있다는 것입니다.
I found that the establishment was in compliance by having a logbook for the officers to sign.
그래서 제가 알게 된 점은 그 가게가 그 기준을 준수를 했다는 것인데 그 가게 보면은 그 경찰이 와가지고 서명을 한 그 로그북이 있었습니다.
Found that the establishment was in compliance for issuing barring notices.
그리고 그 가게가 금지하는 그 통보를 하는 면에서 준수를 했다는 점.
And in closing, I think it is important to state, as it relates to the calls for service.
그리고 제가 오늘 증언을 마무리하면서 그 콜 서비스에 관련돼 가지고 중요하게 드릴 말씀이 있는데
that many of the police officers who work the afternoon shifts are not familiar with ABRA's office.
그리고 그 오후에 교대 근무를 하는 경찰관 많은 사람들이 아브라의 아브라에 대해서 잘 모른다는 것입니다.
Some of the calls for service that I saw
제가 본 그 서비스 콜 일부는
should have triggered an ABRA report, such as theft from the property.
그 경우 일부는 어떤 관심을 유발을 했는데 예를 들면 어떤 절도 보고서 같은 거요.
or assaults,
혹은 폭행,
which would have caused our office to investigate.
그러니까 그런 경우에는 저희 사무실에서 수사를 하게 되어 있습니다.
And that's the conclusion of my testimony.
이상으로 제 증언을 마칩니다.
Thank you, Ms. Densler. You can
댄즈 씨
stop.
감사합니다.
You can stop share. You can close your screen.
이제 스크린 닫아주세요.
Do we have any questions by any investigator of Ms. I'm sorry, any other board members of Ms. Densler?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to speak.
Yes, Mr. Short.
First and foremost, investigator Dancer, thank you for a very excellent and complete report.
쇼트 씨가 말씀을 하십니다. 먼저 댄스 씨 지금 훌륭하고 완전하게 보고를 해 주신 데 대해서 감사드립니다.
The pictures that you took, and it looks like you took a lot of them at night from your car, you're a very brave person. And I wanted to say to you, we need all the investigators to just to be careful out there. And I'm glad that you didn't get hurt while there.
예, 그 사진을 보면은 그 차 안에서 지금 밤에 찍은 것 같은데 선생님께서는 아주 용감하신 것 같아요. 그래서 수사관 여러분들 모두 아셔야 될 게 거기 가시면은 좀 조심을 하셔야 되고 다치지 않도록요.
As I have been a board member going on my third term now, I've been around for several of Soviet liquors renewals.
제가 지금 그 보드 멤버로 세 번째 임기를 맡고 있는데 그 실비아스 리커스 허가 갱신 문제로 지금 이야기를 많이 나누게 되는데요.
It's very, very, very moving and compelling to me, the pictures that you took. The ones you took at night, what time, do you know the hours of the daycare center?
그러면은 지금 그 사진을 보니까 굉장히 좀 가슴이 뭉클한 게 있고 그리고 굉장히 인상적인데 선생님께서 이 사진을 찍은 게 몇 시였죠? 그리고 그 데이케어가 운영 시간이 어떻게 되죠?
When it's operating, it's 7 a.m. until 7 p.m.
그 운영 시간이 오전 7시에서 오후 7시입니다.
So would it be fair to say those persons who were sitting out there in front of the daycare and almost in front of Soviets that you took at night, the daycare center would have been closed at that time?
그러면은 지금 그 데이케어 센터하고 그리고 실비아 가게 일부 앞에 이렇게 앉아 있는 그 사람들이 밤에 지금 이 사진을 찍었으니까 그 시간에는 그 데이케어가 문을 닫았다고 말해도 맞습니까?
Yes, sir.
맞습니다.
Okay, and then I must say, over the last several renewals I have been involved in with Soviet liquors, we've heard them time after time say there's actually no loitering out there, but your pictures show that there is loitering out there and it is persistent, apparently.
지금 제가 그 실비아스 리코스에서 그 주류 허가서 갱신하는 그런 이제 그 신청회에서 몇 번 참가를 했었는데 그분들께서는 계속해서 어정되는 사람이 없다고 했는데 오늘 지금 사진을 보니까 지속적으로 어정되는 사람이 있는 것 같습니다.
Correct. It appeared to me that the loitering was driven by time of day or the weather. And it seems like the most activity was during the nighttime hours. There was
맞습니다.
always loitering.
그리고 그 사람들이 어정되게 되는 이렇게 어정되게 하는 게 그 시간하고 그리고 날씨가 주요 원인인 것 같습니다. 가장 사람들이 많이 어정되는 시간은 밤 시간입니다.
In your opinion, would the loitering affect peace, order, and quiet in that community?
그러면은 선생님 생각에는 그 커뮤니티의 어떤 피스 오더하고 콰이어트 그 오더를 어정되는 사람들이 부정적인 영향을 준다고 생각합니까?
Yes.
네.
That's all I have for right now. And thank you again for a very excellent report, Investigator Dansler. Please be careful while you're out there, please.
예, 예. 그러면은 이상입니다. 댄젤 씨 다시 한번 훌륭한 보고서에 감사드리고요. 다시 한번 말씀드리건데 거기 나가서 수사를 하실 때는 조심하십시오. 그렇게 하겠습니다.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Do we have any other questions by any of the board members?
Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Grandis.
thank you. Inspector Densler, I want to congratulate you and thank you for a very thorough report, both written and your presentation. So thank you
예.
very much. It helps us on the board to get a view of the applicant and the concerns that neighborhoods may have. So it's very helpful how detailed your report is. Thank you.
예, 지금 그랜드 씨가 말씀하셨습니다. 댄젤 씨 다시 한번 아주 철저하게 조사를 해주신 것에 대해서 축하드리고 감사드립니다. 지금 그 사진 그 보고서가 저에게 많이 도움이 되는데 그 신청인의 그 가게의 어떤 이제 그 풍경하고 그리고 어떤 신청을 했을 때 그 이웃에서 어떤 우려가 있는지를 저희가 이해하는데 선생님이 상세하게 보고를 해 주셔가지고 아주 도움이 됐습니다. 다시 한번 감사드립니다.
Inspector, I believe one of the exhibits showed a topographical map that indicated where the other ABC establishments were within 1,200 feet.
지금 검사관님 그 증거물 하나를 보니까 그 지역의 어떤 그 유형적인 지도를 보여주셨는데 그 ABC 가게가 그 1200피트 반경에 있는 그 ABC 가게요. 네.
Yes, sir.
네.
And looking at this representation, and you may have already stated this during your report, but just so I have clarity, how close is the next A license to the establishment that we are discussing today?
예, 지금 저희가 이렇게 봤을 때 그 선생님께서 리포터를 하시면서 말씀을 이미 하셨지만은 좀 분명히 하기 위해서 다시 말씀을 여쭤보겠는데 지금 저희가 지금 이야기하고 있는 이 가게에서 그 다른 라이선스 A 가게가 얼마나 가까이 있습니까?
Mr. Grandis, I believe you're speaking to government's exhibit number 5, and Silverman's Liquors is approximately 2 blocks away.
그란드 씨, 제 생각에는 선생님께서 그 정부 측 증거물 5번을 말씀하시고 계시는데 그 실버맨스 리커라는 가게가 있는데 이 가게가 약 2블럭 정도 떨어져 있습니다.
Inspector, from your professional judgment, if you believe you can make that judgment, would you say that within this 1,200 feet there's an overconcentration of ABC licenses?
I'm going to object to that. That's beyond the expertise of this investigator. So
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. I did preface it that way. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Inspector, you noted in your report that there are loiterers. From my looking at the exhibits, it looks like the loitering is next to or near the ABC, but not in front of the ABC. From your visual looking at these men the nights you were there, did you see any open containers of alcoholic beverages, or did you see alcohol beverages being consumed by these loiterers?
예, 그러면은 검사관님, 선생님께서 지금 그 보고서에 그 보면은 이제 그 어정되는 사람이 있다고 하셨는데요. 그 지금 보면 그 증거물을 봤을 때 사람들이 ABC 건물 옆이나 근처에 있지 바로 앞에서 어정거리지는 않는 것 같습니다. 그런데 스님께서 밤에 그 검사를 하러 가셨을 때, 수사를 하러 가셨을 때, 그 스님께서 그 알코올 음료가 그 오픈 컨테이너로 있는 것을 보신 적이 있거나 아니면은 사람들이 술을 마시는 것을 본 적이 있으세요?
I did not see open containers to the point that the label was unobstructed. The loiterers were drinking from paper bag container, drinking with some sort of covering on the beverage.
Thank you.
제가 그 오픈 컨테이너를 그 레벨이 가려진 식으로 이렇게 어, 보지는 않았고요. 그리고 사람들이 술을 마셨을 때는 그 종이로 된 컵에다가 마셨습니다. 그래서 그 음주를 하는 게 약간 이렇게 좀 몰래 이렇게 커버를 해서 하는 것 같았습니다.
Inspector, looking at government exhibit number 20, which deals with the event search summary, there does seem to be several pages of events that are related to this establishment. From your knowledge in reviewing these event summaries, did any of them result in an ABC violation?
그러면은 검사관님 지금 정보철 증거물 20번을 봐주시면은 그게 그 서치를 요약한 것 같은데요. 거기 보면은 이 가게에 관계된 그 사건 기록이 몇 페이지가 나와 있는데요. 선생님 생각에는 이 중에 그 어떤 하나라도 ABC 위반의 결과를 빚은 것이 있습니까?
Mr. Grandis, because ABRA was not notified, ABRA did not have an opportunity to do an investigation. As I stated earlier, some of the police officers are not aware of the services our office give them. Those officers who work during the afternoon until the early evening are probably not familiar with our office.
그랜디스 씨, 왜냐하면은 아브라의 통지가 한 번도 되지 않았기 때문에 아브라가 그 수사를 할 기회가 없었습니다. 제가 말씀드린 것처럼 경찰 중 일부는 주로 이 사람들이 오후에 교대 근무를 해가지고 저녁 때까지 하는 사람들인데 지금 이 서비스 콜에 대해서 잘 알지 못하는 것 같았습니다.
Inspector, I appreciate your carefully worded statement, but my question was, did any violations generate from any of these events?
검사관님, 지금 말을 굉장히 조심해서 하시는 거는 감사하게 생각하는데요. 제 질문은 그러니까 아보라 위반으로 인해서 그 중에 어떤 지금 기록이 된 사건이 일어났는가 하는 것입니다.
No, sir.
없습니다.
And Inspector, would you agree that from your experience being an inspector, that when you run these event search summaries, that there often are attachments to an establishment, but they're not related to that particular license. It's just a call for service.
그 검사관님, 그러면은 선생님께서 지금 이런 이제 그 그러니까 이런 사건을 서치를 하다 보면은 그 가게에 어떤 첨부 파일이 있지만은 그게 어떤 꼭 그 라이선스에 관계된 게 아니라 콜 서비스에 종종 관련된 것이라는데 동의하시나요?
Yes, sir.
예.
Inspector, I want to thank you again for your very thorough report, and I want to thank you for being able to respond to my questions.
예.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
감사합니다. 검사관님. 다시 한번 철저하게 조사를 해주셔서 감사하고 제 질문에 답변해 주셔서 감사하고 체험님께도 감사드립니다.
Thank you, Mr. Grady. Are there any questions by any of the board member? I hear none. All right, Miss Johannes, you can ask some questions. It's 3:52, and so I just want to alert folks that I also want to have enough time for you to present your first witness before 4:30. But I'm not asking folks to necessarily cut their cases, but just keep that in mind. Okay.
예, 질문하겠다는 분이 없으니까 이제 요하네스 씨로 넘어가겠습니다. 요하네스 씨, 그러면은 질문을 하시는데 지금 현재 시간이 3시 52분이고요. 그리고 저희가 지금 선생님 쪽에서 첫 번째 증인이 증언을 할 시간도 충분히 가지셔야 합니다. 물론 저희가 지금 이 심리를 두 개로 나누겠다는 이야기는 아니지만요.
Based on your testimony, most of the loitering that you observed is not directly in front of Sylvia's liquors. Is that correct?
지금 선생님께서 하신 증언을 들어보면은 대부분의 지금 어정되는 사람이 실비아스 리커 앞에는 없었다고 말씀하셨는데 맞습니까?
Correct.
맞습니다.
Would you say that most of what you observed was in front of the daycare?
그러면은 대부분의 그 선생님이 보신 분들이 그 데이케어 앞에 있었다는데 동의하시나요?
That's correct.
맞습니다.
And the daycare representative told you that he or she believed that Sylvia's witnesses were being paid. Is that correct?
그리고 지금 데이케어 대표자가 선생님한테 말씀하시기를 실비아스 리커에서 증인을 매수한 것 같다고 했는데 맞습니까?
The witnesses from their last protest hearing.
그러니까 그 지난번 그 프로테스트 히어링의 증인들에게요.
Did you ask Sylvia's liquors about this allegation?
그러면은 지금 이 주장에 대해서, 이 혐의에 대해서 실비아스 리커스 쪽에 질문을 드린 적이 있어요?
No, that interview came after the owner's interview.
Do you have any reason to believe that that allegation is accurate?
그러면은 아니요. 그 인터뷰는 나중에 진행이 됐습니다. 그러면은 선생님께서는 그 혐의가 실제로 사실이라고 믿을 만한 근거가 있나요?
I have no opinion on that.
저는 거기에 대해서 의견이 없습니다.
One more question. You testified that you observed loiterers drinking out of paper bags. Is that correct?
그리고 한 가지 더 질문이 있는데 선생님께서 증언하실 때 그 어정되는 사람들이 페이퍼 백에서 술을 마셨다고 했는데 맞습니까?
I believe my testimony was they were drinking from containers that would obscure the contents, whatever they were drinking from.
Okay.
예, 제가 한 증언은 뭐냐면은 그 사람들이 술을 마셨을 때 그 내용물을 좀 이렇게 숨겨 가지고 그 내용물이 뭐든지 상관없이 숨긴 상태에서 마시고 있었다고 제가 증언을 한 것 같습니다.
Do you have any pictures of what you're describing in terms of the patrons with, or the loiterers with the drinks in hand?
잠깐만 기다리세요. Miss Johannes, could you repeat what you just said, please?
Do you have any pictures of what you're describing with the loiterers with the drinks in hand?
그러면은 지금 그 어정되는 사람이 손에다가 그 술을 손에 들고 이렇게 술을 마시는 것을 보여주는 지금 그렇게 말씀하시고 계신데 그거를 보여주는 사진을 갖고 계십니까?
No.
아니요.
Did you observe these loiterers coming out of Sylvia's liquors?
그러면은 그 이 어정되는 사람이 실비에서 리커 스토어에서 나오는 것을 목격하신 적이 있으세요?
A small number, yes.
예, 작은 숫자요.
The drinks in hand?
그리고 그 손에 술을 갖고 있었나요?
Nothing was in their hand.
손에 아무것도 없었습니다.
Okay, that's all I have for you. Thank you.
예, 감사합니다. 이상입니다.
Ms. Gibbs, do you have any questions of the investigator?
그러면은 깁스 씨, 수사관에게 질문 있으신가요?
Mr.
Oh, you're
Chairman,
the one doing you're doing it, Mr. Dixon?
yeah, this is Mr. Dixon. Yeah, I'll ask the investigator some questions with your leave.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Investigator Danzler, good afternoon. My name is Ronald Dixon, and I represent the protestant in this case, ANC 5D.
예, 안녕하십니까? 제 이름은 저는 로널드 딕슨이고요. 안녕하십니까? 저는 이 사건에서 그 프로테스트인 ANC를 대리하고 있습니다.
And why don't we finish in the area that the licensee, why don't we start in the area the licensee finished? During the time of the 18 times, I believe you said that you made observations, did you ever see any loiterers going in and out of the daycare with children or using the daycare for the services that it should be used for?
그러면은 지금 그 피허가자가 이야기를 마친 부분에서 저희가 시작하는 게 좋겠는데요. 지금 아까 선생님께서 관찰을 18차례 정도, 18번 정도 했다고 하셨는데 그동안에 데이케어를 사람들이 아이를 데리고 들어갔다 나왔다가 한다거나 그 데이케어에서 제공하는 서비스를 이렇게 받는 것을 보신 적이 있습니까? 어정되는 사람이 있는 상황에서.
No.
아니요.
And just a few more questions, Ms. Danzler. And let me just say thank you so much for your for courage in dealing with these situations. Now, when did your investigation start with Sylvia's?
예, 그러면은 제가 몇 가지 더 질문이 있습니다. 그리고 다시 한번 선생님께서 용기를 가지고 이 상황을 이렇게 다룬 것에 대해서 감사를 드리고요. 선생님께서 실비아스 가게를 모니터링을 시작한 게 언제죠?
July 23rd, 2021.
2020년 7월 23일입니다.
And let me ask you, on June 4, 2021, between the hours of 1 and 4, did you have any occasion to be in or around Sylvia's Liquors making observations?
예, 그러면은 제가 질문 드리겠습니다. 2021년 6월 4일 1시에서 4시 사이에 선생님께서 실비아스 가게에서 사람이 들어가고 나가는 것을 보기 위해서 관찰하신 적이 있습니까?
Mr. Dixon, did I hear you correctly? June 4?
Yes, ma'am.
2021?
Yes, ma'am.
딕슨 씨, 제가 똑바로 들었는지 다시 한번 여쭤보겠습니다. 선생님께서 2021년 6월 4일이라고 하셨어요? 네, 맞습니다.
Yes, let me just rephrase my question. My question was, your investigation started in July. My question is, did you have any reason to be in or around Sylvia's Liquors on June 4, 2021, between the hours of 1 and 4 p.m.?
I'm going to object.
이 있습니다.
Scope of direct.
지금 범위를 벗어나고 사안에 관련이 없습니다.
Mr. Dixon, why is this relevant? Why is this relevant, sir?
It's relevant, Your Honor, because there were observations made as early as June 4 with reference to Sylvia's that we will tie up later with a live witness to support the report of Ms. Danzler. So
예, 딕슨 씨, 관련성이 무엇입니까? 저희가 관련성이 있는데 그 이유는 지금 그것을 목격한 게 6월 4일이면 그 날짜가 조금 있다가 저희가 실시간으로 증인이 증언할 텐데 증언을 지지하는 것과 관련이 있기 때문입니다.
I'm going to sustain the objection. The reason I'm sustaining the objection is that the investigator wrote in a report that Abra started to monitor the location July 23rd, 2021. So since she did not state in her report that they started monitoring before July 23rd, 2021, I'm going to sustain the objection, sir. If you have another witness who can testify about that, you can do that, but not this witness.
제가 이 일을 인정하도록 하겠습니다. 왜냐하면은 아브라의 수사가 시작이 된 게 2021년 7월 23일이라고 했기 때문입니다.
My next question, Ms. Danzler, is on September 12th, 2021, did you have an occasion to be in or around Sylvia's Liquor making observations?
그러면은 제 다음번 질문은 댄젤러 씨.
I'm sorry. I should have said September 12th. I'm sorry. September 12th, not October. September 12th, 2021. Did you have an occasion to be around Sylvia's making observations?
예, 그러면 제 다음 질문은 선생님께서 2021년 9월 12일 실비아스 그 가게 근처에서 관찰을 하고 있었습니까?
I'm going to object on the same grounds. I think that the chairman just stated what the dates were in which this report was written, in which the investigator just testified that she observed. So I'm going to just object on relevance.
제가 똑같은 그 근거로 그러니까 관련성이 부재하다는 이유로 이의를 제기하겠습니다. 방금 체어맨이 말씀을 하셨지만은 날짜하고 그리고 그 리포트가 쓰여진 그 날짜가 있기 때문인데 제가 이 사안에 대해서 다시 한번 관련성이 없다는 이유로 이의를 제기합니다.
I'm going to sustain the objection for the same reason. The investigator stated in her report that the first observation was July 23rd, 2021, and the last observation was September 10th, 2021. So therefore, the time period is out of her observation. If you have another witness who can testify, you can, but not this witness. So let's move on.
예, 제가 똑같은 이유로 이 일을 인정하도록 하겠습니다. 왜냐하면은 그 지금 수사관이 이미 말씀을 하시기를 관찰을 시작한 게 2021년 7월 23일이고 끝난 게 2021년 9월 10일이니까 지금 이것은 여쭤보는 질문은 지금 이 기간을 벗어나는 거기 때문에 나중에 정언을 하실 수는 있지만은 지금 이 증인에게는 이 질문을 하지 말아 주십시오.
Now, Investigator Danzler, during the course of your testimony, you testified that you saw a grill or an object which appeared to be a grill for grilling outside of under the tree alongside Sylvia's. Is my recollection correct on that, ma'am?
검사관 댄젤러 씨, 제가 지금 기억하는 게 맞다면은 선생님께서 아까 증언을 하셨을 때 그릴이라 아니면은 무슨 어떤 물건을 그 그릴 같은 거 그거를 그 바깥에서 나무 아래에서 이렇게 두었다고 말씀을 하신 것 같은데 제 기억이 맞나요?
Yes, the observations, the monitoring of the establishment was in conjunction with other investigators. And that is what one of the supervisory investigator reported. He saw a grill.
네, 맞습니다. 그러니까 그 모니터링한 그게 다른 수사와도 관련이 있었는데요. 감독을 하는 감독직위에 있는 그 수사관이 그릴을 보았습니다.
And I take it by your testimony today that you adopt that investigator's observation as part of your presentation to the board?
그러면은 선생님께서 지금 그 말씀을 선생님의 어떤 그 보고의 일부로 채택을 했다고 상정해도 맞습니까?
Dixon, what was the question?
I'm sorry.
딕슨 씨 질문이 뭐였죠?
You indicated that another investigator observed a grill outside of Sylvia's under the tree. That was not an observation that you made. And my question is, do you adopt that observation, since you did mention that, as part of your testimony today before the board?
예, 제 질문은 뭐였냐면요. 선생님께서 아까 그 다른 수사관이 그 그릴을 실비아스 그 가게 앞에 나무 아래에서 보았다고 말씀을 하셨는데, 선생님이 직접 본 거는 아니니까 선생님께서 다른 사람이 본 거를 이렇게 오늘 선생님의 증언으로 받아들였다고 봐도 맞습니까?
It's in her report. What's in her report is in her report. It's been
Is there
submitted.
an objection, Ms. Johannes?
Sorry?
Is there an objection?
Yeah, I'm objecting to the question. The question he just asked is about what's in the report. What's in the report has been submitted. What's in the report and its four corners is what's in there. And there's nothing else that she can state regarding observations of someone else.
Ms. Giannis, I mean, I'm not quite sure what
It's a hearsay objection. She said he's asking for her to adopt the observations of someone else. Is that the question? If I heard it correctly?
Yes, Ms. Johannes, she testified to that earlier. I would rely on the board for a ruling.
Sure.
지금 제가 그 질문에 대해서 이의를 제기를 하겠습니다. 왜냐하면은 그분께서 아까 하신 말씀은 수사관의 보고서에 들어 있습니다. 근데 보고서는 이미 제출이 되었고, 그 분께서 거기 들어있는 내용에 대해서 그분께서 다른 사람이 본 내용에 대해서 특별히 하실 수 있는 말씀이 없기 때문입니다. 그런데 지금 제가 딕슨 씨에 맞게 이해를 했다면은 지금 다른 사람이 본 내용을 지금 그분께서 그 증언의 일부로 받아들이라고 하신 것 같은데 제가 맞게 이해를 했습니까? 여기에 대해서 저희가 판결을 기다리겠습니다.
If there was an objection, I'm going to overrule the objection. The testimony, the witness testified as that she did not do all the investigation, all the other, and her report clearly states who observed that, and she testified that this was an observation made by another investigator, and she included that in her report. So I'm going to overrule the objection.
예, 만약에 그 반대 이의를 제기를 하신 거면은 이의를 기각하도록 하겠습니다. 왜냐하면은 그 증인께서 증언을 하시기를 자신이 모든 수사를 한 것은 아니고 다른 수사관이 있었다고 말씀을 하셨고요. 그래서 누가 무엇을 보았는지 그분이 진술을 하셨기 때문에 제가 이 반대 이 이의 제기는 기각하도록 하겠습니다.
Now, my next and almost last question, Ms. Danzler, is during the course of your investigation of Sylvia's, and this would include what you testified earlier about the previous protest hearing in this case, have you ever had an occasion to meet or speak with a woman by the name of Regina Sneed? It's REGINA SNEAD.
예, 그러면은 지금 제 다음 질문은 이게 거의 마지막 질문인데요. 댄젤러 씨, 선생님께서 아까 그 실비아스 리커 가게를 이렇게 수사를 하신 것에 대해서 이야기를 하셨는데 여기에는 그 전에 그 프로테스트 히어링까지 포함이 되는데요. 한 번이라도 선생님께서 그 여성분 이름이 레지나 스니드인데 REGINA SNEAD 인 이 여성분을 만나신 적이 있나요?
Objection relevance.
I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry. Are you objecting, Ms. Johannes?
Yes, I'm objecting on relevance.
I don't know what the question is. So I'm at this junction. I don't know what I'm sorry. All that was asked, does she know someone? I don't know why. So I'm not quite sure. I think it's premature for you to object. I don't know where he's going. So I'm going to overrule the objection. She can answer the question.
예, 지금 이 딕슨 씨께서 여쭤본 거는 지금 그 요하나스 씨께서 다시 이의를 질문에 대해서 이의를 제기하셨습니다. 그래서 지금 앤더슨 씨께서 지금 딕슨 씨께서 여쭤본 거는 그냥 한마디로 말하면은 어느 사람을 아는가 물어본 것뿐이고 그 다음에 이야기가 어떻게 전개될지 모르기 때문에 지금 너무 조급하게 이의를 제기하시는 게 아닙니까? 그래서 지금 하신 이의 제기는 기각하도록 하겠습니다. 그래서 지금 증인께서는 답변하세요.
Yes, I do believe I spoke with someone named Regina Sneed.
예, 제 생각에 제가 그 레지나 스니다라는 분하고 이야기를 나눈 것 같습니다.
Do you have a clear recollection of that? Because I can refresh your recollection if necessary, Ms. Stansler.
그러면은 지금 그때 무슨 이야기를 나눴는지 정확하게 기억을 하세요. 왜냐하면은 기억을 못 하시면은 그 기억을 상기시켜 드리도록 도와드릴 수가 있기 때문입니다.
Yes, could you please refresh my recollection?
예, 그러면은 제가 기억하는 걸 좀 도와주시겠어요?
Mr. Anderson, may I?
All right. Is this person in her report?
잠깐만요. 이 사람이 그 보고서에 들어 있습니까?
No, I do not believe that she is based upon her testimony, no.
아니요. 그분이 한 증인이 한 증언에 따르면은 보고서에 들어 있지 않습니다.
But I'm gonna sustain the objection because I don't know who this person is, and there's no reference. There's no reference in her report of this individual. I'm not sure where we're going with this because there's an objection on relevancy, and in reviewing the investigator's report, I don't see this individual mentioned. So I'm not sure why is it that you know what? It's beyond the scope of direct. She did not testify about this person, and there is no reference, at least I'm not aware of any reference of this individual in the written report.
예, 제가 아까 하신 이 일을 인정하도록 하겠습니다. 왜냐하면은 지금 이 사람이 누군지 저도 모르겠습니다. 왜냐하면은 그 보고서에 전혀 언급되지 않은 사람이기 때문입니다. 그래서 지금 이 사람을 가지고 어떤 식으로 이야기를 할지 제가 모르겠습니다. 그래서 지금 관련성이 없다는 근거로 이 일을 인정하겠습니다. 지금 이 질문은 지금 범위를 넘어섰기 때문에 최소한 제가 지금 이 사람이 보고서에 언급되어 있지가 않기 때문에 이 일을 인정하도록 하겠습니다.
Ms. Stansler, do you know who the owner of the daycare is next to Sylvia's?
그러면은 댄젤 씨, 그 실비아스 바로 옆에 있는 그 데이케어의 주인이 누구신지 아세요?
The female who identified herself as the owner did not want her name to be publicized.
지금 자기가 오너라고 밝힌 그 여성분이 이름을 알리고 싶지 않아 하셨습니다.
And the female that you talked to, who was associated with the daycare center, does the name Regina Sneed stir your recollection as to who that person is?
I'm all right. Mr. Dixon, there's some sensitivity here. The witness testified that she spoke to a representative of the daycare center who did not want her name to be publicized. Now, if you want to ask the witness questions about the person who she spoke to without going through the name, I would appreciate that. But I think there's some sensitivity here where the investigator does not want to state. So I believe as an attorney, sir, you can ask certain questions clearly this person, it appears that this person has some concerns about her identity being publicly known. I think you can ask questions, sir, without utilizing the name, sir.
지금 그 딕슨 씨께서 이렇게 말씀하셨습니다. 지금 그 증인께서 이야기를 나누신 그 여성분이 제가 지금 레지나 스니더라는 이름을 대면은 기억이 좀 날 것 같습니까? 라고 했을 때에 지금 앤더슨 씨가 말씀하셨습니다. 잠깐만요, 잭슨 씨. 지금 여기에 저희가 약간 민감한 부분이 있습니다. 왜냐하면은 증인이 아까 증언하실 때 분명히 말씀하신 게 그 데이케어 센터를 대표하는 그분이 이름이 알려지기를 바라지 않는다고 분명히 말씀을 하셨습니다. 그래서 선생님께서 이름을 거론하지 않고 지금 그 증인이 이야기를 나눈 사람에 대해서 질문을 하는 것은 괜찮습니다. 하지만은 지금 그 약간 민감한 사안이 있기 때문에 제가 변호사로서 말씀해 드리건데 이름을 거론하지 않고 질문을 하는 것은 괜찮습니다. 하지만은 지금 그 여성분께서 이름이 알려지는 것에 대해서 이름이 대중에 알려지는 것에 대해서 어느 정도의 우려를 하고 계십니다.
Now, Investigator Danzler, excuse me, did you ever speak with a person by the name of Max Pierce? And that's MAXPIERCE with reference to the investigation at Sylvia's.
그러면은 댄즐러 씨, 선생님께서 실비어스 리커스 사건에 관련돼 가지고 맥스 피어스 철자가 MAXPIERCE 라는 사람과 이야기를 나누신 적이 있으세요?
Are you able to answer the question, ma'am?
This is the interpretation. I finished the interpreting, but I couldn't hear Miss Denzler's
She didn't
reply.
answer, so I didn't hear an answer from her. So that's why I thought she could not answer. Did you answer the question, Ms. Ansler?
I did not speak to it, Mr. Pierce.
Thank you.
저는 미스터 피어스와 이야기를 하지 않았습니다.
And just want to indulge us one moment, Mr. Chair.
예, 회장님 잠깐만 좀 기다려 주세요.
Oh, did you ever speak with a Captain Paul Herbenak with the Metropolitan Police Department, 5th District Station? His name is spelled PAUL, capital HREBENAK, with reference to the investigation of Sylvia's. I'm sorry.
그러면은 잠깐만요. 선생님께서 한 번이라도 캡틴 폴 헤버넥, 그러니까 PAULHREBENAK 라는 분하고 실비아스 리컬스 인베스티게이션 관련되어 가지고 말씀을 나누신 적이 있나요? 지금 이분께서는 메트로폴리탄 그 경찰서의 5번째 그 지구에서 일을 하시고 있거든요.
No, sir.
아니요.
Thank you, Ms. Danzler. Thank you, board. We have no further questions for Ms. Danzler. We pass the witness back to the board. Thank you.
예, 댄젤 씨 감사합니다. 그리고 워드 쪽에서도 감사드립니다. 댄젤 씨에 대해서는 더 이상 질문이 없습니다. 그러면은 보드 쪽에서 다음 증인을 불러주십시오.
All right, thank you.
감사합니다.
All right, let's go off the record let's go off the record, please. All right, this is some procedural issue. Ma'am, we're able to get another translator. What we were informed is that Ms. Johannes, that as long as we have a the owner, as long as he can testify with a translator, then we do not need to have a translator after that. Is that still correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, Ms. Kim, is the other translator? All right, okay. What I'm going to do, so all right, so what we're going to have you do, Ms. Kim, is to sign off. And Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate the rights of the new translator?
Thank you. So
Alright.
I'm going to disconnect myself.
Thank you, Ms. Kim.
Thank you.
Mr. Kim, your rights have been elevated.
Mr. Kim? Mr. Kim?
I'm here, sir.
All right, we're back on the record. Mr. Kim, can you raise your right hand, please?
Sure.
Can you state I'm sorry, can you, first of all, can you state, you can put your hand down. Can you state your name for the record, please? And
My name is Young-Woo Kim, spelling Y-O-U-N-G, space, M as in Mary, O-O. My last name is K-I-M as in Mary. Young-Woo Kim is my name, for the record.
Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that you'll faithfully translate these proceedings from English into Korean and from Korean into English?
I do.
All right, thank you. All right,
but sir, I have a question.
Yes.
Who is the party to hear my translation?
Mr. Na, Mr. Na, he's on screen. Mr. Kim, Mr. Na, can you raise your hand, please? Mr. Na.
Oh.
Can you raise your hand?
I cannot see Mr. Na, sir.
Mr. Na.
Mr. Jung.
Mr. Jung. I miss Mr. Jung. Okay.
You
are
see
you? Oh yeah, now I'm seeing. Now I see him now.
All right. Okay, we're back on the record. All right. All right, Ms. Johannes, are you ready to? I guess before, are there any? Does the board members have any follow-up questions that they wish to ask before we close our case officially?
정 선생님 지금 저기 이 케이스 마치기 전에 추가로 질문하실 게 있습니까?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Short.
Yes, I'd like to ask one last question of the investigator, please.
Yes, Mr. Short.
제임스 쇼트가 마지막으로 저기 수사관에게 질문할 게 있다고 지금 얘기를 했습니다. 제 말씀 들리세요?
예, 잘 들립니다. 예.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Investigator Dantzler, you mentioned public urination. Can you, for the record, again, give us the information you have about public urination in this license renewal?
저기 그 수사관 낸슬한테 지금 묻고 있습니다. 그 수사하는 과정에 누가 이 노상 방류하는 것, 공식적인 장소에서 방류하는 것을 봤다고 그러는데 거기에 대해서 얘기해 주시라고 수사관에게 요청했습니다. Go ahead, investigator.
Different loiterers in the group would leave their position and go and urinate at a nearby house, just a few doors away from the center. They would urinate at that house that was under construction.
멤버 거기 배회하던 사람 중에 하나가 거기 있으면서 소변을 봤는데 그것은 위치가 어디냐면 그 몇 집 건너서 거기서 공사 중인 장소인데 거기에서 소변 보는 것을 목격했습니다. Go ahead.
Would this public urination affect the daycare center, the children and the parents as they bring the children to and from the daycare center?
이 노상 방류가 거기 어린아이들 그 데이케어 센터가 있는데 거기에 애들을 데리고 오고 데리고 가는데 어떤 방해가 되겠습니까?
Yes, the individuals that I saw genitals were exposed.
맞습니다. 내가 본 바로는 그 사람의 성기가 나한테 목격되었습니다.
That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Investigator Dantzler.
의장님 감사합니다. 이것은 내 모든 질문입니다. 감사합니다, 수사관 댄슬러.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Any other questions by the board members?
다른 보드 멤버 중에 질문하실 분 있습니까?
All right, fine.
좋습니다.
Ms. Johannes, are you prepared to present your case?
요하네스가 이제 사건에 대해서 얘기하겠습니다. Go ahead.
I just have one follow-up based on,
Well, no, I'm not allowing follow-up, Ms.
okay,
Yohannes.
that's fine. That's fine.
Thank you.
추가 질문은
I
허용하지 않습니다.
Mr. Jung.
정선님,
I'm sorry, you're calling a witness? Who's the witness you're calling?
Mr. Nam-young Jung.
Yes.
정선생님 지금 저기 사이런 요하네스가 부르고 있습니다. 들으십니까?
예,
I would like Mr. Chung to, I'm sorry, what's his last name? Chung?
예, 정 is
Raise
that.
your right hand. Can you raise your right hand, please?
자, 오른손 들어주세요.
예.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
선생님께서는 모든 진실만 얘기해서 선서하며 확인하십니까?
예, 선서합니다.
I do.
Okay. Mr. Chung, can you state your connection to this application and your title with this establishment?
정 선생님께서 이 사업체에 선생님과의 관계를 얘기해 줄 수 있겠습니까?
뭔 말이야?
지금 여기에 지금 얘기가 되어 있는 사업체에 선생님이 어떤 관계십니까?
제가 이 가게의 오너입니다.
I'm the owner of this business.
How long have you operated this establishment and been the owner, as the owner of the business?
선생님께서는 이 사업체의 소유주로서 얼마나 오랫동안 이것을 관여하셨습니까?
2016년 12월 달부터 시작했습니다.
I've started from December 2016.
예.
Okay, thank you. Can you tell the board a bit about the kind of store that you have and what you sell?
자, 그러면 선생님께서 이 보드 멤버들에게 선생님이 얘기하고 싶은 이야기, 그것을 얘기해 주겠습니까?
저희 가게에서는 비어하고 와인하고 그리고 이제 리꾸하고 그리고 이제 그로소리 종류를 팔고 있습니다.
My store is selling beer, wine, and liquor, including groceries. 그리고요, 말씀하세요. 더 얘기할 게 있어요?
예.
말씀하세요.
예, 그게 전부입니다.
That's all I would say. Ms. Yohannes.
Okay, thank you. What are the hours of operation currently?
지금 선생님이 운영하는 지역이 어디입니까?
1818 베닝 로드 노스 이스트입니다.
1818 Benning Road, Northeast.
What are the hours of operation of the store?
그 가게 영업시간이 어떻게 됩니까?
예, 주 7일 아침 10시서부터 밤 12시까지 운영을 하고 있습니다.
7 days a week, 10 a.m. in the morning until the midnight.
Okay. As the owner of the store, how often are you present at the establishment?
선생님께서는 이 사업체의 주인으로서 이 사업체, 이 가게에 얼마나 자주 나오십니까?
거의 매일 나가고 있습니다.
I go to my business almost every day.
Okay, so if you're not at the business every day, then, or if you're not there and present and working, who else is there?
선생님이 만약 거기 안 계시고 거기서 일하지 않으시면 누가 거기 또 있습니까?
가게 매니저가 있습니다. 그 매니저는 지금 매니저 라이센스를 가지고 있는 그런 매니저가 있습니다.
I have one store manager who is valid license. He's the store manager is working there.
Okay. And as the owner and one of the individuals that are there daily, can you tell the board about your procedures with handling the selling of alcohol and checking of IDs?
자, 그러면 선생님께서 거기 사업주이시고 거의 매일 나와서 일을 하시는데 또 매니저도 있고 그러면 이 주류 음료를 파는 그 과정과 그 사람들의 그 신문 신분증을 확인하는 것에 대한 그것을 좀 설명을 해 주시려고 합니다. 그 과정에 대해서 설명해 주시기 바랍니다.
저희 가게는 항상 아이디를 체크업을 하고 있고, 그리고 저희 가게 사인에는 21살 미만한테는 어느 제품도 판매하지 않게끔 그렇게 사인이 붙어 있습니다.
We always checking the patron's ID and the sign is posted. We do not sell to those under the age of 21.
Speaking of signs, what other signs do you have at your store?
그럼 그 표지, 사인이 가게 어디에 있습니까?
가게 정문에도 붙어 있고, 그리고 가게 저희 레지스터 보는 쪽에도 양쪽으로 다 그런 사인이 붙어 있습니다.
The one is at the entrance door, and the inside at the cash registers. At the both sides of the cash register, the signs are there.
Are these signs regarding the age in which checking IDs and the age in which you can sell to customers? Are those the
These
signs you're referring to?
No, go ahead. Okay, what's the last part
Those
of
the
this?
signs you're referring to?
자, 이 사인이 이제 얘기하는 것이 주류를 팔 수 있는 그 나이라든가 또는 이 신분증 확인에 관한 그런 내용을 담고 있는 것입니까?
그 사인은 기본적으로 21살이 안 되면 저희 가게는 서비스를 안 한다는 사인입니다. 단 만약에 마이너가 왔을 때는 항상 부모님하고 같이 와야만이 저희 가게에서 그로소리도 살 수 있고 소다도 살 수 있는 겁니다.
Mr. Chair, can I ask for some clarification of what Mr. Nass said? You know, he said anyone under 21 years of age, nothing can be sold to them. So I need a clarification from Mr. Chung.
You are fine with, he answered the question. So you don't need to ask clarification.
Okay, all right.
That's fine, you're fine.
That's what he said. Even he added that the customer is the minor, they have to come with their parents. Without parents' presence, the store cannot sell anything to the minor. That's what he said.
Then that's fine. You can translate that. It's appropriate for the forum.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I'm gonna move on, but before I do, to quickly follow up on that, I want to say, Mr. Zhang, to be clear, you do not sell alcohol to any individual under the age of 21. Is that correct?
Objection, Your
정
Honor.
선생, 이의가 제기됐습니다.
What's the nature of the objection?
This is the third or fourth leading question. I understand we're speaking through an interpreter, but I would just ask counsel not to suggest in her questions the answers to the questions for the witness.
All right, Miss Yohannes, if that's the case, we're attorneys here. Please don't ask leading questions. Okay, let's move on.
I don't think I'm leading. I think I'm clarifying because he did state. I'm just repeating what he stated, and we are talking through an interpreter. So I'll rephrase.
Okay, let me explain the situation to Mr. Chung. Okay, give me just a few seconds. 정 선생님, 정
네.
선생님 들리세요?
예.
지금 어떤 상황인지 아시겠지만 제가 설명을 드립니다. 지금 요하네스가 질문한 것에 대해서 로널드 딕슨이라는 분이 변호사세요?
예.
그분이 이의를 제기했어요.
예.
이것이 유도신문이다. 벌써 서너 차례 유도신문하고 있는데 이것을 갖다가 인정해달라고 의장에게 얘기를 했더니 의장이 인정해서 선생님은 답변하지 않으셔도 된다 해서 요하네스가 다시 질문을 바꿔서 하겠다고 지금 얘기한 상태예요. 아시겠죠?
네, 알겠습니다.
Go ahead, Mr. Yohannes.
To clarify, when you're selling alcohol to a patron, how old do you have? How old does the patron have to be in order for you to sell alcohol to them?
자, 선생님이 알코올 음료 주류를 팔 수 있는 나이가 제일 높은 나이가 몇 살입니까?
기본적으로 21살 이후에 그 다음 날인 생일 자만이 살 수 있는 겁니다.
21 years of age.
Okay. I'm going to move forward from this line of questioning and talk about loitering because that's where I was trying to get to with the signs.
자, 이제 여기 질문에서 이제 그 주변에 배회하는 사람들, 거기 이제 그 떠돌아다니는 사람들에 대해서 그런 질문을 해보겠습니다. Go ahead, Ms. Johannes.
Can you tell me about the loitering issue at the establishment or on Benning Road?
저기 그 선생님 가게 주위에 또 이 베닝 로드에서 거기 그 떠도는 사람들이 있습니다. 방황하는 사람들. 그거에 대해서 생각해 보신 적이 있으세요?
네, 우린 밖에 서 있는 사람들 서 있지 말라고 하는 사인이 있고 2018년도에는 거의 매일 경찰한테 연락을 했었는데 그 이후에는 경찰이 매일 전화하지 말라고 했고 경찰이 나오더라도 우리 가게 앞에 사람들이 서 있는 게 아니면 해줄 수가 없고 그 로터링하는 자체가 불법이 아니기 때문에 경찰로서 한계가 있다고 말씀을 하셨습니다.
Yes, there is a signage posted in front of the store, no loitering. And also in year 2018, almost every day I called the police to control this loitering people. And now the police said that don't call us every day. And what the police said to me is that even if the loiterers are not in front of our business, so they cannot control, they cannot disperse them from the front of the store. That's what they said. 더 말씀할 게 있어요?
Okay, thank you. So regarding, I want to talk about your relationship with MPD. Can you tell me about that?
워싱턴 DC의 경찰국과 선생님의 관계를 한번 묻고 싶습니다. Go ahead, Ms. Johannes.
Can you tell me about your communications or your relationship with MPD?
선생님께서 그 DC 경찰국과 소통하는 문제, 그다음에 그 DC 경찰국의 관계에 대해서 얘기해 줄 수 있습니까?
네, 저희는 아주 좋은 관계를 가지고 있고 그 MPD하고 적극적으로 협조를 하고 있습니다.
No, I'm having a pretty good relationship with MPD, and then I'm very cooperative to the MPD.
Okay. Let's talk about your cameras. Do you have
선생님 그 카메라에 대해서 얘기해 보겠습니다. Go ahead, Ms. Johannes.
Do you have cameras in your store?
가게에 그 카메라가 있습니까?
네, 있습니다.
Yes, I do.
How many cameras do you have?
카메라 몇 개나 있어요?
네, 아웃사이드에는 3대 카메라가 있고 인사이드에는 12 카메라가 있습니다.
3 cameras outside the store, 12 inside.
Okay. In terms of the community, have you received any complaints from anyone in the community about your store?
저희 선생님께서는 그 지역사회, 주위 그 가게 주변의 그 지역사회에서 어떤 그 불만 사항을 접수한 적이 있습니까?
없습니다. 저희 가게 레귤러 손님들은 저희 가게를 항상 좋아하고 다만 그 시델 모어라는 그 여자만 저희 가게에 항상 문제를 일으키고 있습니다.
누구요? 이름 다시 한번 얘기해 주세요.
뭐라고 얘기해야 돼? 올리
아니 이름을 얘기해 주세요. 그 여자 이름이 뭐예요?
모어라는 그 여자밖에 저희는 컴플레인하는 사람이 없습니다.
그분의 이름을 얘기하셨잖아요. 이름을 얘기해 주세요.
Yes. 그분 이름이 시델 모어입니다.
시델 모어.
예.
I haven't had any complaints from the community. The patrons are pretty like my store. Only the women CDL has been complaining about my business.
Okay. And have these complaints, what have these complaints been about generally?
자, 그럼 이 불만 사항들이 대충 어떤 내용을 갖고 있는 그런 불만 사항들입니까?
제가 듣기로는 밖에서 그 이제 그 라이터링 하는 그 문제가 제일 큰 것 같고, 그리고 싱글 비어를 팔지 말라고 하는 그 문제가 큰 것 같습니다.
뭘 팔지 말아요?
그 싱글 비어요.
아, 싱글 비어.
예.
So what I've heard is the biggest issue is that the loiterers outside the store. The second biggest issue is the selling the single beer.
Have you continued to work with MPD regarding loitering since the last hearing in 2018?
자, 그럼 선생님, 2018년 우리 이게 마지막 이 청문회 이후로 그 DC 경찰국하고 계속 같이 일하셨습니까?
네, 잘하고 있습니다.
Yes, I've been doing pretty well.
Are you in compliance with your settlement agreement?
선생님께서는 그 합의서를 잘 준수하고 계십니까?
네, 잘하고 있습니다.
Yes, I am.
Okay. Those are the only questions I have for this witness.
자, 이것이 내 질문 전부입니다.
Thank you, Mr. Chung.
감사합니다, 선생님.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Dixon or Ms. Gibbs, who's doing the cross-examination?
안 되시면 누가 하는 겁니까?
It will be Mr. Dixon, Mr. Chair.
All right, Mr. Dixon, your witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Na, am I pronouncing your last name correctly, sir, please?
Mr. Chung.
Okay. Mr. Chung, my name is Ronald Dixon, and
네, 로널드 딕슨입니다. Go ahead.
I represent ANC 5D.
나는 그 ANC5D를 대표하고 있습니다. Go ahead.
And ANC 5D is protesting the renewal of your license.
그리고 ANC5D는 선생님의 사업 면허를 반대하고 있습니다. 사업면허 갱신을 반대하고 있습니다. Go ahead.
Now, Mr. Chung, you said that there's been a complaint about you selling singles, meaning single cans of beer or bottles of beer. Is that correct?
자, 선생님이 그 말씀한 것 중에서 그 접수된 불만 중에 맥주를 갖다가 한 캔씩 파는 것, 그런 거기에 대한 불만이 있다고 그랬어요. 맞습니까?
네, 그 컴플레인이 저기가 컴플레인을 한 게 아니라 그 시델 모어라는 그 분이 컴플레인을 한 겁니다.
Yes, that is one of the complaints, but that was raised not by our patrons, only raised by Sidel Moore, the only person.
Mr. Chung, do you sell singles? Yes or no?
그럼 선생님은 낱개로 낱개로 파십니까?
네, 워드 5에는 납병으로 팔 수 있습니다.
In Word 5, the singles can be sold.
My question, sir, is not about Ward 5. My question is, do you sell singles out of your establishment?
내 질문은 그 5지역을 얘기하는 것이 아니고 선생님은 낱개로 파느냐 거기에 대한 그것이 나의 질문입니다. 답변해
네,
주세요.
팔고 있습니다.
Yes, I do. Sell singles.
Would you describe for the board the type of singles you sell to the public?
자, 그러면 보드에다가 어떠한 것을 이렇게 낱개로 파는지 이 일반 대중에게 팔고 있는지 그걸 좀 얘기해 주세요. 뭐를 낱개로 팔고 있는지.
네, 기본적으로 일단은 뭐 그로소리로 보면 일반 소다
네.
12온스부터 싱글로 팔고 있습니다. 12온스, 16온스, 24온스, 뭐 그런 식으로 이게 납병을 팔고 있습니다.
Yes, for the groceries, I'm selling sodas from the size of 12 ounce up, and they're like a 6 ounce and 24 ounce. I sell single of those soda stuff.
Do you
Just
sell,
like it.
do you sell alcoholic beverages singles? And if
자,
you do,
알코올이 들어가는 음료도 그렇게 단 낱개로 파십니까?
네, 그거는 이제 비어 같은 경우는 싱글로도 다 팔고 있습니다.
Yes, I do. I sell beer as single.
are there any other merchandise of alcoholic nature that you sell as a single other than beer?
자, 그럼 다른 맥주 위에 다른 알코올 음료도 낱개로 파는 게 있습니까?
가장 스몰 사이즈는 12온스가 제일 작은 겁니다.
The smallest size is a 12 ounce.
I'm sorry, 12 ounce of what, sir?
자, 12온스 무엇을 얘기하십니까? 뭐가 가장 사이즈 작은 사이즈라고 하는데?
비어입니다.
12온스
비어.
beer.
Now,
추가로 저희는 이제 제일 작은 사이즈는 100ml부터 이렇게 팔고 있습니다. 그러니까 100ml 하면은 뭐 브란디나 데킬라나 그런 종류가 좀 있습니다. 바두카 그런 것들이.
Adding my statement is that the smallest size is 100 milliliters of brandy, tequila, and vodka.
now, Mr. Chung, when you opened your establishment, you were aware that there was a daycare next to your establishment? You were aware of that, weren't you, sir?
자, 선생님이 그 가게를 여실 때 선생님 인근에 그 데이케어 센터가 있다는 것을 알고 계셨습니까?
자세히는 몰랐었고, 그리고 그들은 그 비즈니스를 그렇게 하지를 못했습니다. 그냥 지금 현재로는 그 데이케어도 문 닫아 있는 상황입니다. 코로나 이후로 아마 문 닫아 있던 것 같습니다.
I was not fully aware of the daycare center then. And I think it's currently closed due to COVID-19.
Mr. Chung, what's your evidence that the daycare is closed, and state the first date that you are aware that it closed, please?
자, 정 선생님. 그 데이케어 센터가 문을 닫았다라는 증거가 무엇이며, 선생님이 그 가게를 여시는 첫날부터 이 데이케어 센터가 있었느냐에 대해서 알고 계십니까? 알고 계셨습니까? 아니셨습니까? 거기에 대해서 명확히 대답해 주세요.
알고는 있었습니다.
Yes, I knew there was a daycare center. 더 얘기하실 거 없어요?
Did Mr. Chung finish his answer, Mr. Kim?
That's why I'm asking him again. So you have two questions, and where's the evidence that the daycare center is closed? I'm going to ask him again. All right.
I'm going to object on that question about the evidence that the daycare center is closed. Why is that relevant? What's the relevance there?
All right, hold on one minute. All right, before I respond to that, Miss Zhang, is that your last name, please?
Mr. Zhang, yes.
No.
My last name is Na, sir.
Miss Na. All right,
Yes.
I apologize. Miss Na. All right, you two are sitting in the same room, okay?
Yes.
I do not want you to speak to him. I do not want, when a question is asked, that your lips are moving. We can all see your lips moving, although there's no volume. I do not want you to write him any note. I do not want you to say anything to him, ma'am. And if it continues, I'm going to ask you to vacate the room and go on another screen. Okay, ma'am?
Okay, I understand.
Thank you.
선생님 지금 상황을 설명드리면 의장께서 거기 미스 나라고 계신데 어떤 노트를 전달한다거나 선생님에게 말을 한다거나 그러지 말라고 얘기를 했습니다. 한 번 더 그러면 그 방에서 나가게끔 조치하겠다 이런 말씀을 의장이 하셨습니다. Go ahead, anyone.
I'm sorry, what question's being asked right now, Commissioner? You didn't.
I was about to ask, what was the question that you're raising an objection? What was the question?
I'll withdraw the question, Commissioner. I'm sorry, Chairman. I'll withdraw the question and ask another.
자, 저기 미스터 딕슨이 자기 질문 취하하고 다른 질문을 하겠다고 합니다. Go ahead, Mr. Dixon.
Mr. Chung, you said that the daycare is closed because of COVID. What is your evidence of that?
자, 선생님께서는 코비드 때문에 데이케어 센터가 문을 닫았다라고 말씀하셨는데 거기에 대한 증거가 무엇입니까? 정선생님?
네.
지금 저기 딕슨이 다시 질문한 게 뭐냐면 선생님이 데이케어 센터가 코로나 전염병 때문에 문을 닫았다고 얘기했는데 그것이 문을 닫았다는 증거가 무엇입니까? 라고 묻고 있습니다.
결정적으로 코로나 전에는 그래도 몇 명의 아이들이 보였었는데 코로나 이후에는 완전히 거기가 폐쇄가 됐었습니다.
Well, before the pandemic, I can see a few children in the daycare center, but since the pandemic, I don't think there is any child.
Mr. Chung, are you saying that you have not seen signs saying that the daycare is closed? Is that what you're telling us? That you've seen signs saying the daycare is closed?
선생님 말씀은 데이케어 센터가 문을 닫았다는 그 사인을 보았다는 말씀입니까?
Oh my God.
사람을 전혀 못 봤고 거기에는 아이들이 전혀 없었습니다. 그리고 문도 항상 잠겨 있는 걸로 돼 있습니다.
Mr. Chair, I have a bit of frustration between the question raised by Mr. Dixon and answers by Mr. Chung. Can I ask Mr. Chung that what the question is from Mr. Dixon and let him say what Mr. Dixon asks? Can I do that, sir?
Sure, go ahead, sir.
저기 정선생님 제가 조금 이 상황이 좀 그래서 말씀을 드리는 건데 의장의 허락을 받았어요.
네.
지금 선생님께서는 거기에 아이들이 없고 문도 잠겨 있다 그런 말씀을 답변하셨는데 지금 딕슨이 요구하는 건 그게 아니고 그 데이케어 센터 앞에 표지가 폐쇄되었다, closed라고 된 그런 표지를 보았느냐 이것은 답변해 주시면 됩니다. 지금 몇 번 이게 질문이 엇갈려서 제가 의장의 허락을 받아서 확실히 말씀드리는 거예요. 거기서 사인을 보셨습니까?
근데 제가 거기에 그렇게 관심이 없어서 그 사인을 보지를 못했습니다.
As I'm not interested in the operation of daycare center, I did not see the sign there.
Mr. Chung, one last series of questions. As a neighbor of the daycare, do you know the name of the person who runs the daycare center?
자, 그럼 내가 하나 쉬운 질문 할 텐데요. 선생님 그 데이케어 센터의 이웃으로서 그 데이케어 센터를 운영하시는 분의 이름을 알고 계십니까?
모릅니다.
I do not know.
And indulgence, please, Mr. Chair, one moment. I have nothing further for Mr. Chung.
또 질문이 없습니다, 선생님.
Thank you. Pass the witness back.
Are there any questions by any board members?
보드 멤버 중에 다른 질문하시고 있으면 하세요.
All right. Thank you, sir, for your, what your plan, do you have recross, Miss Johannes?
요한에서 제 반대 질문 있습니까?
No, I do not. I just realized I was on mute as I was objecting, but no, I do not. I'm ready to call my next witness.
All right, thank you. All right. We're gonna take a 10-minute break. It's 4:57. We'll come back at 5:10.
자, 10분 쉬겠습니다. 5시 10분에 다시 문을 열겠습니다.
So I'll ask. So what I'll do is that don't log off. Well, I'll ask the board members, let's log off and go into executive session. And during our break, I just want to discuss something. I mean, this is not legal. I just want to have a conversation, not about this case, but just general about something. So let the board members go into executive session, but we'll be back here at 5:10. All right. Thanks.
Mr. Anderson,
정수님,
before we leave,
5시 10분에 다시 속개하겠습니다. 5시 10분입니다.
may I ask how long the board is going to go today?
Till it's over.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're back in the record. We are back on the record.
다시 기록으로 돌아가겠습니다.
Ronald Dixon, we're ready.
로널드 딕슨 준비됐습니다. 정선생 나와 계세요?
Mr. Chair, there are some people that logged out and are logging back in, so I'm gonna go ahead and elevate their rights.
All right, thank you.
Okay, that's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Johansson, how many witnesses do you have? Or how many additional witnesses do you have?
증인이 몇 명이냐고 묻고 있습니다. 요한에스에게.
I have 3 more witnesses.
3 more witnesses.
4 witnesses, sorry, because we can have 5, 4 witnesses.
4 more witnesses.
4명의 증인이 더 있습니다.
And Mr. Dixon, how many witnesses do you have, sir?
딕슨에게 몇 명의 증인이냐고 묻고 있습니다.
If the board please, we have 4.
All right. All right. We are gonna complete this hearing tonight. Just want to let it's gonna be a long evening. Just want to let everyone know.
오늘 이 총회를 끝날 때까지 할 것이고 오늘 상당히 긴 저녁 시간이
Then we're gonna finish this hearing and I will try to take a break I'll see where we are and then I'll try to take some breaks before we conclude. All right. All right. Ms. Yonis, can you call who's your next witness?
다음 증인을 부르세요.
If I may, well, my next witness is Ms. Jenna Nay, but I also want to clarify in terms of the interpreter. Are we moving forward with the interpreter being present, or?
It's your call. It is your call, ma'am. If we don't need an interpreter, then it's I see that Mr. What's his name?
Chung, Mr. Chung.
Mr. Chung, I see Mr. Chung is not on my screen. If Mr. Chung is no longer participating, then we no longer need an investigator. So I need to get clarification on the record whether or not we still need an investigator.
Interpreter, you mean?
Yes, I apologize, Mr. You see, I've elevated you already. If we still need an interpreter.
We do not need an interpreter. I will say Mr. Chung is not with us at the moment. He will return shortly.
So are you saying that we no longer need an interpreter?
That is what I am saying, yes.
Mr. Kim?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for your flexibility. Thank you very much for your service. And you are excused, sir, from this hearing. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Bye.
Have a great day. Thank you.
You do the same, sir.
All right. All right. Thank you.
So I'm ready to call my next witness, which is Hey Nay.
Miss Nay, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Your witness.
Yes,
Mr. Dixon.
If I may, could you have the administrative person elevate Ms. Sedell Moore? She got bopped off again.
All right, Ms. Andrews, can you please elevate Ms. Moore, please?
Sure, stand by. Sorry, Ms. Moore. Your rights have been elevated.
Great, thank you. Ms. Nay, can you state what your relation is to this licensed entity?
I'm an officer of Sylvia Liquors.
Okay. And how long have you all been operating this establishment?
Since 2016 December, and since then, yeah, we've been operating.
What are your duties as an officer?
I do the most of paperwork and the license controls. What else? Majority of my job is actually monitoring my store. I have access to my store security camera on my phone so I can watch 24/7 if I need to. And I usually monitor and report either to MPD or to my husband at the store. So we can do whatever needed to be done.
Okay. In terms of your security cameras, can you tell me how many security cameras you have?
Yes, I do have 17 total. Earlier, when my husband testimony, he made wrong numbers. I told him I guess he was nervous, but it's total of 17.
Okay. I'm going to show you some exhibits that I've marked, and if you could identify them.
Sure.
Board's indulgence while I, before you all a lot, but I don't share my screen often.
Miss Johanna, stand by. I need to give you permission.
Okay.
Okay, you can share your screen now.
Okay. Can you all see this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I am showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 1. Can you tell me what this is?
This is one of the exterior camera pointing 19th Street, and this is directly showing outside of my store front.
And when was this installed?
It was actually originally installed when my system was upgraded. It was before last protest hearing.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 3. Can you tell me what this is?
That's another security cameras installed inside the store, pointing all other directions, showing trying to prevent loss of our merchandise.
And how many cameras is this, or how many camera views is this?
This is 4.
And I will also show you what's been marked as Exhibit 5. I'm sorry, Exhibit 4. And can you identify what this is and what we're looking at?
This one exterior camera and 3 interior camera. Actually, we have this pointing at each direction to identify customer who comes in the store. As you can see person's face in the second screen, and third one is right into the store path. And the last screen is the hallway.
And now I will show you what's been marked as Exhibit 5. And what is this showing?
This is actually behind the building, the back door. As you see, that's the dumpster. Our store's dumpster. And we actually have this camera with 2 reasons, actually, trying to prevent someone break in from the back door, and also we're trying to monitoring when people trash their waste at my property.
Thank you. And can you tell me what I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 6? Can you tell me what this is?
This is new camera after 2018, I believe, the last protest hearing. After protest hearing, the board ordered me to install another exterior camera facing the other direction, which is 18th Street, I believe. So we both have right and left pointing exterior camera. This is new, the added one.
And I will show you what's been marked as Exhibit 7. Can you tell me what this is?
This is our storefront. It just shows what kind of sign we have. Like we shouldn't have more than certain amount of sign displayed in front of the store.
Thank you. So I am going to stop sharing. Right. Did I stop? Okay, here we go. So regarding the cameras, well, I will ask the board now. Exhibit 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. I'd like to enter those into evidence.
Mr. Dixon, do you have any exhibits? Do you have any objection to moving 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 into evidence? Mr. Dixon, Ms. Gibbs?
The only objection is, and that is the date and time of what the cameras depict, and whether or not there's a logbook for them and they're monitored.
I'm sorry.
Whether or not there's a logbook for them and if they're monitored. That would be my objection.
With what? With any specific exhibit, or I mean,
well, we don't know when those photographs were taken, and it's contrary to the evidence that we've already heard.
well, the photographs, is my understanding from what I saw, there were photographs of the interior of the establishment, the front view and the back view. So are you saying that it's not the establishment? It's irrelevant when they were taken. They were just showing pictures of the establishment from their perspective. So
the probative value of those is to show that there are no loiterers and to show, excuse me, and to show different views of Sylvius, suggesting that the testimony of the investigator was somehow in error. But that would be an objection.
I don't believe that was the purpose, and the board. I mean, if the board is going to believe anyone, we're going to believe our investigator.
Yes.
Because our investigator is given an objective opinion of reflection of what we're seeing. So I know that you're gonna. My assumption is that you're gonna try to put documents into evidence that reflects poorly on the establishment, and the establishment is putting documents into evidence that reflects positively on them. That's what I believe both sides do. So I'm gonna overrule your objection, and I'm gonna move exhibit 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 into evidence.
Thank you.
Right.
Moving forward, Ms. Nay, can you tell me about Benning Road and the neighborhood?
To me, it's just like another, regular community to me. And anywhere in like any state or any country, like I guess it's any country is too much, but we have crimes generally. And this is just regular community, I think. People lives and people enjoy their lives. And we just live our lives day by day. And to me, I mean, I don't have any bad feeling or I don't know what to put. I mean, just regular community, just like every other place.
Thank you. Can you tell me about loitering and if there is loitering on Benning Road?
Yes, it's been ongoing issues. When I started the business in December 2016, previous owner actually told me the same issue that they've been experiencing, and they were trying to resolve the issues, and they couldn't do. I mean, they could do much back there too, and still same issues. And I guess this is not something we cannot resolve it like completely. It will be there. Like we have to, I guess, work on the issues and community-wise. Like everybody, get together and we have to try to find out the way to solve these issues because I don't want the loitering outside either. But I couldn't do much.
Can you tell me what you have done with the community since 2018 or even starting in 2018 to try to resolve the issues with loitering?
In starting 2018, luckily, it was back then the ANC 5D commissioner was Miss Kathy Henderson, and she actually comes around the community and talk to us in regular basis. And I actually ask her to help us, not only us and around my area, like to, I guess, resolve the issues we've been having. I believe she personally requested to MPD to patrol the around and have the MPD pet cars park outside or food 7 area to prevent the loitering issues and try to decrease the crime in nearby. I think it was successful for a while. So if you notice my call log, MPD call log, 2018 and 19, beginning of 19, we have a lot of call logs. It's not because we've been calling MPD a lot. We've been calling MPD a lot. Plus, when officers patrol around the community, they stop by and sign the log. So we have a lot of history and record of it. But since then, I mean, after a while, patrolling was stopped. I don't know exactly from when, but I couldn't request it. I'd love to have it.
And were there calls that were made to MPD because of the loitering? Did you make calls to MPD or because of loitering? And if so, what happened?
Yeah, if I make MPD calls 10 times, probably eight times is because of the loitering, and 1 or 2 times is because of other issues. But when I actually call, they don't usually respond 100%. They respond, they come out, officers come out and talk to us sometimes and just talk to people outside to move. But after a while, they told me not to call so much because this is not something I need to report to 911. And as all you know, like this is like really crazy like period. Like a pandemic is going on, and short of I guess MPD officers. So I mean they didn't want us to call so much. And plus they said since it's not happening in our property, I cannot call. I mean I shouldn't call. I mean you don't need to call. That's what they said. And after so much they didn't even respond for a while.
The area in front, and to be clear, the area in front of your store, is that public space or private space?
Public.
It's all public, okay. Going back to 2018, because you're making a distinction between 2018 and sort of what's occurring now. So in 2018, can you tell me about which is the agreement that was signed between you, ANC, and the commander, which is part of the board's record already because the board's approved that settlement agreement.
Right. What do you want me to tell you about this?
Tell me what's included in that agreement about what the board should, or what MPD does.
Oh, that part. MPD will patrol and respond to the property and community area and try to reduce loitering issues and try to protect the community people. And for that, they want me to call and keep the log. That was the agreement we made.
So moving forward to where we are now, and you did mention the pandemic, have you seen less of a police presence?
Less, yes, because of pandemic, yes.
Okay. Have you spoken to the current ANC about the situation with loitering?
No.
Has Miss Moore or anyone else from the ANC contacted you to talk about loitering before the filing of a protest?
No, it was actually a surprise out of blue. I mean, when I actually went to the community meeting, they talked about protest against us. But no, before we didn't have any communications.
And the loitering that is occurring and that you do see, is that direct? Where are the loiterers? Are they in front of your property?
No, they're not. Before they used to standing around in front of the townhome area, which is next to daycare. When daycare, I mean, my husband actually thought daycare was closed because when daycare is closed, people hang out in front of daycare, because when they try to hang out or they standing outside in front of our store, we told them to move. So they usually stay in front of daycare. And because of this issue, I've been having a lot of headache. So when I actually see on the camera, I call my husband to go next door, knock on the door, or trying to get a daycare owner so we can call police together because they're in front of their property. But it wasn't successful. He couldn't get in touch with them. That's why I guess he thought it was closed. But I mean, he couldn't go there all the time. But when daycare was not in business always. They seem like it's closed and open on and off. So when they are open during the business, or not the business hour I'm talking about, when they're in the business, people don't hang out in front of daycare.
When it's actually in operation now.
Right. But when it seems like it's closed, or if no activities there, people hang out there.
And what do you want to happen regarding loitering?
Oh, I don't want them to be there. Simply, I don't want them to be there, but I just feel bad when my husband went outside to ask them, why you guys here? But earlier, investigator mentioned there's a big tree, right? The big tree make big shade, and it's nice and cool, and people hang out there. It was really sad. Some of the people said because they don't have AC at home, it's really, really hot, so they want to hang out, and this is a cool place to hang out. That's what they said. I felt really bad. But because of community safety, I want them to move.
And to clarify too, that as the investigator said, that tree is not right in front of your establishment.
No, in front of a daycare, but the shade lean, I guess.
Are you willing to continue to work with MPD and ANC and any other agency for that matter to help resolve the issues with loitering?
Of course. We've been trying to actively working with them. Even commander sent me a letter that we were really cooperative. And if you guys all know, there is a stabbing in front of I guess Z Mart or something. And across the street, but it's Ward 6, not far from us. we actually could provide video clip, and they could get the I don't know how you say the person who stabbed the other person in harm. Yeah, they could get the vehicle information and the person's information, and the inspector was really grateful that we could provide that video clip.
The homicide detective.
Right.
And so you are not, and this isn't the first time that you've assisted MPD in crimes like this. Is that right?
Yes. I wish someone can call MPD and ask. They were really happy with my system.
Great. Those are all the questions I have for you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Dixon or Ms. Gibbs, I'm not sure who's going to ask the questions.
I'll ask Ms. Na some questions. This is Mr. Dixon. Good evening, Ms. Na. This is Ronald Dixon, counsel for ANC 5D, and I want to ask you some questions about your testimony.
Okay. Will you be able to speak up a little bit? I cannot hear you, sir.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll speak a little louder so you can hear me.
Thank you.
Now, you claim that you haven't had a lot of contact with the ANC chairman, Ms. Sedell Moore. Is that your testimony today?
Yes. I didn't get in
Okay.
touch with anybody from ANC and include Mrs. Stillmore.
Isn't it a fact that Ms. Moore became the ANC in 2019 and she visited you at your establishment to bring to your attention complaints about your establishment with reference to the loitering and with reference to the crime? Isn't that a fact, ma'am?
I don't remember she visiting our store.
Okay. Is it also true, ma'am, that you've been invited to ANC meetings, and indeed, according to this settlement agreement that was entered in 2018, you were supposed to participate in those ANC meetings with reference to the community and your store? Isn't that a fact?
Yes, I was in meeting.
Okay. Now, you also claim that the police told you some police officers told you that because of the pandemic, they weren't going to patrol or weren't going to make enforce the law in front of your place. Is that your testimony?
I did not say that, sir.
Okay.
I said they used to patrol a lot.
I'll ask a question. All right, you did not say that. Well, let me ask you this. Did you receive any official notices from the police department that they were going to lessen or not patrol your area because of the pandemic? Yes or no?
No.
Now, you also claim that, well, let me ask you this. Do you know the owner of the daycare center next to you?
The previous owner or new owner?
Either one. The previous owner, do you know him or her?
I met her in last hearing.
And what was her name?
I don't remember.
Why are we doing this with every witness?
Is that an objection?
Relevance as to her name.
I'm going to overrule the objection. If she knows, she answers. If she doesn't know, let's move on. Sure. You can answer the question, ma'am, if you know the person. If you don't know, let's move on.
I'm not sure, so I will not answer.
Okay. Do you know who the current owner is? Yes or no?
Yes.
And who was that?
Is it okay to say her name? Wasn't the person?
No, that's a different question, ma'am. Answer the question.
Okay. I believe her name is Regina Sneed.
Okay. And have you ever had discussions with Ms. Sneed about the loitering in front of your establishment?
No, sir. Can I answer more?
You can answer a question when I ask it.
Yeah, I'm asking.
Ma'am. He asked you a question. He's been asking you yes or no. Your counsel, if you need clarification, that's up to your counsel to ask to have you fully explain your answer, ma'am. So you have answered the question. Let's move. Another question, Mr. Dixon.
Now, Ms. Na, isn't it a fact that Ms. Sneed complained to you about the loitering and activity at your liquor store was hurting her business. Isn't that true, ma'am?
No, she did not contact me.
And isn't it also a fact, ma'am, excuse me, that you were aware that the daycare required parents to bring their children back and forth? You know that's a fact, don't you, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. And during the hours that the daycare is open, isn't it true that there are loiterers outside the daycare and outside your establishment?
Yeah, sometimes.
And isn't it a fact, ma'am, that parents bringing their children back and forth to the daycare have to wade through the loiterers to get their children and to bring the children to the daycare? Isn't that a fact? Yes or no?
I don't know.
Well, let me ask you this. When the parents bring their children to the daycare, do the loiterers get out of the way and let them go in or escort them in?
Yeah, they're gonna go through. I mean, they're gonna let them go through.
Okay, that's your testimony.
He asked you a question, ma'am.
What is it? I don't understand what.
He said, is that your testimony? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Now, excuse me. Were you at your business on June 14th, 2021 of this year?
Not at the store, I don't think.
Okay. And your cameras were operating on June 4th, 2021 outside the store?
Yes, always.
And didn't your cameras on June 4th, 2021 show a crowd of people outside your store loitering?
I don't remember.
And isn't it a fact, ma'am, that during that on June 4th, 2021, between the hours of 1 and 4, there were crowds, there were people outside and a fight broke out in front of your store. Isn't that a fact, ma'am?
Objection. This is outside the scope of direct.
It goes to the fact that she said she had cameras up and they monitor the cameras.
There's no, we don't contest that.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection. I'm not quite sure where you're going, but if you can answer the question, ma'am, answer the question. If not, let's move on.
I don't remember seeing that.
Okay. Now, excuse me. You do sell single bottles and cans of beer out of your store, don't you?
Yes.
And if you would, do you sell other groceries out of your store?
We do.
And which is if you can tell us, which is the highest grossing for your store? The single bottles of alcohol and beer or the groceries? If you can tell us that.
Objection.
What's the nature of the objection?
It's outside the scope of direct.
I'm going to overrule the objection. If she can answer the question, she can answer the question.
As you guys know, my establishment is liquor store. We sell liquors and beers more than groceries.
And that's a big part of your revenue, isn't it, ma'am?
Yes.
And you do not want to have any interference with the right to sell the single bottles of liquor and alcohol. Isn't that true?
Yes, because it's if we cannot sell singles or small sizes, it will be really big impact.
Now, you're not the only liquor store in the area, are you?
No.
And do you know if there are other daycares in the area? Yes or no?
Daycares, you said?
Yes.
No
like
idea.
One next door to you. I'm sorry?
I have no ideas if there's another daycares somewhere.
Now,
Probably.
Miss Na.
Yes.
isn't it a fact that you could hire private security between the hours of 3 and 9 in the evenings to make sure that the loiterers move from in front of your store? Can't you do that, ma'am?
No, sir, because I contacted private security.
You've answered my question, Ms. Na. You cannot do that. Is that your testimony today?
No, I don't think it's necessary.
I didn't ask you that. Necessary means you have a choice. Is it impossible for you to hire private security to monitor the front of your store? Yes or no?
Objection, it asked and answered. She said no.
Let's move on.
No,
Your
Ms.
question is answered. Let's move on.
One moment, please. I have nothing further for the witness. Pass back for redirect.
Any questions by any questions by any question by any board members? Do you have a question, Mr. Short? You're on mute if you have a question, sir.
Please forgive me. Yes, I do have a question. Several. First of all, I'd like to ask Ms. Johannes if she would put up that exhibit number 6 that she just had put in the evidence. If that's okay.
Ms. Andrews, can you allow Ms. Johannes to share her screen, please?
Ms. Johannes, your rights were never taken away. You can still share your screen.
Thank you very much. Ms. No, I'm looking at a picture of a man sitting in a chair, and he's facing other men sitting in chairs. And I see.
What happened, Ms. What happened, Ms. Johannes? We're no longer seeing the picture.
Thank you. I see a sign saying Sylvia's Liquors open 7 days a week, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. And I see some men sitting in chairs, and I see another person in blue standing in the street. Is that directly in front of your store, isn't it?
The guy in blue is directly in front of our store, but the guy in chair, he's in daycare side.
So let me ask you this. Do people normally stand in the street? Because there was testimony earlier that there's traffic jams, and the investigator said because people stop by and double park in front of your store or do business with people like the guy in blue in front of your store. So how do you stop that? Or does that matter? I mean, let me ask this question. And please, let me take that question back. I'll rephrase it. If someone is coming up that sidewalk on public space and people are sitting in chairs, and that's at night, so the daycare is closed. I would imagine the daycare is closed, and it looks like they don't have a lot of coats on because I can see the arms in both the guys sitting in chairs. And so it's not a lot of sun out there. There's not. I don't think it would be a problem of it being cool or cooler because it's dark. So do they normally sit in chairs like that all the time while you're open?
Not all the time. They bring their chair or crate on their own, but
Okay.
it's not all the time. They're just standing around and just leaning against the wall.
I understand. That's not leaning against the wall. They're sitting in chairs.
No, I was answering. They not do that all the time.
Well, just once is too many for me, but that's just my observation. Let me ask you this question. The question was asked of you if you had private security.
Right.
That helped this situation.
I asked private security agency, and they said they don't standing out in public area. If we hire, they're gonna only stay inside the store, prevent the merchandise loss, but they're not gonna do anything
Okay.
outside.
Are you familiar with the RDO program with Metropolitan Police? Because I understand you have a great relationship with MPD. Is that correct?
You mean the camera installation and register?
No. I'll rephrase my question. Are you familiar with the RDO program with the Metropolitan Police Department? It's called a reimbursable detail. RDO.
Yes and no. With that, I had some reimbursement on my camera system. That's what you meant?
No. RDO is a reimbursable police detail that people use all over town for situations just like in front of your store, because there would be two police officers sitting in that same space or just up a little bit from where you are, and the government will pay more than half of that for you. Are you familiar with that program where the government would help you?
No, sir.
Would you think that would help things on Benning Road and help your store be a little healthier?
Mr. Short, I'm not sure. I could be incorrect, but I do not believe that this is at a store. I do not believe that they would be eligible to participate in that program, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to discuss that with you at another time, if it's okay.
I know, sir. I'm just saying, though, because they're in a liquor store, I don't believe that they are, but go ahead.
Well, Mr. Chair, again, I'll discuss that with you at another time. I think that we have had instances of that in this city prior to this date. But at any rate, Mr. Naw.
Yes.
There's nothing you can do about people sitting right there blocking the sidewalks. And is there anything you could do at all besides hiring a police officer to be out there?
What we've been doing is we go down and talk to them directly. They're not really aggressive people. When they ask them to move, they move. They're just regular people. So we can do that. We can keep constantly do that. Go outside and talk to them and not hang out. But there's nothing we can force them to not to do because that's public area.
Okay, Mr. North, thank you very much for that answer. But if you remember in 2018 at your renewal, the same questions were asked and the same thing you just said was said to us. I'll go out and ask them to move and they all respect me and they move. But nothing's changed. It seems like it's the same thing that it was in 2018 for your renewal then that it is now.
Okay, sir.
I'm looking at a picture. Is it the same thing in 2018 that it is in 2021? Or they got better?
I think it's better because of we have another camera pointing at that direction. We call police and it's better. And it's not only my store's problem. I see.
Mr. North, thank you. I don't want to hog up all of your time, but I'm very familiar with the others because your first camera you had up only pointed to 19th Street.
Correct.
And after the shooting in front of your store, we asked if you would put up one pointing to 18th Street. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So I was at the hearing and you answered those questions for me. And we thank you so very much for agreeing to put that camera up. But that's the camera that's pointing right at these people sitting in front of the daycare center and Soviet signs, liquor store, and the guy in the blue jacket. So nothing's changed. Even with your new camera up, nothing has changed for the community, because I'd hate to think about this. Just say another public safety person, fire department, or ambulances might have to come. They'd have to slow up their response to come help somebody because people are sitting in the middle of the street. I mean, on the sidewalk. And one other question I have to ask you, and this probably will be next to my last question. You say the single sales is your biggest part of your business.
It's a big part of it, yes.
Why do you think in other parts of the District of Columbia, they don't allow single sales?
Never thought about it.
Well, can I just make an observation and then question you again? My observation is this. Maybe if you didn't have the single sales, you wouldn't have people sitting in chairs like that, nursing themselves on beer and wine all day and all night long. Something's wrong with this situation, Ms. Nah, and I wish that you would help us. You told us in 2018, and you told us in 2016, when you, by your own admission, the last owners told you it's a problem, but it's profitable. It's a profitable problem. Your testimony is that you make a lot of money on single sales. And so those guys sitting in the chairs are some of your biggest customers. Would I be right to say that?
No.
They don't come in your store.
We heard the investigator's testimony earlier. As she mentioned, I mean, she noticed that a couple people come out from the store, but they didn't have anything in their hand. I mean, they're sitting out there, but some of them are customers, but not all of them. And also, they are hanging out after our store hours too, sir.
Thank you, Ms. No. You mean after 12 midnight?
Yes, I noticed that. I saw on camera too. They are after midnight.
So if let's say you close at 11 o'clock, would they be gone by 12?
No, they're standing. They're staying 2 a.m., 3 a.m. Yes.
They out there all night long.
Yeah, sometimes they do.
Okay, again, my last question to you is, do you think a police officer in front of your store would help aid and assist you with the problem you're having with the loitering?
Yes, definitely. When we had a patrol MPD, it was clearly improved. But after we couldn't have an MPD patrol in our area, the issue came up again.
Okay, Ms. Nah, I do thank you for your honesty. And I do thank Ms. Johannes for having this wonderful exhibit number 6, because there is a problem. I don't know how we're going to help you fix it, but I really think that if there were some restrictions on this license, maybe we can help you get these motivation or be a better motivated to keep.
Mr. I'm sorry, Mr.
All right,
Mr. Short.
That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
We're in the middle of testimony. The board is not considering any restrictions. No one has asked us to put restrictions on the license. Where we are right now is that there are a question whether or not we should renew the license. The ANC says that we should not renew it. The licensee is saying that we should renew it. I've not heard anyone discuss restrictions, so it's not appropriate for any board member at this stage to discuss whether or not it's appropriate or not for restrictions to be placed on the license. And I just want to make sure again that the record is clear. The board has not contemplated whether or not it is going to renew this license or whether or not it's going to not renew the license. The board is in the middle of a protest hearing. The board will listen intensely to all the witnesses. At the end of the presentation, the board will go in executive session and listen, discuss, and then make a determination what decisions we will make regarding the renewal of this license. I just want everyone to be clear. This is a process that the board will follow in this case, okay?
Mr. Chair, I do thank you for that corrective information you just gave me. And maybe I was overzealous, but I do know how we have handled cases like this one before. And I did mention that this is maybe the 3rd time I've been at a renewal for this particular applicant. And again, I just go back to exhibit number 6. And again, I'll just say for the record, thank you for your corrective statement to me. And hopefully we can get this will be satisfactory for the business owner and for the community. They must coexist without one stepping on the other. And that's all I have to say, Mr. Chair. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Do we have any other questions by any of the board members? Any other questions by any board members? All right. Mr. Dixon, do you have any questions of the witness based on the questions that were raised by the board? Just, that was, your questions can only be based on the questions that were raised by the board.
No, so I do not, Mr. Anderson. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ioannis, do you have any recross of your witness?
I do. Thank you. I want to start with Exhibit 6. And I guess I'm going to reshare that again. And Jenna, looking at Exhibit 6, I just want to be clear. So can you see my mouse?
Yes, I'm sorry, can we
Okay.
see what, ma'am?
Your mouse.
I'm pointing over here. Can you see that moving?
Yes, we can see, yes.
Jenna, can you tell me here, so this individual here, is this in front of your store?
The man in blue?
Yes.
Yes.
Is he in front of your store?
I'm in front side, but not directly in front. I don't know what you mean.
What is this establishment here? Is this part of your store, or whatever is out here, is that part of your store?
No, where the chairs are,
Mm-hmm.
that's in front of daycare.
And so is this individual, correct?
Yes.
And if I go further down, which your camera does not show,
Mm-hmm.
it's over there.
That's a townhouse, which is not occupied, I believe. It's all like, broken.
And is the tree we were referring to earlier, is that over here as well?
Oh, no, the tree that we see in the picture, that's the tree
That's the tree.
right, that's the one.
Away from your store, okay. I want to go back to the private security. In terms of private security, I just want you to explain, did you contact private security and ask questions about what the scope of their responsibilities would be?
Yeah, I mean, I have a friend who used to hire private security and personally used to work at liquor store long time ago. And yeah, I contacted them, and they're not in DC though, but I contacted them and they said they can only prevent loss of merchandise inside the store. They don't have any duty, or they cannot do anything outside. And I asked specifically about the loitering people, and they said they cannot be responsible for that.
Does loitering exist to the left of the store?
What is it? I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Is there loitering to the left of the store? So if I guess my mouse is over here. So not to where the townhouses are, but to the left and in the other direction, where I guess that would be in the direction of Food 7.
Oh, no. Loitering people in front of daycare and in further downtown home area. That's what you meant? Is what you're asking?
Yeah, okay. So down this way.
Right.
I'm trying to ask you, where is loitering on Benning Road?
I mean, not only on Benning Road, all this stores like Mart and groceries, people hang out.
And that includes over here as well.
Yeah, everywhere, pretty much everywhere. I mean, people are everywhere. They gather everywhere.
It's not just Sylvia's, is that right?
No.
I don't have any further questions.
Can you close your screen, ma'am?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Na, for your testimony. You have another witness?
Thank you so much.
I do. And I don't know who's currently on the line. Is Kenneth on the line?
Kenneth who?
Kenneth Artis? Artis. ARTIS?
Kenneth Artis. Ms. Andrews, is there Kenneth Artis? If there Kenneth Artis is on the line, can you introduce, can can you identify yourself so we can elevate your ranks, please?
Mr. Chair, I do not see him on the line. I am now checking the call-in. He is not on the line, sir.
What do you want to do, Miss Johannes?
I will. Can you check to see if Will Chambers is on the line?
All right, let me do this. Who are the next witnesses? Who are the witnesses that you're planning to call?
I have. I know we're behind on time, so they may have left. It's Kenneth ARTIS, Will Chambers, and Barbara Erskines ERSKINES.
Are any of these folks on the line, Miss?
So, they're not on the line as far as joining from a laptop. We do have one call-in person, but I'm not able to tell who that is because there was no number provided in advance.
Do you have the number for those folks? I mean, I'll give you some leeway if you're able to call folks to see if they're on the line. I'll give you some leeway to do that. So we can go off the record for like 3 minutes for you to call these 3 witnesses to see where they are.
Yes, please.
So we're off the record for 3 minutes for you to get all these the witnesses. Mr. Dixon, while we're doing this, you can also make sure that your witnesses are able to be, so if you need to call your witnesses, because it appears that in a couple of minutes we'll start your case. So if you are able to contact your witnesses to see where they are, sir, please do that.
If I may, Mr. Anderson and the board, we are prepared to go forward with this with a witness, Ms. Seidel Moore, and if she wants to get her witnesses and
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying, sir. I mean, I'm saying I don't know how many witnesses you are. I'm just saying to you. So can you contact your witnesses to make sure that they can be found? That's all I'm saying, sir. We're off the record for a couple of minutes for us to find out where her witnesses are. But if you can do the same thing, so when your case is called, your witnesses will either be online or ready to be or ready for us to elevate their rights. So that's all I'm doing as a courtesy.
Very well.
Mr. Chair, what time do you want to come
No,
in?
we're just off for we're just off for like 2 or 3 minutes. So so we're not going anywhere. Right. Thank you. All right, we're back in the record. Yes, Miss Johannes, I see that you popped up. I'm calling all board members. All board members come back. I need everyone back. Where are we, Miss? We're back in the record. Where are we, Miss Johannes? You're on mute, ma'am.
All right, I have two witnesses that'll be available. One that's just logged in. Barbara should have logged in.
Barbara who? So we can submit.
It's ESK, sorry, I lost her last name. Eskirin, ESKIRN.
Miss Andrews, do you see a Barbara ESKRIN to
Ms.
elevate her
Johannes,
right?
is she a call-in because she's not logged in? She may be a call-in, but I don't have her. With caller 202591, please announce yourself. Caller with the phone number 202591. Could you please announce yourself?
Me?
Yes.
Nikki Thomas?
No. Okay, thank you, ma'am. We're going to put you back on mute. Caller with the phone number 732-984. Would you please announce yourself?
Kenneth Artist.
Is that one of your witness, ma'am? Are you planning to call this person?
Yes, he's one of my witnesses.
Mr. Artist.
Yes.
Can you raise your right hand, please?
Yes, sir.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Nothing but the whole truth.
Can you just spell and state your name for the record, please, sir?
Kenneth, Kenneth. Last name Artist, Artis.
Thank you.
And I'm a junior.
Mr. Kenneth Artist Jr. Thank you. Your witness, Ms.
Yes,
Johannes.
sir.
Thank you, Mr. Artist. Can you tell me where you live in proximity to the establishment?
I live at 1746 Benning Road, Northeast, 2002 00002. And I'm 30 seconds away from the store.
Okay. And how often do you patronize the establishment?
Every day.
Every day?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you go there to buy every day?
I go there to play numbers, and I go there to buy water, orange juice, and sometimes a drink. And maybe a beer, too.
Can you tell me, are there, as a resident nearby and one that lives 30 seconds away, do you have any issues with the operations of the establishment?
No, ma'am. I don't have any issues.
Do you support the renewal of this liquor license application?
Yes, I definitely do.
And can you tell me about the loitering outside on Bennett Road? Can you tell me about what your observations are on a daily?
On the daily, everybody that I guess they're complaining about, or whoever's complaining about, they're not at the liquor store, they're beside the stores, beside the liquor store. So you have a daycare and you have, I don't know how to call it, a convenience store. But that's it. Everybody hangs out right there, and everybody hangs out in front of the daycare center.
In your opinion, is this a result of Sylvia's Liquors?
No, it's not a result of Sylvia's Liquors. So I live in, I think it's 5D. So they don't come and do what they're supposed to do. Like they do roll past, but they don't press the people who are selling drugs, selling single cigarettes and all that other type of stuff. But Sylvia's that has nothing to do with that. Jason and his crew,
Who's
they
Jason?
do a good job of keeping everybody away from their store.
Who's Jason?
But Jason,
Yeah. The owner.
the liquor store owner, the owner of the liquor store.
Board.
Yeah, Jason is the owner of the liquor store.
Okay, because you call him Jason, so I just want to make sure that the board understands who you're referring to.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know Jason. Yeah,
Okay,
he's the owner of the liquor store.
okay. I thank you for your time and your testimony. Do you have anything else that you'd like to add regarding the operations of Sylvia's Liquors and in what you've just said in terms of your support for them?
I think, yeah, I do. I think Sylvia's operates the way they're supposed to operate, but Metropolitan Police Department, they don't operate the way they're supposed to operate. So if they're supposed to operate like as far as keeping things clear, like it's a daycare center right next to the liquor store. They allow people to sit in front of that liquor store. Sit in front of the daycare center and do what they want to do. They allow people to sit in front of the convenience store and do what they want to do, but they want to blame the liquor store for whatever's going on. And I don't think that's right.
Thank you.
I just don't think that's right.
We don't either. I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you, man.
Hold on, sir. Don't go away, sir. Don't go away. The attorney for the ANC will have some questions for you, and the board members will probably also have some questions for you. So, Mr. Dixon or Ms. Gibbs, who's going to cross-examine this witness?
Do they have some questions right now?
Yes, sir. They're gonna ask you some questions right now, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Dixon.
Yes, yeah, I'll cross-examine this witness. Good afternoon, sir. My name is Ronald Dixon, and I'm the
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Kenneth Artis.
right. I'm the lawyer for ANC 5D. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions about your testimony. All right.
Sure.
Now, Mr. Artis, this is not the first time you've come forward to testify for Sylvia's, is it, sir?
No, it's not.
Okay. In fact, you testified at the last hearing for Sylvia's, didn't you?
I sure did.
And there was loitering outside of Sylvia's at that time, wasn't there, sir?
It wasn't loitering in front of Sylvia's. It was loitering in exactly the same places that I just told you about.
Thank you. That was the point I was trying to make, sir. It hasn't changed at all, has it?
What? But by the daycare and my food 7?
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
It's still loitering right there, but it's not loitering in front of the liquor store.
Right. So according to your testimony today, you want the board to believe that the loiterers form a cauldron or a circle, and they just loiter in front of the daycare and elsewhere, but they don't loiter in front of Sylvia's. Is that your testimony today, sir?
That's my testimony.
And sir,
and if this was so serious, though, sir, why don't y'all have people observing?
Mr. Artis, there's no question pending. You got to answer the question, sir. Now, you're one of the loiterers, aren't you? You hang out in front of Sylvia's, don't you?
No,
yes
I don't.
But
no,
you're there all the time. But you're there all the time.
I go to the store, but I'm not a loiterer. I go get whatever I want to get. I go pay my numbers, and I leave.
So the basis of your testimony today is the 5 minutes it takes you to go in and buy whatever you want to buy, play your numbers, and go home. You're testifying that you know that there are loiterers in front of the daycare based upon that 5-minute exchange you have in Sylvia's. Is that your testimony? Yes or no?
I observe it every single day.
Okay. Now
that I go there.
Okay. Now, Mr. Artis, you know there's a daycare right next to Sylvia's, don't you?
It's a daycare and it's a corner store, and it's a food store there too.
We're talking about Sylvia's.
And they don't
right
loiter
now.
in front of the food store either. They don't loiter in front of the food store either. They don't loiter in front of Sylvia's, and they don't loiter in front of, I forgot the name of this food store because I don't shop in there, but I just know it's beside Sylvia's.
sir, you have to wait and answer a question. Once the question is put to you, make an answer.
You
just
asked me
can't.
a question. I'm answering the question to the best of my knowledge.
Okay.
But I'm
Now-
listening to you.
Now, Mr. Artist, isn't it a fact that you?
Oh no.
I'm sorry.
No,
Oh.
you said it's a fact. I said no. I don't. Because I didn't know your question that you was asking.
Well, you got to wait for me to ask the question, sir. All right.
Mr. Dixon, please,
Okay.
please ask the question so we can move on, sir.
Mr. Artist, it's your testimony today that the problem in front of Sylvia's is the police and not Sylvia's. Is that your testimony?
Could you ask that question again?
Is it your testimony? Is it your testimony today that the
Mm-hmm.
problem with the loiterers in front of Sylvia's in the daycare is the police and not Sylvia's? Is that your testimony?
You said is the loitering in front of the police?
I'll withdraw the question and ask you another question. Is it your testimony today
Okay.
that loitering in front of the daycare and in front of Sylvia's is the result of police inaction? It's the police fault, not Sylvia's.
Yes. And there's no loitering in front of Sylvia's. It's loitering in front of the daycare and it's loitering in front of Food 7. All these cameras that are around, y'all cannot see that. The police let people sit there and do whatever they want to do. But it's not in front of the liquor store.
Mr. Artist,
it's not in front of the liquor store. So why has the liquor store always been a problem?
Mr. Artist, can you? I understand your passion, sir, but can you wait for Mr. Dixon to ask your question? He's asking you a yes or no question.
But I'm telling you the truth.
I know,
Are
sir.
you
I
the
know, sir.
judge? Thank you, Judge. If you're the judge or
Yes,
however
sir.
this is going.
Yes,
But
sir. I am the chair of the board, so thank you for promoting to me. But all I'm just saying, sir, I know that especially because you're on the phone, it's a little bit different. But just wait for him to ask you a question and just answer it to the best of your ability, yes or no. When Ms. Yohannes asks you a question, she'll ask you a more broader question, and so you can be more opinionated. But if Mr. Dixon asks you a question and it's a yes or no, just answer it as. Just answer the question that he asks, and if you need to explain further, then Ms. Yohannes, your lawyer, she will recall you and ask you further questions. Okay, sir? But I appreciate the fact that you're
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. Dixon.
I don't mean to be disrespectful if that's how it comes across, but yes, sir. I definitely understand you.
I don't believe you're being disrespectful, sir. I appreciate you being here today. So we're trying to get through this hearing, and so I just need Mr. Dixon to ask you some clear, concise questions, and for you to answer as clear and concisely as possible. Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Artist, you mentioned in your direct with Ms. Yohannes that there's drug dealing that goes on in that block. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
You also said that the drug dealing is going on in front of Sylvia's?
No, I didn't. I said it's going on in front of the daycare and it's going on in front of Food 7.
Now,
everything is in between. The daycare is right before the liquor store, and Food 7 is on the end of the block. They're selling drugs and they're selling single cigarettes.
Okay. Sir, the drug dealing that's going on in front of the daycare,
yes,
it goes on during the day, doesn't it, sir?
It goes on all day.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Hold on again. Hold on, Mr. Artist. Any other board members have any other questions that they want to ask Mr. Artist? And no questions on by the board. Miss Yohannes, do you have any recross?
I have
There's
no
redirect. I'm sorry.
I have no redirect. I am. Thank you, Mr. Artist, for your
Mr.
testimony.
Artist, thank you very much for your testimony today, and you're free to go. Thank you very much for testifying, sir. Okay.
Can I ask you one more question?
Unfortunately, sir, because we're in a hearing, you can't really ask.
I just want to know, do I need to stick by the phone or?
No, sir. No. You're free to go. So you're free to go.
Okay, that's all. That's all I wanted to know. That's all I wanted to know.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for appearing to testify today, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you all, and y'all have a God bless day.
Thank you, sir. You too. All right. Bye-bye.
All right.
Do you have another witness, Miss Johannes?
I do.
Who's the other witness?
I'm gonna call Barbara if she is available.
Miss Erskine, is she on the phone, or is she gonna appear on?
Sorry, she should be appearing through WebEx. I think Mr. Artist is the only one that would be appearing on the phone.
Miss Andrews, do you see anyone waiting to? Has a Barbara Erskine logged in?
So no, she has not logged in via WebEx, but there are quite a few call-ins. If you don't mind, I will go through them. Caller with the phone number beginning with 301-825. Could you please announce yourself?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. Yeah, so my name is Zacharias.
Hold on 1 minute, sir. Hold on, please. Hold on. Is this one of your witnesses, ma'am?
Yes, I'll take Zacharias.
All right. So I'm sorry, sir. What's your last name, sir?
Their last name is Werede, W-E-R-E-D-E, and the first name is Zacharias.
Mr. Chair, I don't mean to interrupt, but this caller is logged in twice, one via WebEx, one is a caller. I can elevate his rights if you need to.
Okay, so let me turn that off.
Right, as WebEx, please.
Okay.
Okay.
So, sir, okay.
Mr. Wardy?
Yeah. I can hear you now.
Yeah. Do you have a camera?
Yeah, I think it's on now, right?
Well, we don't see you as yet, but let me see. Let me wait.
Okay. Let's see.
Yes, I can see you, sir.
All right.
All right, Miss. Can you raise your right hand, please, sir?
All right.
Do you swear? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yeah. Yes, sir. All the truth.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record, please?
Yeah. My first name is Zacharias. Z-E-K-A-R-I-A-S. And the last name is W-E-R-E-D-E.
All right, good afternoon. So you can put your hand down. Your witness, Miss. This is what's going to happen, sir. Miss Johannes is going to ask you some questions. When she's done asking some questions, the other side will ask you some questions. When they're done, then when they are done, then the board might ask you some questions. And you're fine, sir. I see you're fixing your hat. Normally, if you were in person, I would have asked you to remove your hat. But since you're home, you're fine. I'm not going to see you fixing your hat to make sure that you're giving us your best picture. But we're fine with that, sir. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Anderson, before the question starts, I would ask if Mr. Zacharias is on the witness list for.
I mean, I'm calling witness unless there's an objection.
Is there an objection?
Is he on the witness list, ma'am?
He's listed on the. I have on the witness list any witness that is named by the ANC and the protestant, and the ANC has listed him on their PIF.
That's incorrect. We haven't listed Mr. Zacharias.
Yes, you do. Food 7 owner.
He is not our witness, ma'am. Sorry.
All right, hold on a minute. All right, so you're saying, okay, hold on a minute. So you're saying, Mr. Dixon, that he's not listed, he's not on your witness list, is that correct? Mr. Dixon.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I stand corrected. He was listed. I stand corrected.
All right, then. Okay, she called him. Go ahead. All right. All right. Okay, so what's going to happen then, Mr. Werde? How you pronounce your last name again, sir?
Yeah, Werede.
How do you pronounce it? I'm sorry.
Oh, Werede. But you can
Werde.
call me Zacharias. I think that's more easier.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm saying the attorney, Miss Yohannes, will ask you some questions, and then Mr. Dixon will also ask you some questions, and then the board members who are here might also ask you some questions, sir. Okay. So please listen to the questions intently,
Sure.
answer the
Sure.
questions to the best of your ability, and we'll try to do this as quickly as possible. All right,
All
Miss Yohannes, go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Werde, can you tell me about your relation to Sylvia's Liquors? How do you know them?
Well, I came to know him like 4 years ago when I first bought the business, when I first took over the business. So
What business?
the 7 Food store located on 1830 Benning Road. So we kind of, I mean, we're not right next to each other. So, and we kind of run the same kind of business, even though it's a different license. But so that's how I came to know him.
Can you tell me how long have you been the owner of 7 Food Store?
It's about to be 4 years now.
Did you apply for the renewal of your own liquor license application?
Yes, I have.
And was that protested by the ANC?
It was protested, and the ANC came up with a new settlement, and it's kind of settled now. Yes, but it was protested. Yes.
It was protested this year. Was it protested in previously as well?
Yes.
Okay. And what were the main issues for their protest?
Well, pretty much the congregation of people, and it's. I mean, that was the focus, the loitering, and I mean, that was it. That was the case.
And when you say the congregation of people, are you?
Yeah, people congregating in the property and loitering, and yeah, that was the main issue. I mean, there might be some other issues, but that was the main focus there. Yeah.
Can you tell me about the loitering out on Benning Road? And
Well, see, our location is kind of very confusing to even we all cooperate to do better when we run a business, that we try to make sure that the residents are comfortable with it, and we try to create that atmosphere. But there is a sidewalk, so they congregate there, and it looks like they're on your property. You really can't do anything about it. You call the police. The police will come, and then if they're on your property, they would go away, and then they come back and they do the same thing. And that's why I requested for the presence of a police to be in the area for a maximum of at least 5-6 hours. That would play a prominent role, but this hasn't happened. But about a few years ago, there was a program called Summer Initiative Program. There was even not a single crime that happened in the area. You can see there is a big change by having a police presence in the area. It plays a prominent role, really. But after that, there hasn't been any program such as a summer crime initiative program or whatever. Nothing was in place. People are all over the place. You call the police, they go away, they come back and do the same thing. Loitering, you really can't do anything about it. Even the police won't do anything about it. And then sometimes they're right in front of your door, and it's a sidewalk. They're not on your property, but they're right by the entrance, and you approach them, they sell single cigarettes, whatever, and then when you tell them to go away, they say this is not your property. So there hasn't been, the reason that there hasn't been any progress seen is because there is no plan whatsoever in place to fight that.
Can you, so that you bring up a plan. In 2018,
Yeah.
when you initially were protested and there was an agreement that came in place, is that right?
No, the protest was this previous one.
Okay.
Yeah.
What happened in 2018?
I think the 2018 when I first took over, there was a protest with the previous owner, and they had a settlement. So I pretty much took over the business. Over, yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
So in terms of a plan, have you been contacted by the current ANC commissioners?
I contacted even the DC Police Department. I got in touch with the help of actually Kathy Anderson got me in touch with one of the officers that works there. And I spoke to CDL Moore. This is not enough. What we're doing is not enough. We pretty much run a business and we go home. We're not happy when people do crimes, We're not happy when people are intoxicated in the area and create an unwelcoming atmosphere for the residents. Nobody's happy about this, but we do need a program that works for all of us. It's good for the business, it's good for the neighborhood, and everybody's happy, and there will be less crime. When somebody gets shot, we're in pain. I am personally in pain because you get to know that customer coming over to a store, you kind of bond with them, and then the next thing you know, somebody got stabbed them or somebody got shot, at 16, 17, 18 years old. This happened to my store a few years ago when I first bought the business. It was after a year or so. So it's painful experience, but we do need something in place, just such as like summer initiative program. The police would come cover for 6-8 hours, even 4 hours in the property would play it would make a difference. But there's nothing in place. There's no program, nothing
Right.
planned.
Do you believe that is Sylvia's the cause of the loitering that's outside right now?
No, I absolutely not. Because I have the same business as his. It's pretty much the same, and I know what I deal with, and I pretty much understand his situation and how he runs the business. He calls, all we have to do is just call the police. What else can you do? You really can't do much. I call the police, he call the police, but that's not enough. Yeah.
So and from what I hear from you,
Yeah.
you're seeking a plan.
I'm seeking a plan. I've told her, Serial Moore, I mentioned this to her attention. I texted her and I emailed her. We are seeking for a plan that works better, just like a summer crime initiative program. At least a police presence for 4 hours or 5 hours. I'm willing to give them my property for their parking lot. We need their presence. We cannot do that by ourselves. We're not happy. We are unhappy. But what else can you do? We call a police, and we haven't seen any changes. It's been years and years.
Has Ms. Moore, the ANC, given you a proposal for a plan?
No, I haven't heard anything. I emailed her. I have texts forwarding to her. I'm very concerned about how the neighborhood is running and how things are happening in the area. We cannot fight this by ourselves. We're business owners, but we want to run the business the way it should. However, we need some help to create that safe environment for the neighborhood. And I haven't seen any plan so far.
I have one more question for you. You have a settlement agreement that was entered into recently in 2021. Can you tell me what your settlement agreement says?
Settlements
regarding single
agreements
sales?
is it's pretty much to call a police when people congregate, and also to make a fence, to make a distinction between the work side and then
hold on, sorry, I was specific, so I want you to answer specifically. What does your settlement agreement say regarding single sales?
yeah, she would want, I would stop the single sale if the if the Sylvia store agrees to it. And there is I guess there is this, I don't know, 1,000 feet or something like that. and the settlement, but she did not want that. She protested that, specifically the single sales.
So to clarify, and correct me if I'm wrong, your settlement agreement says that if Sylvia's Liquors does not have single sales,
then I would
then
have
you'll
to.
also be prohibited.
Yes,
So
that's what I'm
it's
saying.
contingent. You all are. It's contingent upon what we do.
Yeah, it's exactly
And that
that.
exact situation was in 2018.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, same exact situation. Yes.
Has that created a good or a bad relationship
I
or
mean,
environment between the
no,
businesses?
it's like, you know what, I guess what City Elmore is, I guess, I don't know if she understood it or not, but it's, we're doing a business, we're serving the community, and we want to do it right, and we want to do it the right way. Community are not happy, we're not happy. There is a congregation, even after I close the store, I close my store at 10 o'clock. You won't believe, I monitor the area on my phone. I have cameras for outside. There are people still congregating in my park, even after 10 a.m. I'm talking about 1 o'clock, midnight. What are these people doing congregating in my property? You sometimes wonder. So this goes to show there has to be something. By making us stop selling single sales, isn't really going to get us nowhere. If we are looking for safety and a comfortable environment for the neighborhood, this is not gonna, has nothing to do with the business. We just need more security. We need more police presence in the area to enforce the rule. That's all we need. But nothing is in place. She wants us to fight, and we cannot fight that. Even if you do, it's just not gonna. All we have to do, our responsibility is to call a police. We're not law enforcer or we're not anything. We just call a police, and a police would come and do their job. But we haven't seen any progress. It's been years and years and years. And it's very sad that we get to blame for. We are taxpayers. We're hardworking. We need peace. We are not happy when things like that happen. But it's not our responsibility. Our responsibility is to call a police and to run the store as the way it should.
Thank you.
You're
I appreciate your testimony,
You're
and that is all the questions I have for you, but sit tight because others have questions as well.
Hold on a minute. Okay, Mr. Dixon, because this was a witness on your witness list, you can ask the request. You can ask direct examination of him if you so desire, sir. It's just not limited to cross.
Okay, so I can, with the board's permission, I can cross and do direct at the same time.
You can, what I'm saying, because he
Very
was
well.
your witness,
Sure.
you can ask direct examination. You can ask direct examination. You can direct examine this witness, sir.
Okay.
You can treat him as your witness.
Okay.
Okay.
Since he's being called by the other side, though, I can cross-examine him
Mr.
as well.
Dixon,
Mhm.
you are an attorney, sir. I'm giving you the flexibility, sir.
Sure. Okay. Thank you. Now, hello, sir. This is Ronald Dixon. I'm the counsel for ANC 5D. And Mr. Zacharias, is it? Okay.
Yes.
Now, we have met before, haven't we, Mr. Zacharias?
We met, yeah. It wasn't too long ago.
Right.
Yes.
And the settlement agreement that you're talking about, you had a lawyer that represented you in that settlement agreement, didn't you, sir?
Right.
And you agreed to all of the terms in the settlement agreement, didn't you?
Right.
Okay. And excuse me, are you now today testifying that you disavow or reject the settlement agreement?
No.
Okay.
I am simply testifying in support of Sylvia.
Okay, well, let me just ask you a question.
Okay.
You're not rejecting the settlement agreement that you agreed to and signed, are you? Okay.
No.
And that settlement agreement calls for you to notify the police when there are occasions when there's a loitering, when there are occasions when crimes are committed. Isn't that true?
Right, true.
And that's what a citizen would do. In that, don't you agree? A business citizen would do. Don't you agree with that?
Absolutely. That's what I would want.
Okay.
Of course.
All right. Now, you also agreed to have a mural painted on your
Yeah.
on your wall, didn't you?
Yeah.
And at the time that you were negotiating the settlement agreement, you never expressed any disagreement that
No.
Sylvia's between, just listen to my question. You never said during the settlement agreement that Sylvia's was being treated unfairly, did you? You never said that, did you?
That was not my concern. It was my license that got protested. I have no. Why would I mention Sylvia? It wasn't about Sylvia.
Well, you're talking about Sylvia's today, and I just want to
Today,
go
yeah,
back
because
to
I'm here in support of him, in
right,
support of
but at,
Sylvia Liquor Store.
right. But at the time you signed the settlement agreement,
Mhm.
you did not express any concern that Sylvia's was being treated unfairly, did you? Yes or no?
There's no point to. That was not no, because that was not the subject. That's the
Okay,
same subject.
is your answer to the question
Mr.
no?
Mr. Dixon, can we move on, please? I don't know why you do not object, Ms. Johannes. Let's move on, sir.
Okay.
Hold on, sir. Let's move on, sir. We got your point. Let's move on.
Mr. Zacharias,
Yes.
excuse me. When you signed the settlement agreement, you knew that the single sales was an issue, didn't you, sir?
Was it an issue?
Yes, the single sales
No.
of alcohol out of your establishment.
Was never an issue.
All right, Mr. Dixon, this is a protest hearing for Sylvia. I have no idea why we're in this elongated discussion about single sales in another establishment. I'm not even aware if the ANC is asking the ABC board to prevent single sales in Sylvia. I don't even know that's an issue. So I would give you some leeway, but I do not know why. I mean, I'm not even sure why we're going into what is in a settlement agreement for this other establishment. This is not we don't have a settlement agreement here. We have a hearing. And it's irrespective of what's in the settlement agreement, because this board is gonna make a decision on Sylvia's because you guys can't make a decision. So therefore, we're making a decision for you. And so I don't care what's in their settlement agreement because we're not discussing a settlement agreement. Now, if in closing, you can talk about what's going on in the rest of the neighborhood to say everyone in the neighborhood have agreed not to do single sales, and so you're asking the board to prevent them from doing single sales. But I am not going to sit here while you're dissecting his settlement agreement. He's here. He said that he's here testifying to support Sylvia. He also stated that when I negotiated my settlement agreement with you, why would I be talking about Sylvia? That's what he said. So we need to move on, sir. Okay, it is almost 7 o'clock, and we still have your case to go on, sir. So let's move on from this area.
I just want to respond to your comments, Mr. Anderson. I did not open the door to this. That was opened by Johannes. May I
I'm not
finish?
sure that's the question, sir, but we don't need to spend 20 minutes to dissect his settlement. He is clearly stated, sir, you sign a settlement agreement, and whether or not he disagrees what's in the settlement, that's irrelevant. Because if the settlement agreement was adopted by the board, he has to abide by it. So irrespective whether or not, if he signed it yesterday, and if he's not complying with it today, then it's up to you to come back to the board to say that he has a board-approved settlement agreement and he's not complying with. So that's why I'm saying the questions you're asking is irrelevant, because if the settlement agreement that he has, if that was approved by us, the board, it's binding on him, and he has to comply with it, and it's up to the ANC, if he's not complying with it, to contact the agency, and the agency would take immediate action, whatever appropriate action. So I don't need to be negotiating what's the terms of the settlement agreement. I gave you some leeway to ask some questions, but I don't care whether or not he doesn't agree with it today. It is his settlement agreement until it is no longer enforceable. Fine. Let's move on.
Mr. Zacharias,
Yes.
with reference to your testimony today, are you always in your business, sir?
Yes, I am at my business location right now. I'm here 7 days a week.
Was there a time when you were not in your business, that you left your business and you had to leave the country?
Objection. What's the relevance here?
I'll give him some leeway. I'll see where he's going. So I'm not gonna overrule the objection at this moment or sustain it. Let me see where he's going with it. And then if we're going too far afield, you can raise it again. Answer the question, please.
Okay, ask the question again. I'm sorry.
Have you always been continuously at your business? Did you leave your business at some point?
Yeah, I've left my business about 6 months ago due to a COVID. A family member passed away, so there was urgency, and I left.
And was your business still in operation when you left? Okay.
Yes.
And who was in charge of your business when you left?
A manager.
Objection. How much leeway are we
But
giving?
okay, I'm only here to testify.
Hold on, Mr. Hold on, sir. Hold on. If anytime someone says an objection, you stop speaking, and then I will let you know to move forward. Okay, sir? All right. I'm still trying to figure out what's going. You got to build a foundation. I don't know where he's going, so I'm giving him some leeway to see where we are going. So I'm gonna overrule the objection. If you can answer the question, answer it. As I said, let's see where he's going with this. Go ahead, sir. There's a question you can ask. You remember what the question was, sir? The question was that when you were away, who was running the business? Can you answer? Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I'm only here to answer questions related to Sylvia, please.
No, sir. He asked you a question, you answer the question. You answer the question if Ms. Ioannis, if she raised an objection, you don't say nothing, and then I will say yes or no. Currently, I'm saying to you, answer the questions as he asked. If your lawyer believes that it should not be asked, she'll raise an objection, I'll make a ruling, and then so right now, answer the question, sir, and then let's see where we're going. Go ahead. So the question was that about who managed the business when you're away. That was the question. Was that the question, Mr. Dixon?
Yes, sir.
Can you answer the question, sir?
Yeah, so my brother is here, and I have 2 other employees that has been here over over 7 years. So they were just running the business, but my brother is here anyway, so he was managing it.
Now, when you returned, Mr. Zacharias, into the fact that Ms. Moore or others brought to your attention that the loitering increased when you were not there to run your business because you weren't making the 911 calls. You have to answer yes or no. You can't shake your head.
Yes.
And an effective way to combat the loitering was for you to be proactive and call 911. Isn't that a fact?
Even though she mentioned that the employees were calling the police, there were a record. The employees were calling the police still. They just don't go outside and approach the people like the way I do. They don't go aggressively and approach, even though that's not my responsibility to do it. Sometimes I would prefer to go extra mile and approach the people in a way that they want to be approached. And I would see if that makes a difference. That's my personal approach. But my employees are not obligated to do that by any means. All they do is they see something that looks suspicious, or maybe people drinking in the parking lot or intoxicated or loitering, then they call the police. And they did that, consistently. So that has nothing to do with the increase of the loitering in the area. Like I said, they were calling the police. They just don't go outside and approach the people. That was the difference, by the way, just to point that out.
Yeah. Mr. Zacharias, my question remains. You called 911 about the loitering when you were present at your store, didn't you?
Yes.
And when you left your store, you were not there to call 911. Isn't that a fact,
Em-
sir?
No, employees were calling the police.
Okay.
Didn't I just say
Now,
that? Yeah.
just so we have the record clear, isn't it a
Okay.
fact that you discussed with Ms. Sedell Moore, the ANC 5D chairperson, that you had an increase in loitering when you were not there calling 911? Isn't that a fact, sir? Didn't you discuss that with her?
I did discuss. It's not about calling the police.
Point, how far?
Sustain. All right, we need to move on from this here. I miss. All right. This is a protest hearing on. This is a protest hearing on Sylvia. Also, Mr. Dixon, this is your witness. He's on your witness list. I'm not quite sure why you're treating your own witness as a hostile witness. I gave you an opportunity to ask direct exam of him, and because he was your witness. And so I'm not quite sure why he is not the focus of this protest hearing. The focus of the protest hearing is Sylvia. Now, if you want, you have asked him some general questions about loitering in the area, which I allowed. But I don't know why that you're asking him about loitering in the area when he is on vacation or in the property, and why he's not. That is not relevant to this hearing, sir. This is about Sylvia's. I'm not going to allow any further questions regarding Food 7, because Food 7 is not the purpose of this hearing. If you have no other questions to ask him on Sylvia's, sir, we will move on to another witness. But we have done enough. You have exhausted that issue, and that's it.
For the record, Chairman, we did not call Mr. Zacharias. The other side did.
But
You have the right to
I know you
cross-examine.
did not call him, sir. However, he would not have been a witness today if he was not on your witness list, because what the licensee did, the licensee clearly stated, we will call any and all witnesses on your witness list. You listed him. You allowed him to testify. You did not object. You could have stated that I'm not going to call him. And although there's nothing I'm not aware of anything in our rules that says that you cannot rely on another person's witness presentation, but that's not, I'm not aware that's in our list right now. So therefore, he was listed, she called him, and he's here testifying. So yes, he's your witness. If you hadn't placed him on your witness list, she wouldn't have had the ability to call him. But as I stated, sir, there is really no reason for us to be litigating the settlement of Food 7. That is not the purpose of this hearing. I've given you some leeway to ask him questions about general loitering in the area. He has answered that. But I'm not going to allow any further questioning about Food 7. This is about Sylvia's Class A renewal. This witness is testifying. Please ask him questions about Sylvia. If you do not have any other questions about Sylvia, let's move on.
Just one last question with reference to this witness and Sylvia's. Mr. Johannes, Sylvia's is mentioned in your settlement agreement, isn't she? Isn't that a business mentioned in your settlement agreement? Yes or no?
Are you able to answer the question, sir?
I think
I
the
just
witness is confused because you said Mr. Johannes or Mr. Johannes.
No, he asked her, he said, the question was that, is Sylvia's mentioned in the settlement agreement? Are you able to answer the question, sir? Hello?
I think he's paused.
No, he's not paused. I see him blinking. See, he's smiling. Are you? All right. Okay. All right. Mr. Zacharias,
I did not
can
get
you
that.
please
I did
answer can you please answer the question? Is Sylvia's mentioned in your settlement agreement, sir? Yes or no?
At some point, yes. I think I
All right.
remember it being mentioned. Yeah.
Is there another question, sir?
Mr. Zacharias,
Yeah.
with reference to Sylvia's, have you ever noticed or seen any loitering in front of Sylvia's or in front of the, well, let's stay with Sylvia's. Have you ever seen any loitering during business hours in front of Sylvia's?
No.
Yes or no?
Have I ever noticed loitering in
Yes.
front of, like in
No,
his
Sylvia's.
in his property?
In front of Sylvia's, yes. Yes or
No.
no? Okay, you've never seen any loitering in front of Sylvia's?
Right, like by the daycare, yes.
No, my question is, have you ever
Not in
seen
front
loitering
of,
in front of Sylvia's?
no,
Okay.
not in front of the store.
Have you seen loitering in front of the daycare next to Sylvia's, ever?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And it's your testimony today that at no time that you've made observations of Sylvia's, you've seen loitering in front of the daycare, but not in front of Sylvia's. That's your testimony.
That's my observation, yeah.
Okay.
You know, I'm always inside, but whenever I happen to pass by, I mean, I see the people congregating by the daycares.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Any questions? Any further questions? Any questions by the board member of this witness? Does anyone have a copy of Sylvia's settlement agreement? I'm sorry, Food 7 settlement agreement. Was trying to get a copy of it, and I mean we have. I've not.
Can I email it?
Can you email? No.
If I may, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
That settlement agreement is before the board for approval and review. It was brought before the board prematurely.
That's the question. I'm all right. So the board has not. The board has not approved it as yet. That's what I'm trying to find out. The board has not.
It's been approved.
It's been approved.
It is approved,
Yeah.
but it was, you know, there's. Do you have a copy of the settlement agreement, Ms. Johannes?
I do.
Are you able to share your screen to provide me with a copy of the settlement agreement?
I believe I can, if you give me 1 minute.
I was trying to get a copy of it from the agency. I was just trying to, as again, one of the disadvantages of being at home, I have access to, but I was trying to get quickly to get access of this document that we spent half an hour talking about.
So I don't have the where it actually says, you know, the order of the board, but I have the executed copy. Is that fine, or do you want the actual board order incorporating? This is.
Let me see,
search real quick for the board order.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
That's the issue that I was raising.
What's
council
the issue,
council may have a copy of the executed settlement agreement, but we have not heard from the board on it. At least I don't have an order.
Well, if you have not heard from the board, if you have not heard from the board, that's what I'm trying to find out, whether or not the board has signed off on the settlement agreement. So parties can execute a settlement agreement. You provide it to the board for review. The board will review the settlement agreement for legal sufficiency, and then we'll make a determination. So I'm not familiar with it. There's a significant amount. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the board has reviewed and made some comment, and it was They were asking for some wording and adjustment of the settlement, and we did that, and it was forwarded to them, and it was approved.
And then they sent you. Then you got a board order saying that it was approved.
Yeah, I got it in my email. I just can't exit from this WebEx, but because I'm using, I'm at work.
Anderson. This is Madison Gibbs, co-counsel for ANC 5D.
Yes, Ms. Gibbs.
Mr. Zacharias is right. The board did approve the order. However, there were amendments that the board wanted to incorporate into the revised agreement. Both parties agreed to the amended terms. We just sent the amended language to ABRA for the board to incorporate in the order, but we have not received the order yet.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
So, all right, so it's not a final order as yet. It's not a final order as yet. So I don't know what's in it, and so therefore, and I'm going to make sure that when this comes back, that I look at it because I'm confused in the sense that
I know. I do have the final letter, but I don't know.
That's fine.
But anyway, okay.
I'm concerned about what I'm hearing.
Okay.
That's what I'm
My
saying.
apologies for misspeaking about the approval. I thought it was
It's that you don't I'm not aware if you represent them, Miss Ioannis. Do you represent 47?
No, I did not.
Okay, fine. So you're excused because you don't represent them. If you represented them, then I would have had. But since that's fine. So I'm not. So I don't need to see. I don't need to see this food settlement agreement because from what I'm being told, it is not a final settlement agreement by the board. Okay, fine. I don't have any questions then. Any other questions by the board members? Are here none. Ms. Ioannis, if you have any well, no, we're not going to do a recross. Yes, it's your witness, so you can do a redirect to close.
I'm fine. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vorde. Thank you very much for your testimony. You're now free to go, sir. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Have a great day. Thank you.
You too. Bye-bye.
Do you have another witness, Ms. Ioannis?
If she's on the line, the only person I have Barbara.
Erskine. Is there Barbara Erskine? Do you, Ms. Andrews, do you see a Barbara Erskine?
I do not see her logged in via WebEx, but there are a few callers.
I have a 202-290.
Yes, okay. I'm going to go ahead and unmute their line.
Thank
With the 202-290, please announce yourself.
Barbara Ann Erskine.
Barbara what? I'm sorry?
Ann Erskine, E-R-S-K-I-N, Erskine.
All right, good afternoon, Ms. Erskine. Can you please raise your right hand, please, ma'am?
Uh-huh.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Your witness, Miss Ioannis. Can you also have her again state and spell her name for the record, please?
Good evening. Can you please state your name and spell your name for the record?
Anne, E-R-S-K-I-N-E-S, Erskine.
And can you tell me where you live in proximity to Sylvia's Liquor?
Oh, I live 1721 H Street Northeast, about a block and a half from there.
Okay. And how often do you go to Sylvia's?
Just about every day or twice a day.
Okay. And
It's
what
like
do you
doing
get
it.
what do you get from Sylvia's?
I usually play the lottery for me and some other friends.
And do you have any issues with the way that Sylvia's Liquors operates?
Do I have any issues?
Yeah, any issues or concerns?
Objection that calls for an opinion.
No, I get in and out fine. Nobody never bothered me.
Miss Erskine, I know you're on the phone. If someone says there's an objection, you need to not answer the question until I tell you to go ahead and answer the question. Okay, ma'am?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
All right. And what's the nature of your objection, sir?
The question calls for an opinion on the part of the witness about how Sylvia's operates their business. The question should be direct with reference to what she saw, heard, or otherwise did. She can't give us an opinion on how Sylvia's operates her business. She's not an expert in that particular area.
Well, this is an administrative hearing, and this is we're not. I mean, I think all the witnesses are here giving opinions of how they feel about an establishment, and the board will give it the weight that it's due. So, Miss Erskine, you can answer the question, ma'am.
And what question you want me to answer now?
Do you have any concerns about Sylvia's Liquors in how they operate their business?
No.
Do you support their liquor license application that's before this board?
Yes, like I tell you, I go there twice a day. I just play the lottery, but nobody bothers me or anything. And
And do you
it's never
have
no.
No, go ahead. Finish your sentence.
I was saying, and I get in and out the store fine. I've been here for 10 years, so I have no problem. I just go, twice a day, morning and evening.
Okay.
And I go in the store.
And in terms of loitering, do you see a lot of loitering on Benning Road?
Well, I'll turn the corner and come up the street. When I go in the liquor store, there's nobody there. But down the street, probably some people, but nobody. And when I go in the liquor store, I don't have, they're not in front of his store.
Okay.
They might be on the corner, but, and down the street, but not in front. I get in and out the store fine.
Okay. And other than that, I have no additional questions for this witness.
All right, hold on, Ms. Erskine. Hold on, Mr. Dixon might have some questions of you. You have any questions of this witness, Mr. Dixon?
Just briefly. Hi, Ms. Erskine. My name is Ronald Dixon. I'm going to ask you some questions about what you just testified to, ma'am. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Ms. Erskine, Ms. Johannes asked you if you had any problem with, or if you supported Sylvia's getting a liquor license renewal. Remember that question?
Yes.
Okay. And do you buy liquor from Sylvia's, or you just pay the lottery and that's it?
I play the lottery, and once in a while I might buy something, but not that often. I don't drink, but sometimes if I have company, I might buy something, but mostly the lottery. So I'm in there twice a day most of the time.
Okay. And when did you first become aware that there was an issue with reference to Sylvia's renewing their license? Who brought that to your attention?
Well, I didn't know that until lately. I mean, that they were going to renew their license.
Yes, ma'am.
Really? Well, maybe 1 or 2, maybe a month ago, maybe.
Okay. And Ms. Johannes, the lawyer, did just ask you the questions?
Mr. Harness, no.
Yeah, no, the lawyer that just asked you the questions. Ms. Johannes. All right. Now, she contacted you. Yeah, and she contacted you about testifying today?
No,
Okay, she did not.
No.
Objection. What is the relevance here?
I'm going to overrule the objection, but
That's your point.
I'm curious where we're going with this.
Okay, Miss Erskines? Hello, Miss Erskines? Okay.
Yes.
Now, excuse me. You testified that you don't see loitering in front of Sylvia's when you go there to play your numbers and sometimes buy a drink?
Not in Sylvia's. I said down the street from him, I see people sometimes sitting out. But I get in and out the store fine and they don't bother me.
What about right next
but
door
they
to
do be
Sylvia's?
sitting.
What about right next door to
Well,
Sylvia's daycare? You see people loitering there and sitting in chairs?
yeah, I see some people out there sitting sometimes, but not in front of his door. I go, when I come up, I go get in and out of his store fine.
Okay. And what time of day do you normally go up there, ma'am?
Most of the time it's like 11:30, 12. And then in the evenings around about, if I go back in the evenings, like 5:30, 6.
I have nothing further for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Any
thank you.
questions? Hold on, Ms. Erskine. Any questions by any board members? Ms. Giannis, any redirect?
I don't have redirect, no.
Ms. Erskine, thank you very much for your testimony today. You are now free to go. Thank you very much, ma'am. Okay, thank you. Ms. Giannis, do you have another witness?
Can I have 2 minutes? I don't have the luxury of seeing my witnesses in front of me, and I don't believe that I don't know if this individual is here or not, and I need to confer with my client. It's like, can I have 2 minutes?
All right, it's 7:20. You have 2 minutes.
Okay.
We're off the record for 2 minutes.
Thank you.
All right, we're back on the record. We are back on the record. I'm not seeing all my board members. Ms. Ioannis, do you have another witness?
I do not.
Do you rest?
I do rest.
All right, thank you. I was going to take a break, but we've already taken our break. I was going to take. Let me ask you a question, Mr. Dixon. We're going to present your case. Do you need a short break to start? Will the parties wish a short break, or do we want to go right into your case?
A short break would be great for me.
All right.
Thank you.
How many witnesses do you have, sir? I know you have Ms. Moore.
Yeah, we have Ms. Moore. Five, but I think we can pare that down based upon the testimony of the licensee.
All right, can you tee your witnesses up, sir? It's 7:25, and we will reconvene at is 10 or 15 minutes.
Give us I would say 10. Actually, no, I'll take the 15. Give us the 15.
All right.
And then and we'll be ready to make openings and proceed.
7:40. 7:40.
7:40?
7:40. We're off the record until
Mr.
7:40.
Dixon, did you say 5 witnesses? 5 witnesses? Five witnesses? Is that what you said?
He said maximum of 5 witnesses, but he said that he'll pair them. He might pair them down. So
Thank you.
Yeah.
all right. So we're off the record until 7:40. Please do not log off. You can close your screen and put it on mute. So because that's how we lose folks. 7:40. We'll be back on the record.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, we're back on the record. Mr. Dixon? Mr. Dixon?
Yes, we're ready to proceed, Mr. Anderson.
All right, you have 5 minutes to do an opening, sir. You have 5 minutes to do your opening.
Okay, thank you so much. If you please, the chair, board members, and parties, we, as you know, represent ANC 5D, which represents the community. We intend to show during the course of our case that Sylvia's has outlived its existence in the neighborhood and has in the past and currently creates a disruption and distraction in the neighborhood. We will show that Sylvia's has had at least 3 bites at the apple. We will show that Sylvia's has had protests before the current protest and has resolved them with settlement agreements that they have not lived up to and have abandoned. We will show through testimony the impact upon a viable business right next to Sylvia's that has suffered severely because of Sylvia's activity with reference to the product it sells. We will show that Sylvia's is a magnet for the people hanging out in front of Sylvia's and the daycare, not the daycare. We will show that if folks want to get alcoholic beverages, there are more than enough establishments in the neighborhood to accommodate that. We will show that Sylvia's doesn't have a right to make a profit over people. And we will also show and adopt the testimony of Ms. Danzler, the investigator, with reference to exhibits 15, 16, 17, and 18, and her astute testimony with reference to the impact that Sylvia's has had and continues to have on the neighborhood. And with that, we'd like to call our first witness, Ms. Sidell Moore. Now, just for the logistics for the board, I will handle Ms. Moore. Ms. Gibbs will handle Ms. Sneed, the daycare owner, and another community member who lives behind Sylvia's. And I will call Mr. Clement Stokes, an independent investigator, for direct and offer him for cross. We're ready to proceed, Mr. Anderson.
Ms. Moore, can you raise your right hand, please? You swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you're a witness, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, Ms. Moore. How are you this evening?
Good evening. I'm doing well.
Now, as a participant in the claimant, if you were, in this proceeding, how have you played any role in the protest of Sylvia's Liquor with reference to their renewal?
So previously, I was the president of Langston Civic Association back during the second protest, which was in 2018. During that protest, we made very clear the same issues that we're having now are the same issues that we had then. While on other parts of Benning Road, we've seen the owners step up and make improvements that we can really be proud of in the area. The same just cannot be said for Sylvia's. And so we felt as a commission, not just myself as an individual, that it was important after their lack of responsiveness over the past 3 years, failure to attend any ANC meetings or engage in any way, despite repeated attempts, to have an honest dialogue about what's going on there. We either got no response or dishonest, kind of laughably dishonest responses about the fact that there is no problem. So we felt like it was important, given the seriousness of the situation, but the failure of the business owner to really see it as a serious situation, to move forward with a protest again. this year, because unfortunately, while we have seen improvements with other liquor establishments, and we have many along Benning Road, we have not seen improvements here. And really all that we ask is that each participant in the community do their part, to take appropriate steps to address safety issues, and we haven't seen any of those steps being taken.
Now, I'd like to ask you, ma'am, how long have you been the chair of the ANC 5D?
So I just became the chairperson at the beginning of this year in January. I became the ANC in 2019, which I think was incorrectly stated previously. So I became a commissioner in January of 2019.
Now, as a chair and as a commissioner, what, if any, interest did you have in promoting business and quality of life for the residents in the 1800 block of Benning Road and the surrounding area?
It's a huge concern. So the first thing I'll say is that, just as I stated, MPD has a role to play, the business owners have a role to play, the residents have a role to play. And it's really my responsibility to make sure that, I'm not expecting any heroics from anyone, but that everyone does their piece. And with such severe issues going on Benning Road, on that 1800 block, and not other blocks on Benning Road, I might add, in recent years have seen huge improvements in terms of some of the issues we've seen, just major improvements. But we do have 2 blocks in 5D05 where we continue to see 98% of the crime in our community is happening in those 2 locations. And so you have to take a very serious look about what all the key players can do to improve safety.
Now, with reference to the APRA board, I'd like you to address yourself to issues that came to your attention as a resident of 5D, as a political representative of the community. And I'd like to know what issues came to your attention from the community, what actions you took, particularly with reference to Sylvia's, to address those.
Sure. So I've actually gone in person to speak with the owner on multiple occasions. Sometimes I've been told that they're not there or not available. Even when I can see them in the storeroom, from the front of the building. I've reached out via phone, via text message, via email. I send multiple emails every single month to invite the store owners to ANC meetings to talk with the community about their concerns. We witness constant trash in the alley, just huge amounts of trash that were not being picked up. I addressed that with the store owner. They told me that the trash wasn't there. I sent a picture and it was, oh, we'll remove it. I addressed the issue with all of the loitering and drug sales in front of Sylvia's, and whether people move throughout the day to catch some shade. If they're in and out of your business all day, and you've already said that many of these people are your customers. If you can call the police about a candy bar, walking out the store, surely you can call the police when you witness someone set up a tent and have a fish fry, not only just directly in front of the store, but in the parking lane and well out into the lanes of traffic, and there's no call to police that goes out. And then to hear things like, well, MPD told us to stop calling them, which this isn't the first time I've heard that. And I made it very clear to the store owners that that's not the case. That MPD's concern is that they see you calling for things like a candy bar and a chips, and they're concerned as to why you're not calling for these other more important issues that are happening in front of your store. So the instruction was not to stop calling. And I had MPD give very clear instructions about the difference between loitering on a public sidewalk and incommoding. Because what's actually happening in front of the store is not just loitering, it's incommoding, because these people are setting up furniture and grills. And so it's now no longer a passable sidewalk. if someone has disabilities or a stroller, they're not able to use the sidewalk without having to ask these people to move these items of furniture. So I've
Now,
given a
Ms.
lot
Moore,
of information and what I hope are helpful instructions that haven't been heeded.
now, Ms. Moore, let me ask you specifically with reference to Sylvia's. Have you ever met face-to-face with the owners of Sylvia's? And if you have, would you identify them by name?
Sure. So I've met with the owners on multiple occasions. So I would say dating back to probably 2017, even prior to the previous agreement. And they were the same owners then as now. And excuse me for the pronunciation, but Miss Nan and Mr. Cheong.
Okay. Now, you said earlier that part of your responsibility with the ANC is to have community meetings. Can you share with the APRA board issues that came up in those community meetings that affected the APRA board rules and regulations?
Sure. So all of the issues around not keeping up with the settlement agreement that was entered into with the previous ANC, excuse me, issues around litter and trash, issues around the establishment not consistently calling police or keeping up with the call log as intended. Even though there is a log for this year, there's only 4 entries for this entire year. It's October. So that tells me, or anyone really with a common sense point of view, that they're not keeping up with the call log. And there's actually been an issue where, while some of the patrons, while doing drugs in the rear alley, set fire to a fence of one of the neighboring properties that shares an alley with the establishment from the trash pile. And so there have been, of course, anytime someone sets fire to your property, lots of complaints about the activity going on there. And especially, and one of the things that didn't come out is that, there's also a school across the street. The way ABRA measures is from front door of the establishment to front door of the school. The playground for the school is across the street. It's a charter school, not a DC public school. And so the parents, upon picking up their children from the school across the street, have also complained, even though they're not directly my constituents, and that doesn't show in the report so easily. But just all of the things we've already seen have been the complaints that have come to me as the ANC.
Now, let me ask you, ma'am, we've talked about reports being made to you by others, particularly those in the community. Can you tell the APRA board what personal experience you have with your eyes and with your ears? Do you walk the neighborhood, and do you visit these establishments to establish for yourself if there are any violations going on?
I walk the neighborhood. I drive around the neighborhood, especially in this location. I don't always feel comfortable, just walking in that location. So I've taken other neighbors, including, other civic leaders, to go and facilitate those communications. What I've witnessed is the setting up of crates from the rear of the store, from their trash in the front of the store as part of the seating arrangement. I've witnessed the grills. I've witnessed a tent being set up right in front of the door to the store, so as to create like a tunnel coming out of the store into the street, into the parking lane and the lane of traffic. And they had like a big deep fryer set up for fish frying, and I witnessed that personally, and saw that there was no accompanying call to MPD from the store during that incident. And the patrons of the store, walking in and out of the store for the fish fry, the hand-to-hand drug sales, the public intoxication. I regularly pick up trash in the area on my morning walks when it's kind of safer to be there. And I find all kinds of alcohol debris from the single sales. And I think that's why that's such a concern.
Okay, let's pause on that your last point. You said something about single sales. Can you share with the board your understanding of single sales and how they affect your community and your knowledge of other quadrants of the city that have taken actions against single sales.
Sure. So we're on one side of Benning Road, single sales are not permitted. On our side of Benning Road, they are. On the opposite side of Benning Road, we have not brought not even one protest against any of those locations that were already operating under that program, because there are not issues at those locations. I think contrary to the characterization, or really mischaracterization of our community, we're not blighted all over. We have 2 blocks that are really the primary point of concern for us. And so you don't see this behavior at other establishments because essentially what's happening here is that they're not operating as a liquor store. They're operating as like a sidewalk cafe with a liquor license. And so, it's kind of bring your own fish fry, bring your own hot dogs to grill. I've even seen birthday cake and balloons. And then people go in and out of the store, to purchase their alcohol and sit out front to enjoy that alcohol. And then we as the neighbors clean up the trash. And so that's a very different experience than what you're witnessing in the same neighborhood, but directly across the street, because the jurisdiction line necessitates different rules at those locations. Even when they have actually better locations for hanging out, more shade, bigger parking lots with more space, seating areas on small walls, but you don't see that behavior there.
Now, let me just ask you, ma'am, let's pause on that for a moment. Is there a recreation center in the area of the 1800 block of Benning Road?
So there is a recreation center about 2 blocks away, and that's the Rosedale Recreation Center.
And can you tell the members of the APRA board what that rec center offers as far as in the summer, air conditioning, pools, recreation?
Oh, yeah.
Could you
First of all,
talk
it's
about
a beautiful recreation center, and not only.
I'm
I'm
sorry,
sorry.
hold on. Yeah, is there an objection, ma'am?
Yeah, what's the relevance of this testimony on the recreational area, or the recreational center?
I'm gonna overrule the objection. Go ahead.
So I would just try to make it plain here that if the thought is that people are just hanging out under this shade tree because it's what's available to them, that's just not the case. They have the ability to go 2 blocks away to Rosedale and actually enjoy air conditioning, and to be able to swim in a state-of-the-art pool, have access to the library, which not only has books, but has entertainment available to you in the form of a lounge area where you can watch TV, computers where you can enjoy the internet, and there are no time limits.
Now, Ms. Moore, you mentioned several times in your direct about cooking out and fish fries and things like that. Let me ask you if you can remember what you were doing on September the 12th, 2021, and if you had an occasion to be in the area of Sylvia's.
Yeah, so I regularly, patrol the area. I take a look around, I see what's going on. I make note. I often tweet about, different concerns in the community to 311 so that they can send someone out for a cleanup, et cetera, or dial 911 if I happen to witness any illegal activities while I'm out, just making sure that things are good in the neighborhood. And I witnessed a big blue tent directly in front of Sylvia's, next to the tree that we've discussed so much, leading out into the parking lane, and even partially into the lane of traffic, where people had set up fryers for a fish fry, and attendees at this unauthorized, illegal sidewalk party had set up furniture and food to have, a party in that location. And we're clearly walking in and out of Sylvia's with bags, making transactions and then participating in the, disruption of traffic.
Now, on that line, I'd like to ask you to identify for the APRA board any businesses that you are aware of that are next to Sylvia's.
Sure. So there is a nail salon that is closed and it's not operating. And next door on the other side is a daycare that is operating.
Now, with reference to the daycare, can you tell the members of the APRA board when you first became aware of that daycare and its operation?
So I've been aware of the daycare since at least 2015. And unlike was stated by the applicant, you know, they've had the same owner the entire time that this applicant has been the owner of Sylvia's. It's just due to the lack of effort to really, you know, even try to mitigate the problem or work together with other businesses that they're not aware of that business owner and not having interacted with her despite multiple attempts on my part, including at the 2018 hearing to help facilitate that interaction.
Now, do you know the name of the business owner?
Yes, Miss Regina Sneed is the owner and was also the owner as evidenced by the witness list back in 2018.
Okay. And have you had discussions with Ms. Sneed with reference to her business and any impact that any other businesses had, negative impact has had on her business? If you have, please discuss that.
Yeah, it's had a tremendously negative impact in my conversations with her. And we've had in-depth conversations about the issue and how we.
Miss Johannes, I mean, I can't see you and I don't know what's going on. So if you're not speaking, you need to be on mute. So what's going on, ma'am? And
No,
she's
I'm objecting based on her testimony being hearsay. Miss Sneed, I believe, is here, and so if she's going to testify, let her testify.
But you can't object to her answer. You have to object to the question.
I did. I objected to the question. I objected with.
I did not hear any objection to the question. I heard when she's speaking. I didn't see you. I heard something, so I was asking for clarification.
If I may, for the record, the witness is testifying about what motivated her to do the things that she did, particularly.
I'm overruling the objection. Let her testify. Go ahead.
So could you repeat the question?
Yeah, let me put it in a different form for you, Ms. Moore. You said that you know the owner of the daycare, Miss Regina Sneed, and my question to you was, have you ever had any conversations with her about the impact of other businesses next to her with reference to her ability to run her business?
Yes,
and
I've
so
had.
would you
Again.
share that with the board?
Is there an objection?
I'm objecting on the form on the question. The question's asking for hearsay. Have you had any conversations?
The question is, has she had conversations with anyone regarding the impact? Has she had conversations? She's saying, yes, I have had conversations with someone. It's not someone told me this. I've specifically I asked, that's what she said, have you had conversations? Yes, she has had conversations, and she can talk about the conversations she has had. That's what she said. I've had conversations. Not that I heard that this is happening. I specifically had a conversation with someone regarding this issue, and this is what this was the nature of our conversation. I don't believe that's not hearsay. She has had direct conversations with a person regarding this issue. So, and even if it was hearsay, so it's an administrative hearing. We're not necessarily in administrative hearings. This is not court of law in the sense that we're going to say it's hearsay. No, we have not done that. I've allowed a lot of hearsay. I've allowed a lot of leading questions because it's more informal at an administrative hearing. So I'm gonna overrule the objection, but at the same time, I don't want to. We also, as stated by you, Ms. Johannes, the owner of the daycare appears will be a witness, so she's going to testify. So we can have first-hand knowledge from her, but we can have some testimony based on your conversation with her. But let's also at the same time just want to let you know that You have an hour to present your case. I have some flexibility. Although I didn't stop it, but you're down to like 39 minutes. Well, I didn't stop it while this is going on, so I will give you some leeway because we've had objections and stuff, but just be mindful of that, okay?
Thank you.
So I'll just answer quickly without having to restate. I have had conversations with her in depth about the fact that the activity caused by Sylvia's is having a negative impact on her daycare. The patrons leaving the store and then drinking in front of her business just because there's a shade tree there. We still know where that traffic is coming from. And obviously it's impeding her ability to attract clients who don't want to drop their precious children off, a few feet away from someone who's passed out or doing drugs or selling drugs or all of the other illegal activity that we're witnessing in that location.
Now, Ms. Moore, as a political figure in that community, is it your intent to go after any particular businesses on some vigilante trip, or explain to the APRA board what you're trying to do to help that community?
Sure, absolutely not. And actually, I think it's better if there are businesses open because you have more eyes on the street who are able to report when they see these things going on. My concern is when the businesses won't even bother to take the initiative to call 911 unless it's about a candy bar or chips, but they can't call 911 when they're seeing all of this extreme illegal activity happening. They don't want to call 911. When you do speak with them, you get these kind of ridiculous responses about there not being this activity going on, even though you can witness it with your own eyes. There's not trash, according to them, but you can clearly witness it with your own eyes. There's not drug sales, there's not loitering, but even they couldn't find a picture facing in the right-hand direction that didn't show people loitering in their own evidence. And so when you can't get to a point where you can have an honest conversation with people about the issues and get them to work together with you, then certainly that becomes a much more concerning issue for you because you don't have another trusted adult who's going to be honest with you, who's not going to give you ridiculous answers about why they didn't call the police, and who's going to really take on the portion of this that really is their responsibility. And there is responsibility to go around, but surely any reasonable adult should be able to dial 911.
Now, Ms. Moore, in conclusion, can you share with the board, excuse me, your recommendation to them with reference to the license renewal here? And based upon your experience with Sylvia's and the other hearings that you've undergone, and recommend to the board, obviously you can't tell the board how to rule, but recommend to the board what you would like to see the board do.
Sure. So I would say plainly that I think the blame game we've seen tonight of, it's everyone else but them. It's MPD's fault, it's Food 7's fault. And of course, they're willing to kind of fabricate a story for each other because they, are holding hands in terms of the language of the agreements, which says that if Sylvia's stops selling singles, that Food 7 is also willing to stop selling singles. So they're a little bit in cahoots on that matter, even though that's still pending for the board. I think the thing to really make clear here is that they've had multiple hearings over the years where you just continue not to see any improvement while you see the rest of this same corridor, this same portion of Benning Road continue to see improvements, and this one location just cannot take responsibility. And so I think it has to be taken into account that if we're not going to just out and out remove the license because of the harmful impact on local businesses and community members who are not safe in this location, at the very least, the business should be required to do something about the safety. If they're not willing to take the steps to call 911, they can't be trusted to accurately maintain a police log with more than just a handful of the items logged in October of 2021 for the entire year, that you do have to get a trusted adult in there in the form of an off-duty MPD officer or security who can at least be trusted as part of their sworn duties to make those calls when they're witnessing illegal activities. And so I think this has to be taken very seriously, and serious measures need to be taken to ensure that a responsible adult will be consistent about calling 911, and the previous orders just kind of treating the owner as that responsible party just haven't been enough over the years to get them to change their behavior. And we're only getting responses now that it's before your board. And so I really hope that you'll take that into consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. I have nothing else for the witness to pass the witness for cross.
Ms. Johnson.
Yes. Good evening, Ms. Moore. Isn't it?
Good evening.
So I want to start with, you speak about multiple hearings that have occurred for Sylvia's. Are you referring to the 2018 board order that approved the renewal of its license?
So I'm talking not only about the 2018 board order that forced them to add the additional camera over their protests against adding the additional camera, which provided vital evidence this evening. I'm also talking about the attempts to interact with them previously by members of the community as well.
I'm sorry, hold on. My question is regarding multiple hearings.
Miss Johannes. You asked the witness a question, give her an opportunity to answer the question, ma'am. She's answering it based on to the best of her ability. Please allow her to answer the question.
So my answer was yes, not only these hearings, which included the 2018 board order over the applicant's objection to add the additional camera, but I'm also obviously an elected official, and we give the applicant multiple opportunities over the years and years to attend ANC meetings. We send multiple requests a month for them to attend, multiple requests in 1 month. And they failed to do so. They failed to participate in any of those hearings or opportunities, and have even during this process, although I wouldn't call them hearings, failed to participate appropriately in mediation.
So you're referring to meetings, not hearings. This being a hearing.
This is a hearing. So I guess if you want to quibble about the language, I'll be specific in saying this hearing and the previous hearing. And then I would call ANC meetings, and then distinguish between those and mediations as well.
Thank you. Thank you. And you say that you sent multiple notices or invites to Sylvia's, is that correct?
Yes.
Were these specific invites to the owners?
Yes. Everyone receives, and everyone who has registered on our listing receives an email to whatever email address they have specifically registered. In this case, the email that was registered is the same one that they registered with APRA.
Okay, thank you. So this is not a private or a specific email just to Sylvia's, it's to all your constituents, to everybody.
So in addition to those, if your question is, do they also receive other invitations? Yes. And so not only have I given those which are easily traceable via email on multiple occasions every month, I walk down there and I say, please attend. And either I'm told that they're not there, even if I can see them in the back room. I leave that message with whatever staff member happens to be at the counter, which I think may have been a son or family member in one instance, who did speak English very well. And so he understood the invitation. I've sent handwritten invitations that I've walked down there personally, as well as the vice president of our civic association walked down there with me to witness those invitations as well.
How many times did you specifically invite Sylvia's by walking into their establishment and inviting them to come in 2020?
So, in 2021, during the pandemic, how many times did I walk down there?
Yes,
3.
During the pandemic.
3.
Yes. How many times? I'm sorry?
During a pandemic, 3.
How many times in 2020?
I would have to check my records, but I would say at least 6 times, and we do meet 10 times a year.
Okay. Did you, and you say that you coordinated or that you had MPD give clear direction regarding loitering? Is that right?
Not loitering, incommoding, which is not the same as loitering. DC does not have a loitering law. Incommoding is the placement of furniture and other items to block the sidewalk.
Who from MPD did you coordinate with or did you speak to?
Sure. So we spoke with the Summer Crime Initiative captain about this at length, and he was able to give me some very clear instructions. And I walked down there with those very clear instructions and description of what incommoding is. And
who was this?
Our Summer Crime Initiative captain for this summer was a Captain Paul Herbenack, but I'm actually referring to the previous summer, which was Jerome Merrill.
So in 2020.
So yes, but just so we're clear, once you're the Summer Crime Initiative captain, you do stay on until the next captain takes over. So I know there was some confusion about that earlier.
So it was you who went to deliver this message, not MPD, correct?
Absolutely, absolutely. I gave these directions in consultation with MPD because I myself had not previously been aware of the difference between loitering and incommoding.
You said that you Ms. Moore, where do you live?
So I live on the 800 block of 20th Street.
And how far is that from Sylvia's?
I would say it's about a block and, well, maybe 2 blocks.
And how often would you say you patrol the area or you ride by there, as you were saying?
I patrol the area at least twice a week. And that includes the alleys as well.
Regarding the fish fry that you mentioned, is it your testimony that that tent and the fish fry occurred directly in front of Sylvia's?
Yes, and into the lanes of traffic and parking.
I'd like to play a video.
Whose exhibit is this?
It's their exhibit. It's the protestants exhibit.
And you said what in your PIF?
Yes, and that I could use any exhibits listed by protestant.
All right. All right.
Sorry, board's
Stand
indulgence.
by.
If you give me a moment, I need to pull this.
Are we having some problems?
I'm sorry, it's going slow.
Do you still have the ability to share your screen?
I do. No. Oh yes, I do. I do. I need to pull the video though first,
All right.
please. I don't know what you see.
Nothing. You're not sharing
Anything?
your screen. I still have the same screen. So the first thing has to share your screen. I'm seeing this, so therefore I'm not seeing you sharing our screen, your screen. That's why I asked you. You told me you still had obvious, yes.
Got it.
Now that I see that you are starting to share your screen. We're getting closer.
Sorry, I think I'm having some internet issues. Wow. Sorry.
What's going on, Ms. Johannes?
This is the link that I previously used and what's been provided by the protestants. Okay, I have it on another screen now. If I can try to merge this screen with that one. Let me see if that works. Can you see that?
Yes. You can now play the video, please. Nope.
There we go.
Did you press the play button? Is it that what's going on?
Yeah, it's doing something.
Okay, I think something's going on.
It's
Was the video?
approximately 6:38 p.m. on September 12th. You can see we are having a fish fry in the tent.
Oh, where's the tent?
Yeah.
And I can, let me stop sharing.
I don't know where is it.
Okay.
Do you want to replay the video, because it appears that I saw a tent, but I don't know where the tent was.
Okay.
So if you want to replay the video and stop the video where the tent is, so because I saw a video, I saw a tent. I don't know where the tent was, so I'm not sure unless you want to move on.
I don't want to move on. I do want to play it, and I'm just trying to play. I play it here first. I think I've mastered how to share this. So, or am I still sharing? No, I'm not sharing.
You're not sharing. You're not sharing your screen.
So this is Sylvia's.
Mhm. And there's a tent. In front of the silver car.
Hold on. Who is, okay.
That's September 12th. You see, we are having a fish fry.
This is the tent I'm referring to.
Absolutely.
And if I want to, if we go back, you said it's directly in front of Sylvia's, is that right?
Absolutely. And I think this quibble about the tree is maybe something that you all are willing to engage in, but I'm just not.
All right, there's no question
All right,
pending.
we only have one person speak.
Sorry.
All right.
There,
All right, Miss Giannis, where is Sylvia's in this video? Where is Sylvia's on the screen that we're looking at?
I don't know if you can see my
Or
mouse.
ask the witness to identify where Sylvia is if she can.
Sylvia's, oh, sorry, pause.
Yeah.
Okay. Miss Moore, can you identify where is Sylvia's?
So you see a silver car parked here. In front of that silver car, you see a tent, and then you see next to that tent a tree. Next to that tree, you see the sign that says Sylvia's Liquors.
So here is Sylvia's Liquors, is that correct?
Yes, and with the large sign above it next to the tree, which I would identify as being Sylvia's Liquors sign, since that's what it states.
Correct, right here.
Mhm.
And this is the tent, is that correct?
Yes, in front of that sign.
Where is the tent? What sign?
The tent. So you see there's a tree, the tree that we've been discussing this whole time. You see next to that tree that there's a sign that says Sylvia's Liquors high up.
Is that to the right or to the left?
To the right of the tree, you see the sign that says Sylvia's Liquors. To the left of that tree, you can see the tent, or barely see it.
So you're saying that so is it correct that the tent is to the left of the tree?
Yes, it's to the left of the tree in this perspective, because you have to remember I'm in the car in the street when I'm filming.
And where is the tree? Is the tree in front of Sylvia's, or is it to the right or the left of the tree?
So the tree is in front. So the tree is to the left of in this picture, which is what I'm describing. You can see that the tree is to the left of the Sylvia's Liquor sign. Then to the left of the tree, you see the tent.
The tree is to the left of the Sylvia sign, and the tent is to the left of the tree. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Next
So
question.
they're in a line in this video.
All right. Where are we, Miss Giannis?
That is where we are. I wanted to, this tent right here, I wanted to clarify, is it your testimony that this tent right here is directly in front of Sylvia's Liquor?
Absolutely.
And that is all.
We're looking at the same image.
We are. And I will let it continue to play because I think you said you were in the car.
Yes, I'm the person filming here.
As we pass Sylvia's Liquors and then the 10th.
Yeah,
And
correct.
let me stop sharing. And now that this, even though it's protestants exhibit, I don't know what exhibit number this is, it might be exhibit 2. But if the board could, if we could enter this video into evidence, I would move that we enter it into evidence.
So you want to, well, it can be your exhibit. So what exhibit number would this be on your exhibit?
Protestants exhibit 2.
I'm sorry?
Protestants exhibit 2.
You can't submit
Or
protestants exhibit
sorry.
2.
I was identifying what it was.
So what exhibit of it is yours? This is your exhibit.
It's my exhibit 6.
So all right, so you want now the video that is protestants exhibit number 2 to be applicants exhibit number 6. Is that what you are asking? Is that what you're asking, Ms. Ioannis?
Actually, I'll withdraw. I just wanted to make my point for impeachment purposes. I'll withdraw.
So withdraw. Do you have another question for this witness?
Am I still sharing? I am.
Yes, you're still sharing.
Give me a moment. So yes, I do have another question. I want to go back to Ms. Moore. You indicated that you are very proud of some of these other businesses on Benning Road who have complied with some of the things that you've requested. Is that correct?
I did not indicate pride. I indicated that they had complied.
You did not indicate proud, you said?
No, I did not say the word proud. I said I indicated that the stores had complied or had not been subject to complaints.
Sure. Have you protested other alcohol licensed establishments nearby?
As appropriate, certainly.
In this year, is that correct?
Yes.
So Sylvia's was not the only one.
No.
And in terms of the loitering, have you contacted the commander from the 5th District, William Fitzgerald?
Yes, I have. I've contacted the commander and I've contacted both of the 2 most recent summer crime initiative captains, as well as in the previous term, the 2018 captain as well, which we do have every year.
And have you contacted Commander Fitzgerald regarding Sylvia's in this protest?
Absolutely. I would say that my communication with the commander is often less than professional, in terms of his responses to me, if they exist at all. But that's not for lack of trying on my part to get MPD to respond. And for the most part, the captains have been responsive. It's just the commander I find challenging.
When was your last communication with the commander?
So my last communication with the commander was at the beginning of the summer crime initiative. And it's actually on film because part of it was during the mayor's press conference and after announcing the summer crime initiative, just in case you wanted to check.
What was the date?
I don't recall the date, but I can certainly look up that press conference with the mayor where I spoke about the summer crime initiative.
In 2021?
Yes.
Okay. That is all I have for you.
All right. I have a question to ask Ms. Moore. I have a couple of questions. Ms. Moore, you start off by saying that this owner has not lived up to the specific improvements. So what specific improvements is it that you're saying that this owner has not been responsive to?
So I think the main one that's really of concern here is in regards to, maintaining that contact with the community and with MPD. You know, I know that, you know, there might be a friendly relationship with certain members of MPD, but, you know, for the most part, what I'm looking for is, are you consistently calling 911 and maintaining your logbook? I think we see, even according to your own investigators report here at ABRA, a sudden and drastic drop in 2021 in their maintenance of that logbook in such a way that really tells me that they are not taking that responsibility seriously.
So that's it?
I think that's the primary issue in terms of what we're seeing. The other issues are things about maintenance of a clean space in the rear of the building, which is not happening. Consistent trash pickup didn't occur for months at a time in the rear of the building. Maintenance of rat traps in the rear of the building, and the appropriate maintenance, including plantings in the front of the building, has been inconsistent. But those are not the primary safety concerns of the community.
All right, we saw this video. You took a video.
Mm-hmm.
But the tent was not in Sylvia's.
The tent was not in Sylvia.
Hold on, ma'am.
Sorry.
You testified that the tent was that there's a tree, and the tree is to the left of Sylvia's, and the tree, meaning that the tree is not in front of Sylvia's. And you stated that the tent was to the left of the tree. So if the tree is to the left of Sylvia's, and the tent is and if the tent is the left of the tree, how can the tent be? How is it that there's a statement that the tent is in front of Sylvia's?
So first I'll say, I think we're having a misunderstanding, because I'm not talking about the physical space when I made that description. I'm talking about the video that I was asked to describe. So there was the still of the video that we all looked at. And in the still of the video, remember, I'm in the, and as I stated previously, in the angle of I'm in a lane of traffic. So I'm looking to my right from this lane of traffic at this, taking this image. In the still image, you see on the right, the Sylvia sign. On the left, you see the tree. And then to the left of the tree, you see the tent. And that tent was in the lane of traffic. And that's the description I'm giving. Sorry.
But we can all agree that the tent was not physically located in front of Sylvia. Is that correct?
I would not agree with that assessment. And I know that, you know, we spent a lot of this hearing talking about, you know, these kind of quibbles over the location. I guess the point that I'm making here is that Sylvia's clearly has a frontage of their building. It's not just kind of, here's our door. And that's the only place we're considering the front of our building. You know, they also have that entire area with, you know, signs and advertisements and kind of that barring situation going on in the window. And I consider that, all of that, to be the frontage of the store. And I don't think that that's an unreasonable statement.
But let me ask you a question, ma'am. Is it correct that the tree is not in front of Sylvia? Is that correct? Can we agree that where the tree is located?
So this is where I would.
Okay, not the branches. The tree. Is it correct that the tree is the tree planted in front of Sylvia's?
So the tree is planted in a box that's literally wedged between where Sylvia's building ends and where the daycare begins. And so even if I were talking to neighbors in the situation who had a tree on the property line, I wouldn't say, oh, this tree is not in front of your house. So I just kind of, you know, it's kind of one of those things where I just honestly think that it's not inappropriate to call that the front of the store.
Well, where I live, there's a tree that's planted over my neighbor's house, but there are branches over my house. Yes, I can cut the branches but the tree is now planted in front of my house.
But that's also not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the trunk of the tree is in a tree box that splits the line between where their property line starts and where the adjacent property, you know, starts. And that's my recollection of where that tree is. But I also think that it's not something, dishonest that a normal person would say, this is the front of the store. I just think we're stuck on like this quibble about the location of the tree trunk. And all I'm saying to you is that this is in front of the store.
All right, fine. Now, I know it's correct that you were here for the testimony from the investigator. Is that correct? And you saw the pictures.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the first.
I'm sorry. It's correct that you were here for the testimony that in the investigator provided, and you saw the pictures that the investigator went over. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And it's correct. Is it correct that where the folks were sitting on chairs and there was whatever it was, that it was not in front of Sylvia's, it was in front of the daycare? Is that correct?
So I don't recall exactly her exhibits. From my recollection.
Let me ask you a question, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Since you walk the block,
yes,
and you are in the community, is it a correct statement that the chairs and whatever it is that's set up, that they're set up in front of the kid daycare? Is that correct?
So no, I don't think that that's a correct statement. I think what is more correct is, since you're asking me over a period of time, is that you regularly see it. Sometimes they're in front of the daycare, sometimes they're in front of Sylvia's, sometimes they're under the trees, sometimes there's like a little fenced area, near one of the homes. It's that entire little, those three buildings there that really is suffering. Those from the issue over a span of time is what I'm saying.
All right. So what is it that you believe that if the times when the tent or the chairs, when they're located in front of the daycare, what is it that Sylvia should have done when this tent or the chairs is located in front of the daycare?
So my specific issue is that you can clearly see in the video, which I think we missed in this conversation over the location of the tree, is that the patrons who are leaving Sylvia's are, attending the festivities. And there's the back and forth, which I personally witnessed, which is not all captured in the video. My expectation would be, in noticing that going on with the traffic in and out of your store, to see that that's occurring, that you would call the police, so that you're not just allowing this conduct to continue, especially at that time, knowing that you've already had complaints from the community because you have an ABRA protest.
Now, you talked about having security. So if the board was supposed to, as per your request, order them to have security, do you envision the security leaving the store and going outside and telling the folks to move from in front of the daycare?
That's actually not what I would envision. What I would envision is that really the goal there is to have a responsible adult who we know can be relied upon to contact MPD when they witness these issues. And that's just not happening at this point, with only 4 calls in the police log from this establishment.
All right. Do we have any questions by any of the board members?
Mr. Chair, I have. Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
Chairman Moore, how are you?
I'm doing well, and I hope you are also.
Congratulations on your elevation to chairman. The last time we saw you, you were not chairman. And I'll just have to say this for the record. Elected officials in Washington, D.C. are very dear to this particular board member, speaking of myself. When I lived in Langston Terrace on 24th Street in the courtyard, we couldn't even vote for president. Washington, D.C. didn't get the right to vote for people until in the 60s, early 70s. But at any rate, thank you for your service, and you're walking those alleys and you're walking those streets. You should be commended as a very, very decent native Washingtonian. So thank you for what you're doing. I
appreciate those comments.
Before I ask my question, Mr. Chair, I'd just like to read something into the record. This is a memorandum from the Corporation
Miss-
Council.
Mr. Short,
Yes.
asking her question, sir. I don't know. This is not appropriate for you to read anything in the record. If you have a question to ask, please ask the question. But I can't have a
Okay,
board member.
I'll ask the question. Thank you. You taught me a lot. You taught me a lot being about lawyers, and so thank you very much for reminding me. Chairman Moore, are you familiar with any memorandums that came out from the Corporation Council regarding ANC commissioners?
No, I'm sorry, I'm not.
Mr. Chair, would it be appropriate for me now to ask if I could read her what I'm looking at and what you've received yourself regarding ANCs and boards and commissions?
No, Mr. Short, that's not appropriate at this juncture. I know what you are referencing, but it's not appropriate at this juncture. It's not appropriate for us to for that to be placed in the record.
Okay, well, Chairman Moore, are you familiar with what the law says ANC commissions are supposed to get from testifying before boards and commissions in Washington, D.C.?
Yes, I am familiar with that. Statute 1-309. And that's great weight.
Can you explain what that should mean to this board and in light of all the work you're doing in the community and you're testifying today? Can you
Sure.
enlighten the board?
Yes. So what that means is that it's a DC law that really very clearly states that when an advisory neighborhood commission acting as a body votes on an action as advice to a board, agency, or other government organization, that their advice to that board or commission should be given great weight under the law. And under the procedures of that agency, board, or commission.
Well, I just again like to say for the record, I as a board member do give the elected officials, not only ANC commissioners, but our council members and our mayor and all the elected officials of the District of Columbia. I think we need to, as citizens, support them in their endeavors because the only way they can get their job done is we all work together. I'd like to go back to now, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for reminding me how to ask that question. It came up about public urination when our investigator testified. Can you tell me or enlighten this board as to what's going on with public urination in the 1800 block of Benning Road Northeast?
Sure. So there is actually an currently unoccupied property. So it's not the occupants of the property who are peeing in their own front yard, but those group of individuals who are actually incommoding and not just loitering, in front of this establishment and nearby establishments and homes as the group continues to grow and spread out. Relieve themselves after, enjoying their beverages in the front yard of that property. And actually 2 adjacent properties. So they're on the side of the daycare. Regularly there's urine, and in the front yard of one of the residential properties, you see a lot of that activity.
Are you familiar with what they call the bid districts of Washington, D.C.?
I am.
Can you explain what that would do on the 1800 block of Benning Road? Should you have, at first, what is the bid? Please tell us what a bid is.
So it's a business improvement district, and I would love to see that type of coordination amongst the businesses on the block in terms of continuing some of the improvements that we have seen addressing some of these issues. And they do take coordinated steps to improve trash collection, which we do also get some help from Main Street program in that department with collecting the beer cans and liquor bottles that are there each morning. But I think that would continue to help improve the situation there. And give the businesses an appropriate, way to, help continue to improve the neighborhood.
So what you just described that bids can do, it would stop fires in the rear of 1818 Benning Road because the bid would make sure those alleys are cleared up, and that any agreements between businesses and the community would be strongly enforced. Has your ANC ever considered applying for a bid?
So we have, and actually we've begun the process of hiring a planner. Unfortunately, we had previously hired a planner and he passed away due to COVID. So we are in the process of trying to hire someone else to help us with that process. But I would just add that, you know, businesses are required to have private trash collection, and especially when the trash has been collecting there over some months. You know, certainly they can put in a request individually to their trash collector to make sure any mattresses, you know, furniture and other debris are cleaned up, especially the crates that are used to then take to the front of the building and sit on.
Okay. Also, some testimony came up about Silverman's at 21st and Benning Road. Can you give me some history on the Silverman's?
So I've never protested Silverman's license, even though they are the only other Class A licensee listed in the investigator's report in the vicinity of this Class A licensee. And that's primarily because even though I do have the authority to do so, it's not appropriate in their instance because the conduct of the owners is very different. Their call log is quite up to date, even though they're not required to maintain one. They don't see the same activity in their parking lot, which is much shadier than this particular location we've been discussing. You just don't see the same activity in or around that location. So it's certainly not a grudge against Class A licensees when they're responsible.
That sounds great. It sounds like you're on top of everything. I learned how to swim at the Rosedale swimming pool in 1955. And I'll just simply say this. You remind me of the citizens who were there when I lived in Langston Terrace. Continue the good work, and thank you for your testimony today. And be known that at least one board member is telling you today you're doing a great job, and I stand behind you 100%. Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to question her.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Any other questions by any of the board members? Ms. Yohannes, do you have any recross? I'm sorry, any follow-up based on the board's questions?
No, I don't. I have no questions.
Mr. Dixon?
Absolutely not.
Recross? All right. Thank you, Ms. Moore. Thank you for your testimony. Do you have another witness, sir?
Yes, at this time, Ms. Madison Gibbs is going to offer witness Ms. Regina Sneed.
Sneed. Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, who's the next witness? Miss Gibbs, who's the next witness?
Regina Sneed.
Is Ms. Sneed on the line?
Stand by.
Thank you.
Do not see Regina Sneed signed in.
She might have called in. Her
Okay,
last
one
four
second.
digits of her number is 7765.
1 second. I'm unable to see the last 4 digits, so let me go through. Caller beginning with 240882. I'm going to unmute your line so that you can announce yourself. Caller
Regina Sneed.
Thank you.
All right, so, okay, Ms. Sneed, can you raise your right hand,
Yes.
please?
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Your witness, Ms. Gibbs.
May I proceed, Board Chair?
Yes, I said it's your witness. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Sneed, can you introduce yourself for the record and spell your name, please?
Regina Sneed, Regina Snead. I am the current daycare owner.
Current daycare owner where?
At 1816 Benning Road, Northeast, Washington, D.C.
Okay, and can you give the board the official name of your daycare, please?
Baby Einstein Child Development Center.
All right, thank you. How long has your business been operating? At this
Since
location?
2008. At this location since 2018.
Okay. What have your hours been currently? So how frequently is the daycare open? What are the hours?
Currently, we are not open. The hours are from 7 to 6 p.m. However, we're having an extremely difficult time getting parents to sign their children up. And quite frankly, their exact words are, we love the inside, but it's too much going on outside. So we did have children prior to the pandemic. However, because we're just about to reopen due to COVID, we cannot get parents because it's so many people outside, so much drinking, so much trash, furniture, drug sales. It's just so much going on that the parents, and I wouldn't trust my kids to be there either. So I don't blame them, but they refuse to put their child in that type of environment.
Okay. Are you aware of Sylvia's Liquors?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and where is your business located in relation to Sylvia's?
If you're standing facing Sylvia's, it would be to the left.
Okay, is it right next door?
Yes, it's right next door.
Okay. And what are some of your greatest issues with Sylvia? So a lot of what you just said in the previous answer, do you attribute that to Sylvia's?
So my greatest concern is, someone previously said it, it is the business owner's responsibility to make sure that their clients don't impede on the other businesses. So just because they come in and buy their stuff and then move to the next spot doesn't seem neighborly. It doesn't seem responsible. So as they come out, they're drinking. The bottles are there. The drunks are there. They're laying on the ground. Yes, Sylvia's is making their money. However, the other businesses around are suffering because no one wants to come in that type of environment, especially a child care center, and parents and their kids.
Have you witnessed personally the drunks on the ground and people coming outside of the store drinking and hanging out?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Has the loitering been worse? Or has it become worse over time?
It has definitely become worse over time. It just has. It's more people, their chairs, their tents, their tables, cookouts, and everything that you can think of is like someone's backyard right there.
Okay. So I'm going to jump around a little bit because you mentioned tents and cookouts. On September 12th, 2021, did you host a cookout outside of your establishment?
No, ma'am, we weren't even open.
So it's safe to say that you also did not authorize anybody to have a cookout outside of your establishment?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Have you had parents or employees complain about the loiterers and conditions outside of the business?
Parents, teachers, potential parents, yes. And of course myself as well, because I do not feel safe having to walk through that and pass all of the stuff that's going on. The children, broken bottles and glasses, the children having to walk in and out of that is just a dangerous environment.
How many kids are enrolled in your program when it was open and you were there?
The daycare center is actually licensed for 18 children. When we were last there, we had like 15 or 16 children.
And of what ages?
Our ages are from 1 to 4 years old was what we had. We can go up to 5 years.
Okay. Have you ever spoken to the owners of Sylvia's about your issue?
No, I have not.
Okay. Will you be able to tell me why you haven't?
I really don't have a reason for why. I just have not.
Okay. Have you ever considered relocating your business because of those issues?
Yes, I have, and I'm actually in the process of trying to do that now.
Do you allow the loiterers and just people to sit outside of your establishment in chairs and just kind of hang out?
No, I actually will ask them, well, there's a certain approach that you have to take. So I'll try to be very polite and I'll say, well, we have kids that are coming through. Is it possible for you to move along? And some of them are receptive and some of them aren't. Just depends on what condition they're in.
Mm-hmm. And those people that you're speaking to outside of your business, would you say that your business is a magnet for those people?
I couldn't hear it went out. Would I say?
Would you say that your business, the daycare, is a magnet to attract those sort of people to hang out?
Absolutely not.
From your observations, what is the magnet for those people?
A lot of them are going in and out of the liquor store. They're drinking, having just like a gathering.
Okay. And I'm rounding out here, but Ms. Sneed, are you in support of the renewal of Sylvia's liquor license?
No. And the reason why I say no is because they have to take some responsibility. If my parents were, I'm going to say, coming out and throwing their diapers in front of Sylvia's, it would be my responsibility as the business owner to make sure that I correct that behavior. I would have to do something about it. I wouldn't let my parents impede on the other businesses just because I'm making money.
Okay, is there anything else you'd like to add, Ms. Sneed?
No, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Chair Anderson, I'm done with my list of questions.
Thank you, Ms. Sneed. Ms. Johannes, we'll have some questions for you when she's done. The board members might have some questions for you too also. So Ms. Johannes, go ahead.
Yes, good evening, Ms. Sneed.
Good evening.
So you testified that you took over the daycare in 2018, is that right?
That's when we opened, yes.
Okay. And when you opened in 2018 and took over the business, you knew that Sylvia's was a liquor store next door, is that correct?
Yes, I did. Mm-hmm.
And how long, and you said you testified that you stopped operating when the pandemic started. So in around March of 2019, is that correct?
March 13th, 2019. I mean, 2020.
2019. Correct?
No.
Was it 19?
What
No,
question are you
March.
asking, Ms. Johannes? Are you asking?
When did you stop? When did you stop operating? Right.
March of 2020.
Ms. Sneed, and I believe, did you hear the testimony of the investigator earlier today?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you hear the testimony of Ms. Moore?
I'm sorry. I'm not sure who I'm on the phone, so I can't tell you. do you want to ask me something about the testimony?
Sure. Testimony has been given that a lot of the loitering occurs in front of the daycare. Is that correct?
A lot of it does, but it occurs up and down the street. It's not just there. It's in front of some of the houses. It's in front of Sylvia's. It's in front of the corner store. But the problem is that they're coming out of Sylvia's. These are their customers.
Have you observed the loiterers come out of Sylvia's and sort of sit down and stay in front of your daycare?
I have observed them sit down. I have observed them go down the street and sit. I've observed them sit on top of the cars. I've observed a lot of it.
And the people who are loitering, they're not just customers of Sylvia's, are they?
No, I mean, some of them, they just come from everywhere, but a lot of them do come from Sylvia's.
And as a business owner, you talk about responsibility and accountability. Have you called the police? When you
have.
You have. How often would you say that you call the police when people are loitering in front of your establishment or your business?
Call from the door. I couldn't give you an exact number, but like I said, my approach is to kind of ask them if they can please move along. We have kids here. That is more of my approach, to try to be friendly instead of more aggressive, but I have called.
But you expect Sylvia's to call the police?
I do, because I've called as well, and they're Sylvia's customers. They're not mine.
But they're loitering in front of your business, is that correct?
Exactly. And so I have taken the initiative to do something about it, and I think it's also Sylvia's responsibility to do so as well.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Any questions from the board members? I want to ask you a question, Ms. Sneed. Did you do, so when you opened the business in 2018, did you notice that there was loitering in front of your business in 2018?
The times, well, I have another daycare center, and actually the building is owned by the same person, and the previous owner of the child care center was the same one where I'm at. So I just kind of took over the establishment. I did not notice as much because I did sign in the winter time. So I think the colder months, it was less traffic. But there was not as much as it is now. It's overwhelming now.
Let me ask you, you signed in the winter month. Approximately what months did you sign, if you remember, in 2018?
I didn't sign in 2018. I signed prior to 2018. We just opened in 2018.
Let me ask,
so
hold on.
I would say,
I'm sorry. When did you sign the lease for this property?
Oh, it was sometime in 2017. I'm thinking it may have been November, December of 2017.
And I'm just trying to find it. So when was the first time you noticed that there were significant, if any, of folks loitering in front of your establishment?
I mean, when I initially opened, there were some, but it has grown. I noticed, I mean, there are people there, they respected the fact that I would ask them if they could please move along. But it's now, the crowd is just, it has just grown. I don't know. I really don't know what to say. I don't know.
Now, how long was your business closed for? You closed your business from what period?
March 2020 until now. We have parents who are coming out. They're looking at the facility. However, their comment is, everything is great inside. However, There's too much going on outside. So yeah,
So
that's where we are.
did you visit the property during the period of time that you were closed? Did you visit the property to see what, if any, activity was going on in front of the property?
I did visit the facility. However, because I do have another center, I would go on the weekends, and I may go during the early mornings. So when I would go at 9 a.m. on a Sunday, there was no traffic. However, I do have some employees who live in the area, and they would tell me, yeah, there's a lot of traffic going on. And like I said, if I'm coming through to pick up my kids from school, I may see them, but I'm not in the physical building. I'm just driving through.
Now, since 2018, since you moved in, say between 2018 and prior to March, when you closed for COVID, do you recall? Can you tell us how many times, if any, did you call the police? Did you ever call how many times, if any, do you recall calling the police regarding the loitering in front of your property?
I know it was between my employees and myself. I know at least 10 times for something that was going on outside.
So how is it that you believe that we could get rid of the loiterers in front of your property?
That's a good question. I'm not a lawmaker, but I don't know. I just know that maybe if I do agree that if they weren't selling singles, then maybe they would have to take their stuff home. And I don't know. My thing is just that I'm here to just testify as to how it affects my business and the community in a whole.
But you're saying that something. I'm asking you. I mean, I'm asking you. You're here testifying to say how it impacts your business, and the ANC is saying that we shouldn't renew their license. The licensee is saying that we should renew their license, and so you're complaining. So that's what I'm asking you. I mean, you're saying that the folks, they're all up the street. So I'm just trying to figure out how is it that you believe the ABC board can remove those people from in front of your business?
Remove the liquor store?
I'm sorry, you said what, ma'am?
Remove the liquor store?
So you're saying if the liquor store is closed, then those folks would not be in front of your building. Is that your testimony?
I believe so. Now, that's not to say they won't go somewhere else, but I believe that they would move along.
All right. Any other questions by any other board members? Ms. Giannis, any follow-up based on the questions that the board asked?
No follow-ups, thank you.
Ms. Gibbs, any redirect?
No redirect.
Thank you. Ms. Sneed, thank you very much for your testimony. You're free to go.
Thank you, Ms. Sneed.
Thank you.
You have another witness?
Thank you.
You have another witness?
Yes.
Yes.
Right now, I would like to call Mr. Clement Stokes. Who will be
Mr.
very
Kenneth.
short.
Mr. Kenneth Stokes.
No, Clement, C-L-E-M-E-N-T, Clement Stokes. Sorry.
Clement or Clement?
Clement.
Mr. Stokes. All right,
Mr. Stokes, I see you, Mr. Anderson.
All right. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Stokes, your rights have been elevated. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Stokes. Mr. Stokes, can you raise your right hand, please, sir? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Is this you, Mr. Dixon, or is it Ms. Gibbs?
Yes, Mr. Stokes is going to be handled by me, and
You can put
he
your
is
hand
the
down,
next
Mr.
last
Stokes.
witness. Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Dixon.
Thank you. Mr. Stokes, could you state your full name, spell your first name and your last name for the record, please?
It's Clement A. Stokes III. That's spelled Clement, middle initial A like Adam. Last name is Stokes, Stokes, and that's the third.
And Mr. Stokes, excuse me, are you familiar with the District of Columbia?
That is correct.
And are you also familiar with the quadrant of the city where the 1800 block of Benning Road is?
Absolutely. In fact, I even grew up in that area.
That was my next question. Where did you go to high school?
I went to high school. I went to Spingarn, graduated from Spingarn High School.
Okay. And where's Spingarn located?
It's at 24th and Benning Road. It's closed right now. I think they use the trolley car in the back of it. It's right across the street from the golf course, Langston Golf Course.
Now, after high school, did there ever come a time that you had a job as a law enforcement officer, a sworn law enforcement officer?
That is correct, with MPD.
Okay, and how long were you a Metropolitan Police Department officer?
3 years.
And did you ever have an occasion to patrol the area of, if you were on patrol the area of the 1800 block of Benning Road?
No, I was assigned to the 7th District.
Okay. Now, how is it that you're familiar with the, other than growing up in that area, did there come a time that you were asked by a lawyer to conduct surveillance of a business in that area?
That is correct. That was you, Attorney Ronald Dixon.
And if you would you share with the board where you were on June 4th, 2021, between the hours of 1 and 4 p.m.?
Let me correct you. That the date is correct, but I started about between 12:30 or 12:40 p.m. to about 4 o'clock p.m.
And what was your, and where were you, if you would?
I was in the 1800 block of Benning Road, Northeast Washington, D.C.
And were you in a vehicle or were you in a concealed location or what, if you could share with the board?
I was in a vehicle, but due to undercover covert, due to the nature of the high volume of, it was, how can I explain that? It was a heavy concentration of drug activity during that time. It was wide open. It was an open air drug market. And in fact, it was so bad that on my side of the street where I was parked, there were organizers that were part of the activity that was on Sylvia's side, that was on my side of the street.
Okay, now just for the record so that we're clear, were you parked in a location that gave you any view of any businesses on the Sylvia side of the street?
That is correct. I can see a direct view of Sylvia's, the nail salon, the number 7, and the daycare, and also next to the daycare there's some 4-unit apartment buildings that they're doing construction on.
And during the time, excuse me, during the time that you were in that location, where was the majority of the time, where, can you tell the board where your attention was drawn to?
The large crowd, the extremely large crowd of 15 or more individuals. They had chairs. They were standing in front of the, between Sylvia's liquor store, but mainly in front of the daycare. It was on bicycles.
Right. Now, did there come a time while you were in that observation location that you saw people entering and exiting Sylvia's liquor store?
That is correct. Like I say, due to the heavy concentration of drug sales and the traffic was being obstructed, very terrible. Once the customers, they would go inside of Sylvia's Liquors and they would come right there and squat right in front of that daycare. They was running back and forth, and it was an individual. I can clearly remember he was a slim, young African American male. He was running back and forth to a Nissan that was parked right there in front of the daycare, conducting drug transactions. Like
Okay,
he was,
well, Mr. Stokes,
okay,
just tell us what you saw. Don't give us an opinion about what they were doing. Okay?
okay.
Now, did you see any people in that knot of people going in and out of the daycare?
No,
Did you see any children at all amongst those people, that knot of people that were in front of Sylvia's, in front of the daycare?
can you repeat your question again?
Did you see any minor children in that group of people that was that knot of people that was in front of Sylvia's and in front of daycare?
No, no minor children. In fact, the door never opened the
Now,
whole time.
excuse me. Now, did there come a time that something happened that caused you to use, if you had a phone with you, to use your phone to do anything?
Yes, I had to call the police because a fight broke out between two individuals, and about 3 or 4 individuals had took out their cell phones, appear to be videoing the melee, the fight. And it was going on, so I went on and called 911, and I didn't want to be identified. And then shortly after, the police came, but when they got there, the fight was over.
And excuse me, where did the fight break out? If you could be as specific as you can for the board members, because they weren't there. Can you give them an idea where the fight broke out, and how long it lasted and where it traveled, if you understand my question?
Okay, the fight broke out right there in front of right in front of the liquor stores with a sign posted and everything, where the bars are, whatever, where you see the Miller High Life or the beer advertised right in front of, not in front of the door, but where the window part was. The fight broke out. It lasted, I say about 2 or 3 minutes, but they was rumbling hard. It was terrible.
And the liquor store that you're referring to with the advertisement for the Miller or the beer, what liquor store was that?
Sylvia's Liquors.
Thank you. Oh, just one other question. Around what time did you leave that location at Sylvia's on the 4th of June?
Around 4:00 p.m.
Thank you, Mr. Stokes. I have no further questions for the witness.
Ms. Johannes, any questions for the witness?
Yes, I just want to, good evening. During your investigation that you were conducting, I believe during your testimony, you indicated that the loitering occurred mostly in front of the daycare. That's what you observed, correct?
That's correct, but they was going back and forth in front of that. They was going back and forth in the liquor store, coming out, standing in part of the liquor store, and also in front of that daycare.
But you observed the loitering in front of the daycare.
In front of the
Yes or
daycare,
no? Yes.
in front of
or
the
no?
daycare, and in front of the liquor store.
Okay. Did you take any pictures of any of your observations during that night or
Like
that day?
not during the day, like I say, due to safety reason, it was wide open that day, man. It was some type of terrible.
So that's a no.
That's no.
Thank you. That is all I have.
Mr. Stokes, a quick question. The big fight that you saw, were these customers coming out of Sylvia's Liquor fighting, or was it just a fight occurred in front of Sylvia's Liquor?
I wasn't sure about if they visit Sylvia's, but the fight was, sir, right there in front of Sylvia's. It just abruptly just broke out, and people just took out about 3 or 4 people took out their cell phones and they was recording it.
All right. Any questions by any of the board members? Ms. Johnson, any questions of the witness based on the questions asked by the board?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Dixon, any redirect?
No, sir. Thank you so much.
Mr. Stokes, thank you very much for your testimony, sir. Have a great day. You are free to go. Thank you. Mr. Dixon, do you have another witness?
If I could confer with Ms. Gibbs, we have one witness. That would be our last witness. And then we would go to summation if it's okay with you.
It's 9:26. You have 4 minutes. Let everybody just stay online. You have 4. We're off the record for 4 minutes.
Thank you.
We're back on the record.
Yes.
Hold on, Mr. Dixon.
Yeah.
I need to make sure that there's at least three of us here before we have a quorum.
Yeah, quorum.
All right,
Yes.
go ahead, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Anderson and board members and parties. We have one last very short witness to call. Ms. Gibbs is going to direct that witness, and then after that witness testifies, we'll ask the court's permission to go to summation.
All right, who's that witness? You're on mute, ma'am.
I'm sorry about that. Max Pierce.
Max Peters?
Pierce.
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 All right, Miss Andrews, do you see is he on
No,
is
but
he,
I do have a call in.
or is there call in?
Yeah. So caller number that begins with number 323-373. I'm going to unmute your line so that you can announce yourself. Caller, you can announce yourself.
Yeah, this is Max Pierce, the 323 number.
Thank
All
you.
right, Mr. Pierce, how are you doing, sir? This is Mr. Anderson.
I'm all
I'm
right.
the
How
chair
are
of
you?
the board. Excuse me, can you raise your
Okay.
right hand, please, sir?
Say again.
Can you please raise your right hand?
Okay.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Gibbs, your witness, Mr. Pierce. Can you have him spell and state his name for the record, please, ma'am?
Yes. Mr. Pierce, can you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Max Pierce, MAXPIERCE.
All right, and Mr. Pierce, what is your role in the Benning Northeast Neighborhood District 5D?
I'm a resident.
All right, where are you a resident at in relation? Well, where are you a resident? I'll withdraw that. Are you familiar with Sylvia's?
Yes.
Okay, where are you a resident in relation to where Sylvia's Liquors is located?
My building is in the alley behind Sylvia's,
Directly behind?
directly behind.
Okay, in your experience as a resident, has Sylvia's Liquors ever posed an issue?
Yeah, I don't know how broadly you want me to answer that, but yes.
Well, you can state broadly, please, for the board, the general issues that you have, and if I have specific questions, I'll follow up after that.
Okay. In the last 9 months since living here, people who hang out outside of Sylvia's in the convenience store wrecked into my building, doing over $10,000 of damage. Another person who hangs out there in the convenience store on the corner lit my fence on fire by accident. If someone hadn't been there, could have easily burned the house down, burned a 2 or 3 foot section of the fence, melted, disformed part of my car. People who hang out there almost daily, loiter through the alley, there are currently 2 heroin needles, I'm assuming heroin, needles next to my car outside. People, smoke up. Again, these are all people I've seen in front of Sylvia's at the convenience store, and then also, on cameras on my property or physically in person in my parking spot or, on my property. So those are the main things that come to mind that are directly at my residence, apart from, coming home, dice games going on at Friday at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, constant noise and carrying on. I mean, those are the main things that come to mind.
Okay, and you mentioned a fence behind you being set on fire. Did you witness that incident?
I
Mhm.
didn't witness it being set onto fire. I do have it on camera, and saw on camera the person, light some sort of pipe, throw, a match on the ground. It smoldered for about a half hour, and with the fence on fire. Fortunately, a neighbor had a hose to put it out, but it already burned, about a 2-foot section of each of our fences.
How do you know that this particular individual patroned Sylvia's?
I've seen her, hanging out in front of Sylvia's, on numerous occasions.
All right. Would you support the renewal of Sylvia's liquor license?
No.
What, in your opinion and in your observation, have you noticed to be one of the biggest factors attracting people to Sylvia's?
I mean, best I can tell, it's not only the source of alcohol, but it's the hangout. I mean, the recent development is, chairs out front, 24/7, at least anytime I've ever been by there, any hour in the day. It's the hangout. It's the place to be. Barbecue set up out front on the weekends.
All right. And do you see glass
it's like a
bottles
hangout.
outside of your? I'm sorry.
No, that's it.
Do you see glass bottles outside of your residence and around?
Yes, there's a new bottle virtually every day.
Okay. Overall, could you say that Sylvia's Liquors overall, can you say that Sylvia's Liquors disrupts your peace as a resident in the neighborhood?
Absolutely.
And how about the order in the neighborhood?
It's certainly not helping it.
Okay. And how about the quiet of the neighborhood?
It's definitely hurting that. I'm listening to people yelling right now. So,
Okay.
from Sylvia's.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Pierce. That's all I have for you.
Hold on, Mr. Pierce.
Yeah.
Ms. Johannes, do you have any questions for Mr. Pierce?
Yes, Mr. Pierce, have you observed people that are loitering on Benning actually enter and exit Sylvia's liquor store?
Yes.
And by your observations, is your testimony that the people who are loitering are in front of Sylvia's Liquors? Or are they in front of the daycare?
Both. I mean, just for example, tonight when I came home, there was people pretty much from, if you're looking at Sylvia's to the left of it, where the condos begin, all the way down to the convenience store. There's probably 20 total people outside at various points along that stretch.
And have you talked to the owners of Sylvia's Liquor?
I have not.
Have you called the police about the loitering?
I spoke to the police, yes.
As the loitering was occurring, you called the police or you spoke to them separately?
I got in my parking place. Someone was about to inject a needle. I got the person to leave. I went and talked to the police and I said, look, these people are continuously doing this in the back parking lot every day. They hang out in these two spots. I know you guys are dealing with the murders that just happened on Gale. and you got bigger fish to fry, but if you can, would appreciate if you could see if you could do something about this. And that was about the conversation. I pointed out the person to them. That was how the exchange went.
Thank you. So your complaints have been about the drug activity to the police, correct?
That was the only time I've talked to the police about that issue. We did file a police report when the car knocked into the building, and we attempted to file a police report for the fire, or a report with an investigator was supposed to come out and never did for the fire.
And these things are not directly related to Sylvia's Liquors, are they?
All I can say is that I have seen the people in the same spot as Sylvia's. I have not, I can't say that the person came from Sylvia's that day and ended up in my alley.
Okay. Thank you.
But
That's all.
I've seen them there.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Any questions by the board members? Hearing none. Ms. Gibbs, do you have any redirect?
No, Chair Anderson.
All right, Mr. Pierce, thank you very much for your testimony, sir. Have a great day. You're excused.
All right, thank you.
All right, thanks. All right. Do you have any other witness? Mr. Dixon or Ms. Gibbs?
This is Mr. Dixon. At this juncture, Chairman Anderson and board members and parties, we have no further witnesses, and we submit on the record. We have not moved in any exhibits, as I recall. One exhibit of ours that was used by Ms. Johannes was shown to the board. However, that exhibit was not moved into evidence. And with that, again, we submit on the record and are ready for summation, and we'll wait further instruction from the board.
So are there any documents that, because I know you did the PIP, but if you didn't submit them into evidence, then none of your documents are in evidence. So
with reference
documents.
With reference to our protest letter, is that what you're speaking of? And the other documents we've submitted?
Yes.
Yeah,
Right.
we would move admission of those. I'm sorry.
So what are the documents that you're trying to move into evidence?
We're going to move in our protest letter. We will move in, actually.
And your protest, I need you to name the documents and tell me what they are.
Okay, just give me one moment. The, okay, there's a 9/11 call. There's the video of the fish fry and the.
Okay, so all right. I need you to go through them one by one. And let me know what the exhibits are, sir, the number of the exhibits. Remember, we're creating a file. We have a court reporter, so the transcript needs to clearly identify what the documents are.
Exhibit 1 for the protestant.
What is Exhibit 1?
It's a 9/11 call list.
Ms. Johannes, do you have any objection?
Yes, I do have an objection. I don't believe that there was there testimony about that? Or is that referred to?
Are you asking me, or are you telling me which one?
I'm telling you there was not. And on that exhibit. Sorry.
I don't recall hearing any testimony. So because I didn't recall hearing any testimony, then I'm not quite sure how is it that we're going to move a document into evidence and there was no testimony to authenticate the document. So
The shepherding angel for that exhibit would be Ms. Moore.
I'm sorry, but Ms. Moore didn't testify about the document. So since Ms. Moore did not testify on the document and no other witness testified on this document, then I can't admit this in evidence.
I respectfully disagree with that. Ms. Moore testified about their lack of calls as shown by the 911 call.
I know, I'm sorry, Miss Art. let's go to the document. Hold on. Let's go to the document. All right, let me pull the document up. Hold on. All right, so it's what exhibit is that again? Is that exhibit 1?
Yes.
We did not have this document. We had no testimony in this document. The only testimony that Miss Moore talked about, she talked about the fact that we're not using the call logs, and that if the call logs, if I recall, had something like 4 calls. This document that we have here, it basically talks about, it goes through 2019, 2020, and it talks about the type of it. All right. So this we had no testimony on this document. So this particular document, we did not have any testimony on it. So I'm not gonna
For the record, Chairman Anderson, the sheet shows the dates and times as well as the types of calls which, excuse me, Ms. Moore testified about during her direct with reference to the calls for service and what she did to try to get MPD to try to get the applicant or licensee to adhere to the agreement that they had made in 2018 with reference to what they were supposed to do. The sheet, Exhibit 1, the shepherding angel for that would be Ms. Moore. She did not actually pick it up and say that this call was made, that call was made, but she did mention it in her testimony.
all right, I'll allow it. All right. I'll move. I know that you object, Ms. Johnson, but I'll allow Exhibit 1. What other exhibit do you have?
Exhibit 2, the video September 12th, 2021, the fish fry. Now that was used by
So moved. So moved.
And exhibit number 3, which is a diagram of the proximity around Sylvia's 1818 Benning Road to include next door daycare and the surrounding businesses.
We had no, we had no testimony on that. And if you have the GIS, the GIS that's in the case report. So I'm not going to admit that there was no testimony. There was no testimony on that document. So no. What's the exhibit?
And we would move all of the pre-hearing documents that, excuse me, were submitted to the board.
I need you, Mr. Dixon, to tell me what they are. Yes, we will take administrative notice of those documents, but what are those documents, or what are the exhibits?
The protest letter.
What exhibit is that? Is that one of your exhibits?
No, it's not listed on the exhibit list, but it's part of the race just of the entire case.
Then fine, we'll take administrative notice of the documents, such as your protest letters that were filed. I'm not sure. I'm asking you, what are the documents? What the documents that you previously filed, such as the protest letter, we'll take administrative notice of that.
And we would also ask you to take administrative notice of the hearing and the settlement agreement that resulted on October 2018 with reference to the last hearing before this board.
Well, the board, it's part of the board's document, so you don't need to tell us. We take administrative notice if the document, if it's a board document, so whatever the record is, the previous board order, the board will take administrative notice of its document. It's already in our file, so it's our document. So we're fine with that.
Yeah, I mistakenly said judicial notice, but it's administrative notice. You're correct.
Yeah, so we'll take administrative notice of our own documents, so that's fine. Is that it?
Yes, it is.
All right, thanks. Ms. Johannes, I know that we moved in the presentation of your case. I know that you have moved some documents. Are there additional documents you're asking us to move into evidence?
No, those are the only documents.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you. Okay, the record is now closed. All right, I am going to give, each side has 5 minutes closing. And so you go first, Ms. Johansson. And this is what I need from each side. I need you to be specific in what it is that you want the board to do. So tell us specifically, what is it that you want the board to do as a result of this protest hearing? You can go ahead, Ms. Johansson. And each side has 5 minutes.
Thank you. So we are here today for the renewal of Sylvia's Class A liquor license application. We've heard testimony from several members of the community. We've heard testimony from the ABRA investigator, Felicia Danzler. She testified that she made 18 visits to Sylvia Liquors from July 23rd to September 10th. And during this time, there were no ABRA violations found. During the visits, she's also testified that most of what she observed in terms of loitering occurred in front of the daycare and not in front of Sylvia Liquors. You've heard testimony from the owners of the establishment. The owners have testified regarding the attempts that they have made when it comes to loitering, when it comes to safety, when it comes to working with the ANC and MPD. The owners are more than willing to continue to work with the community. They are just requesting assistance from the ANC and the community as a whole, and to take loitering as a problem that affects the entire community, and to not be singled out as the one that has created these problems, because clearly they have not. We've heard testimony from residents. The residents have testified that loitering has been ongoing, and that Sylvia's Liquor is not the issue here, is not the problem. And that they've also requested that MPD and ANC commissioners, with the assistance of other agencies, get involved to help not only Sylvia Liquors, but all the businesses in that community, to help with loitering and some of the issues that they are facing. I want to close by saying that, go back to some of the comments that have been made by, again, William Fitzgerald, who's the commander of the 5th District, who has continued to help Sylvia Liquors and has continued to help in this community, acknowledging the issues with loitering. And in his letter, he states, "I would like to emphasize that Sylvia Liquors has been a voluntary participant and partner in efforts to reduce violent crime and improve the quality of life issues. Their assistance has been greatly appreciated. Their willingness to assist has led to a reduction of violent crime on the block. Unfortunately, the systemic issues are a continuing battle that we will persist in working on." And as the letter continues, the commander stresses that it is a community issue that all members of the community need to come together to face and to help resolve. With that said, based on the testimony that we've heard, the testimony that's been given, we would request that the board renew the license application for Sylvia Liquors without imposing any conditions, no additional conditions, and to keep the settlement agreements that previously were approved intact, and that Sylvia Liquors will continue to follow that.
Thank you. All right, who's doing, you're doing the closing, Mr. Dixon?
I am.
No,
All right.
Miss Gibbs is. Thank you.
All right, so Ms. Gibbs, I remember I'm asking specifically what it is that you want the board to do. Go ahead, Ms. Gibbs.
Sure. Chair Anderson and ABRA board members. Today we have discussed many of the same issues that were raised in the 2018 protest hearing of Sylvia's Liquors. Although Sylvia's has complied with some of that settlement agreement order, such as installing cameras and security devices, Sylvia's has had many opportunities to do certain things right in which they have not. For instance, maintaining their agreement that they will continue to call the police as needed when things are happening in and around their store. That they will continue to have and maintain a logbook for the police to sign. We have heard testimony today from Investigator Dantzler, who submitted a very thorough report noting how some of the loitering, all of the loitering is impacting the neighborhood. Specifically over her 18 instances that she observed Sylvia's, every single instance in which is stated at page 6 of the report, she noticed loitering on each occasion. Loiterers who were conducting in public urination, drug activity. She gave us pictures showing how, in Ms. Moore's words, incommoding outside of the establishment. Ms. Moore testified to her many numerous attempts to contact Sylvia's. Ms. Johannes claims that the owners, Ms. Na and Mr. Jung, are more than willing to engage the ANC in more discussions and community initiatives about how to resolve this issue. However, they failed on numerous occasions to even respond back to Ms. Moore's multiple attempts to resolve this issue. Which leads us to the protest hearing that we've had today. We've also heard testimony from Investigator Stokes, who witnessed the fight right outside of Sylvia's, and even Ms. Sneed, who owns the daycare right beside of Sylvia's Liquors, in which we've heard many times throughout the hearing that a lot of the loitering and a lot of the traffic and activity are not happening in front of Sylvia's, but rather in front of the daycare. Ms. Sneed has clarified for us that she has not invited, nor does she welcome any of these loiterers. And she does not authorize any of the cookouts or activity that happens in front of her establishment. She has pointed out that she feels the main attractions to Sylvia's are the individual bottles being sold and just the overall attraction to liquor that acts as a magnet to bring people in. We've heard two of the licensees' witnesses who admitted that they want to go to Sylvia's because they want to buy into the lottery, gamble, and on occasions buy liquor. These individuals testified that they do not themselves hang out in front of the stores, but at least one testified that he knows who does. Lastly, we've heard from Max Pierce, who is a resident and who has testified to the fact that he personally, as a condo owner behind Sylvia's, agrees that Sylvia's has disrupted his peace, his quiet, his order of that neighborhood specifically. Today, we ask that the board find in favor of the protestants and fully deny Sylvia's renewal of their liquor license. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, do the parties wish to file proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law, or waive their right to do so? Ms. Johannes?
I think I will defer to I'll defer to the protestants if they think we will.
All right, Mr. Dixon, I guess if you says no, she'll say no. If you say yes, she'll say yes. So what is it?
Could you indulge me one moment, John? With reference to the findings of fact and conclusions of law, we would we would ask the board to give us the opportunity to put those together from our perspective and submit to the board for the board's review. It's been a long day for the board and the parties, and we think that we could best do that for the board over the next day or so to give the board.
The process would work is that if you remember, this is not new information. This is what you believe that was proven at the hearing. So these are the facts that came out of the hearing, and this is the conclusion of law the board should make. So this is not any new facts. This is not stuff that was not stated here at the hearing. So the process would be is that would probably within the next 2 weeks, their transcript would be available. You would get the transcript, and 30 days after you receive the transcript, that your conclusion of law, findings of fact and conclusion of law would be due to the board. So you tell me. So you'll probably get a transcript in 3 weeks, and 30 days after 3 weeks, the findings of fact and conclusion of law would be due to the board.
Let me just ask for clarification on the last point. Is it the board's view that we could, as litigants, we could defer to the board on that issue?
Well, the bottom line is that it's not normally done in protest matters. It's normally done in the show cause hearings, but I believe that the board has enough information to make a decision. But if the parties believe that they need to clarify what was presented here today by reviewing the transcript and providing that to the board, then I'm not going to stand in the way. But I'm just saying it's typically not done in protest hearings.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Anderson. And on behalf of the A&C board, we're satisfied with that procedure. We will decline to reinvent the wheel, if you will, and we will defer to the board on that.
All right, thank you, Ms. Johannes. And I guess you agree to. Is that your position?
Yes, that's my position.
All right. So the board will issue a decision within 90 days, but we probably get a decision before the 90 days. All right. As chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2574B of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 21 PRO 00040, Sylvia's Liquors, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2574B4 of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberate upon case number 21 PRO 00040, Sylvia's Liquors, for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2574B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion that's been properly seconded by Mr. Short. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess its proceedings to hold a closed meeting in the ABC Board conference room pursuant to Section 2574B of the Open Meetings Act. Give me another minute so I can officially, so I've closed that case, so give me a couple of minutes, please, so I can adjourn for the day. As chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with Title 3, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on October 20th, 2021 for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for October 20th, 2021, as published in the DC Register on October 8th, 2021. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us now that has been seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Joni Hanson, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed 5-0, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this aforementioned closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board hearing room bulletin board, placed on electronic calendar on ABRA's website, and published in the DC Register in as timely a manner as practicable. I would like to thank the parties for their professionalism today, for their appearance and their presentation. I want to thank the parties for that. I want to thank the members of the public who has also participated remotely in this hearing, and also would like to thank the board members who have participated in this hearing today. We're now adjourned for the day. Thank you very much for your participation, and I will now direct that all board members, we now return to executive session for further development. Have a great day, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're excused. Thank you.
All right, thanks.